in both of the two maps that they won really hard, and their conversion rate was insane. Texture has rocketed up the op kills. He's getting opening kills where previously he struggled in some of those opening duels. So that's something I'm definitely keeping an eye on today, because Boom's first kill conversion is very
big
good
day.
as well.
Yeah, right behind them in second at
Big day.
So it's all going to be about who is getting those picks today. We take a look at our map data, and I mean, with a lot of 100% we're seeing for Boom. I mean, I feel like they have a very strong map.
How do we sleep? Not too bad.
Perma-banning out Split.
Yes.
So when you run this 6-map kind of focus, you can put more time into all of these other maps, and they just look so dominant there.
Yeah, Split, not a map that's been played very much by either of these teams. Ascent being an interesting one where Gen.G, previously it's been a good map
Him cast G2. Wait, I did him cast G2. Surely everyone cast G2 to an extent.
Lotus has always been the pick time and time again for Gen.G. They love to lean on that in the veto.
Yeah, I'm going to be very interested to see how this map veto is going to go. I mean, you guys would know sometimes the game is decided with
Boom's got to be tempted to pick Haven.
Right? We're seeing the first bans come out. A respect ban. Respect Lotus.
This is, and Gen.G picked the Split. So this is a classic game of veto chicken, right? So if you're running a permaban, like Boom have the whole time, all of a sudden you swap.
They thought they could get Haven third map. Wow, they were right.
That's saying, hey,
that was a nice call from them.
Ooh,
it's nice for Boom, dude. It's not too bad at all.
No, let's take it there.
Yeah,
not too bad at all.
So Split will be the first map here. It's not a map that Boom have played for ages.
Yeah, it's a good pick from Gen.G.
They're perma-banned in every series in Pacific up until this point. They will start on the defense, and they will have had time to prepare something for this game of Split. Ascent going to be the pick there for Boom.
I think it's good maps for Boom, man. I'm excited. I at least think they did good of floating the Haven and getting it third map. They at least did good for second third map. Green Kitten, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the 11 months. Thank you.
I mean, as you can see, it is nothing for Boom, because you know, we haven't seen Boom on Split at all in Pacific. The last time they played this map was
Toby enough before Masters. We had a little segment on it yesterday. I think the agent's too dominant in the meta right now that they need to put more forward into when they're gonna do that patch, so it'll be after Masters. But I think it'll be announced during Masters, and then it comes into play like as Masters is on, basically.
Last time we saw them run this
double duel. So basically, I think the tail nerf will happen after Masters.
Look great when we saw it there, so I can totally understand why Boom would take.
I'd be really surprised if it doesn't happen and
you can see it there.
After like Masters,
not too fantastic. It was the
like
within
during or within the like first week of Toronto ending.
So
I'd be very surprised if there isn't a
or whether they will stick with this double duelist here, Gen.G, because you know, like
and
we
that's
said,
boring.
Split, you know, it hasn't been a successful map in terms of the wins for them, but they T1 and DRX and T1 over in kickoff, and those have been somewhat closer games. They've had much better defenses than they've had attack. I think the attack side start is the thing that I'm reasonably concerned for Gen.G actually.
This is after plant position.
And they will have to get themselves rolling on
attack. They're too good with their after plants and like making sure that he's the last alive. So you get like those 1v1s that feel like they're interesting, but actually they're not interesting because of the salvos. It's like every time you get excited for that 1v1, you're like, oh, okay, maybe. And then you just watch the salvos come in and it's like, oh, for God's sake, man. Bring back the Neon meta? No, that one's too much, dude. So. There was way too many slide kills. I think Neon's in a great spot. Srichi with the prime. Thank you for the 4 months, dude. Thank you. The bunny is flowing near the cables. Let's stop being careful with the cables. They're gonna get eaten. Sky meta? Dude, FNS must be praying for a Sky meta. If the Sky meta comes back, NRG makes champs. I genuinely agree with that. It was such a good patch for IGLs. Which do you prefer, the Neo meta or the Teo meta? I do prefer the Teo meta to the Neo meta, honestly. But I watched a lot of the off-season compared to other people. At least you had to shoot. Yeah, but I don't know. There's something about this game that if someone has a giant advantage in the 50-50 duel, it doesn't feel right. That's one of them. And I think having the bug where it like bobbed up and down really added to it as well. So maybe not.
Arguably the biggest surprise of the whole of Pacific.
Just the slide kills, yeah, it's just the slide kills.
Of death, but came out undefeated. Now they are only one win
They're getting a new meta that will favor EMEA.
All the way from Ascension
Pal's got to be out of the map for EMEA to be favored in anything. And the format. EMEA's got everything going against them at the moment. The teams are messing up, first of all, that's the biggest part. Pal's in the map pool, which is also the teams no one knows how to play Pal and EMEA. And then, yeah, the format wrecks them a little bit as well. It's like 90% teams, maybe like 10% Riot.
Disappointed with how kickoff has gone, even though they got themselves a respectable 3rd place. I think here for Gen.G,
they are getting sabotaged a little bit. Maybe it's more than 10% with what's going on recently, actually. Leto, thanks so much for the tier 1, man. Appreciate the 23 months.
I want to see if Gen.G is going to be able to get themselves over to another Masters event and rediscover some of that Masters winning.
The EMEA production stuff.
It's looking like for Gen.G,
yeah, it's gonna get better.
they worked out all of the adjustments that they had to make in the group stage, and if they had to take some losses, that is
they get
fine.
Better, man.
But it looks like they are back indeed, and as we can see with the coaches here, they are ready to play some mind
so
games.
they can just buy new PCs and stuff.
Head-to-head is so good as well. I mean, I think they run very different
Seems
styles,
like a small ask,
very
but
different approaches, but it all culminates in this matchup today, and I think it's so going to be just a fantastic watch. We're already seeing how they interact with this veto. Of course, Split coming out, the previous permaban for this Boom team. They're already bringing some trickery.
For sure, I mean, this is the defining map of this series, if you ask me, because
man,
this
Boom might have. They've gone for curveballs here, Boom. Like if we're just talking about actual map, like map veto here, like Boom are making the most of this opportunity. They play the maps that they normally ban. They don't pick Haven, even though they have a very good chance of Haven, knowing that honestly Gen.G like their Haven, so they might not second ban it.
A lot of us are still favoring Boom.
Yeah, I mean,
whoa.
for me, the reason I went with
Only
Boom today is
Achilles, look at that.
like their anti-strat is going to
This is a 50-50, that's kind of crazy, but
they had to play yesterday.
I respect it. I think everyone just wants to believe, to be honest.
As well as the players to get it over the line.
Yeah, I think I'm backing Boom for a similar
Quan,
reason.
Quan2269, thanks so much for the prime, mate. Appreciate you doing that, thank you so much, mate.
This is a SCA fan base that wants to
watch the video about Mini interviewing, talk about Leo. Dude, I've had a lot of talks with Mini anyway about Leo.
Here we go. Completely different agent comp coming
I imagine
out
I've had it all.
They've really run a bit of a surprise here. Unconventional duelist selection there for Tex G's been playing a lot of Neon lately. Munchkin is a fragger.
Deadlock, they bring the Deadlock back. This is interesting. They've been saving their split, and they pretty much use the exact same comp, just a different duelist. But they could have so much new stuff and have such a different playstyle with the Deadlock. So Deadlock's interesting, man. Deadlock. As soon as you start using a Deadlock, like your strat book can be crazy.
They've had two very poor attacking sides in the games against DRX and
like the wall is so interesting. The wall's good.
So they've definitely got their work cut out for them picking this map into this series.
Yeah,
and as soon as you add the Teo with the Deadlock, you got so much trap play potential as well.
into this first series again, our first qualifying match for Masters Toronto. And this is the farthest that Boom has gotten so far, that an Indonesian team has gotten so far. So it's going to be very exciting indeed. We're going to see
we know when the Heretics Fnatic game plays? Not yet. I'll let you know when I know.
Casters, Quack, and Komodo.
Thank you very much. That's right, Mika. We're going to have Tigers and Wolves at each other's necks. The top seeds, though, from every other region thus far have fallen. What's it going to look like for Boom? They've gone with a flawless run so far. Surely they don't just let it drop now.
Hopefully not. I mean, who knows, right? Are we going to get some SEA representation going over to Masters Toronto, or are we just going to get another instance of Korea dominating out of our region? Who actually knows? I think when we look in towards this veto, though, it's a bit of a spicy one. I certainly thought that there could be some chicken played in towards this veto, but I don't think Split was the map that I expected to actually come on out in that.
Yeah, Split is definitely a bit of a surprise. You were talking about it. Like, they have never played Split in this entire group stage. They haven't played Split in forever, even.
Yeah, and when I think of Split and I think of these guys over on Boom, I always think double-digit result scorelines, your 13-11s, your 13-10s, your overtime. Otherwise, they get absolutely smacked. You know, one of the things from back in the Challengers days is I just remember them getting
the real Toby Maguire. Thanks so much for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Green. Yeah, maybe. Trump's accountant as well with the 14 months. Thank you so much for the Prime also, dude. Thank you, thank you.
Gen.G was doing yesterday, coming in towards this one. Gen.G opting
the real, yeah, we've got Spider-Man here.
It doesn't really give good confidence when their last installments of this map as well come out with different agent pools, right? This is the 3rd agent pool that they're coming out with this year, coming in towards this map, so I wonder if they Gen.G
on attack, Boom on defense. And what on earth did Boom have planned on this map? A little bit of damage. And okay, it's ready to lose mid control. Dude, I'm looking at the minimap right now. Gen.G in this pistol.
Texture already looking to cause some mayhem around the backside, but unfortunately, it's DOS9 inside of the smoke. Munchkin though swings out. He gets the flicks. It's a double kill already.
Looking to see as the plant goes down, but look, Boom already here.
Oh, and in with the sonic sensor as well. It trips, and Gen.G will be able to find more frags.
They gave it a good try, but
Gen.G picks up the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G picked the weak side. And then I'm looking at the weak side and they're playing 2 on the same spot. And then they kind of did okay with the Omen smoke to give them a little bit of a chance, but once they did the Omen smoke, I don't even know. They have to double fight Heaven, guys, maybe.
Where we think he flourishes on as well. But a nice little pistol, of course, from the likes of Gen.G, up the guts of mid, stretching in towards the B site. Some ill timing from DOS9 with the paranoia to come on
the Vine side shot.
Munchkin to kind of clear.
Where are we? Yeah. So let me
That's just exactly how you want to kick things off as well. I mean, Boom certainly quite surprised by that one. Off to the next round, though, it's a sudden spring in towards Garage.
Bit rough for Shiro, caught in the combos. And a good little dodge out from Munchkin, actually. Taken down, though, was censored. It's just the eco to come through from Boom here, of course, in their secondary round, seeing what damage they're going to be able to do.
They got full eco on this one.
Now into B.
Not too much lost. In with the
a couple of kills. Esther, thank you so much for the Prime, mate. Thank you for doing that, dude. Appreciate
but then still, for Boom to have a slight chance 2v3.
Yeah, one more kill here would actually be pretty nice for Boom to come on out. Eventually, a Gravnet rather will come back for NC Slasher, but I believe there'll be about 10 seconds to go on that one. So, if you want to transition for maybe a little bit of
Gen.G in Bangkok now. T1 DRX from Pacific.
Gen.G on the other hand, quite disciplined. They've got all these angles locked down in key. You've got Karon picking up the final frag once again.
This is where we'll see the buy up for Boom. See what they're going to be able to muster up in this one so far. To recap, 5-0 throughout the group stage was really unexpected when you consider that they bowed out very early in kickoff. You know, the team that shouldn't have been here, right? By a little bit of luck and damage that they delivered over in Ascension to sneak in and get the call up to come towards Pacific. You know, people didn't really think too much of them, didn't put too much stock on them, but to come out into this first seed and towards the playoffs, you know.
Yeah, first big buy round.
To definitely see if they can get towards Toronto.
Let's rotate over towards A. Punish over towards middle.
Cheeky little one-way with the dark cover. Famous looking for the pick.
It's not even a bad round for Gen.G either with what they come equipped with. It's full rifles across the board. Yeah,
and they just want to contact B.
You can certainly get some damage coming on out now.
It's 2 pistols saved up from before, so
Ah man, DOS9 didn't show some confidence. DOS9, you gotta show me some confidence. You gotta swing that.
Just caused shock and awe on the site. Famous though, looking for some frags. He managed to find one, then to trail off.
Yeah, but do they call it right now? There's still a little bit of alert coming through from Munchkin. Eventually he'll run through the sensor, and this one will be tripped up and heard. But I think Boom, just judging by position, they know that they can't go for this one. They're gonna have to opt for the save.
Yeah, trying to keep themselves back to back.
Wonder if they want a timeout.
Keep these weapons up for the next round.
I know it's super early, but
Gen.G so far.
Yeah, just great.
In groups, that guy is
flashing,
swinging that.
Really awkward shots actually.
Also, I actually think his util will probably be different what they did, but he smoked over towards middle, so he didn't have a smoke, right? I think.
Put some chances on towards Boom, because you got to remember a map like Split.
He should have had one
really
smoke.
Trying to see what you can deliver on this defensive side more so than the attacking side.
And also for everyone who's been keeping eyes on Boom, right? DOS9 is such a pivotal player for the team, but he's had some up and down performances, so definitely needing him to be stepping up a lot more today as well. I mean, the entire scoreline so far, it's Gen.G splashing some cold water onto Boom's flawless streak.
Yeah, and I mean, when you think of Boom and so far what they've delivered in this first stage as well, dominating in the pistols, the first kills, the clutches, right? We need to sort of see that come out, because right now, well, they're not getting the first kills in this map, then they didn't get the pistol round. Gen.G are kind of out of the gates going straight away, and it's a very different scenario that we see ourselves in for this rematch compared to round number 1, to the first installment of it, right? Gen.G, we're playing with Suggest there, trying to figure some things out, and Boom capitalized on a lot of the weaknesses. This time though, Gen.G, different idea, and they find the opening yet again. Famous not able to find anything.
And that's just an incredible lurk from Foxy9 as well. Now with the utility in hand, might just spot out his opponent. DOS9 looking for the weapon picked up, and he does find it. Backs himself into sight.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Shiro gonna get tested over towards this A side. Noted, not gonna be able to do much here, you would think. Berserks needs to assist.
Decent stall with the stun so far, but still that's a lot of information, and Gen.G raring to go.
And Berserks only has the Bucky too, Shiro with the Deagle. So there's not a lot that they're going to be able to do here.
Yeah, repositioning, in fact, Komodo. Look at where they are, all the way towards B Tower. Meanwhile, it's just Shiro here with the Sheriff.
Yeah, he needs a little bit of yeehaw action, that is for sure. Still got the salvos online, but they have crept up in towards tower.
They have so much money.
This is great patience and passing from Gen.G surrounding this A site now, where you think it would pretty much be done.
And they
Boom.
get one of these ults online early.
A couple of these guns towards the next round that they carried from the previous.
C9 can maybe hunt.
You can just see what damage you might be able to do here.
Definitely a new sheriff in town, to say the least, but we'll see if the buckshot will provide any value in terms of exit frags. Gen.G for now just happy to rack up these rounds. I mean, the performance they carried over from yesterday against Talon, that was almost a 13-0, almost.
Yeah, for sure. The first map, jitters and worries for Haven, but where it's finalized,
yeah, that is an
all
ult
good. Berserks looks for some damage. Foxy9 with the death, by the way, will be picking up the annihilation. And Karen with the kill. They're from the shadows too, so you've got some good pieces coming into the next round.
That's just incredible, well-timed salvos from Ash as well. A member from the Gen.G Academy squad who has been picking up in performances for the Korean team as well. So far so good. Another exit frag found by DOS9, and Boom will happily collect onto that as they look for their first round win on this defensive half.
Yeah, this is where you start to get into some problem territory for Boom Esports if they're not able to get this next gun round coming over, right? You also have to contend with some ultimates, and if I'm looking at Gen.G right now, you know, you're going to have some set little strategies that you can come out with a From the Shadows and with an Annihilation. If you're going for some sort of a B pop as well, you could definitely say that, or even an A pop where they're leaning at the moment. You could throw a little bit of a spanner in the works for Caron. Where is he repositioning to potentially?
Ooh. Not to mention, you also got to consider for Foxy9.
They're going to just be on the flash because they've done heaven, they may.
Team able to deal with that flash. Shiro now into the corner. Not quite able to pull out utility in hand. Foxy9 checks it with a spam. Caron up towards the top of heaven.
Wrecked.
Finds double.
You'd need something miraculous from DOS9 to be able to come out with something here.
I don't see it.
I don't see it either, really. A gun barrel poking on out. Good for the first, maybe good for the second, but the round quack.
You might even need to TP out of this position, but he does line him up! Looks for the quad, but Ash shuts it down!
doesn't mean too much.
Come on through. I mean, they need a saving grace at the moment. Boom, another round where they do not get the opening frag. Famous is just down looking the wrong way. When you've already got this Viper wall, you have to be expecting that they can creep on out. I mean, we think about Vipers on this map, we think about lurks, right? That's the standard wall that allows anyone to path up towards the ramp almost free of charge. You had to potentially blindside a little bit earlier on. They just left it too little too late. You did have the from the shadows as well there from Karon just to get closer towards spawn, but seeing that no one was home, gets full tower control as well. This is just really looking good for Gen.G at the moment.
It's over. So Boom have a good chance on the next two maps. Not that they're fully done in this one, but I'm looking at how they're playing.
Run such a composition. NC Slasher usually onto the
I'm not sure they're going to get much in this map.
To play a deadlock, an agent which
they got a little bit
but it's a
unlucky, but
I believe this
the
is
two
his
buy
third time
rounds.
ever playing the deadlock.
Yeah, I mean, I
The
think
two buy rounds have been lack of confidence and one idea that wasn't going to work.
Right? And I'll highlight it towards DRX. This is
and for all the plays that they're doing right now, they need smokes.
Right? NC Slasher on the deadlock for what was then Australia on the breach. Apart from that, the other 4 agents are the same. So it's not like this is a complete surprise for the likes of Gen.G here. They can kind of adopt a lot of the same game plan.
I still think that Boom did incredibly good to get this as third map.
Probably didn't expect to come in towards the pool, but maybe they did,
there
right?
Is that.
Because if you're thinking about Gen.G's Lotus,
you're
thinking,
map's done,
we probably want to do respect that ban. So there is a world in which the Gen.G cohort expected Split to not be banned.
Hence the pick. Hence the strats so
Boom.
far.
A little bit nerves.
Right now,
third round for sure.
Bit of a pause button so far for Gen.G.
Got to be the hero, Boss 9 here with the Vandal. See what the potential sheriffs of the teammates are going to be able to find on out. Bit of a spotto in mid for Berserks, but really Gen.G playing on the patience variety. Spread around the map, waiting to see if there's any aggression from Boom, any little timing components that they can try and capitalize upon.
Possibly get closer to some ultimates as well. NC Slasher maybe holding on to the graph net up towards this A-ramp position.
Timing is going to be pretty pivotal for Boom here. How much can they bleed off the clock, try and funnel Gen.G in towards this A site where the Deadlock utility is sitting, but NC Slasher, he's going to be caught in no man's land.
Gamble wrong on this. Good luck.
To the B site. This is the wrong call for Boom, and NC Slasher is caught sleeping.
That's right, he was playing the one and done. Just Berserks on the site now. Might have the rotations coming over, but again, it's all of these upgraded pistols. DOS9, is he going to be able to come up huge? So far, it's Texture ripping a new one against Boom. Boss 9 onto the top of tower, thinks to swing off the smokes, and it's just too easy for Texture to pick it up. Shiro left, and he's just hoping for exits now.
Yeah, can't go through the screens either. That's walled up.
Do you really want to go for the peek? Oh, Captain. He's down to 6 HP.
Yeah, but Captain, my Captain, you're going down with the ship in this one. Spike to eventually explode. Don't give away an ulti point.
Okay, please.
So you kind of incentivized to try and challenge the
he
one
has
yourself,
his
right? Get closer towards this Armageddon
crazy.
because you really need something.
This guy, however,
as
I should be going
hunted,
heavy.
and
There we go. Gets their ult as well. Now big buy rounds they're up against, 2 of the big ults.
Tied on up for Gen.G, and they've got cash to splash. Of course, they are not worried at the moment.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting flashbacks to yesterday's games, Komodo. 6-0, that's just unbelievable. Ash even pushing through his own salvos. Still though, we're waiting to see the effect of the timeout that was just called. This was a bit of a save round.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for Boom at the moment, but they take that timeout in what you would expect to be as a result for this round, right?
Yeah,
you've got your full gun round coming up, you've got your operator for Famous, where he's somewhat, you know, leading with
G want to keep this one nice and simple.
When that gun gets in his hand, they certainly look for some damage. You can say the same for Texture if he even wants to try and toy with the idea of that later on, but it's garage control at the moment for Gen.G. And they want to just go into this B side.
Yeah, straight in with the overdrive, but instantly dealt with.
Yeah, they're the kind
Shiro.
of plays that you were doing.
Not too bad so far. You've got some utility sent out as well.
Woman flash into like TP plays. This is nice.
This B site. Not really known by Gen.G, of course, but if they started to pivot a little bit early towards the A site, they would have complete reign to get over there. Instead, stalling on out. That's a huge reveal onto Berserk. He's lucky to still be alive for the moment.
able to tuck himself inside mail, so far so good. The drone didn't spot anything out into garage either, so it might have been a bit of fake information.
What I was trying to say just before is for Gen.G, they take a pause, they lose texture. This is where you can play with the rotations of Boom. This is where you can start to make them put all the eggs in a different basket towards the A site, which is kind of what they're doing, because look what's being brought out at the moment. Berserk's in the cocoon, the pit of mid is going to be down, and DOS9 is now the kind of only player towards this B site.
Did they use their tail against them? Their tail or advance, because they thought they got to vents, so they knew he hadn't got info that it was blocked. They went over towards vents, and they deadlock ordered them.
Shiro comes in with some assistance, but still DOS9 for the swing. He gets gunned down by Karon. NC slash to the right.
Big shots, bro. Big shots, big ult.
Picks him up with the annihilation. That's going to be the first round picked up by Boom.
Oh, but it gets a little bit close there, doesn't it? Imagine a world
it did get a little bit close there. Again, so Boom do the salvos over towards vents because he lost vision where someone could have crossed. As soon as they see that, you see it mid is just go, what? I know he's male now. Ult's still up. Don't have vision. We saw him earlier with the drone as well. Hasn't moved to clear it. Ended up walking it right because they got that ult out of them. But 1, 2, 3 people can't buy next. Do they gotta get this?
With the ults, with the abilities. And in a new round like this, I mean, we talk about the credits that Gen.G had already built up, right? We can't say the same for Boom. They get out an operator, but Berserk's is down to a Bulldog.
At least this time, though, the op still posted up towards A ramp. Famous trying to hit his mark. The lurk still undetected so far.
Yeah, but it's expected, and that is rough for Famous. He only gets a leg on towards Munchkin. And as there is a high-low setup towards this B side, it's not going to eventuate into much because Foxy9 is just doing what Foxy9 does best on the Senti role, playing lurk, playing with rotations and information game. You need to see Boom almost cut some corners and go for some information, right? DOS9 with From the Shadows, toyed with the idea of getting that towards the A site when they hear anything coming.
I concur. Just the numbers not favoring Boom so far on the site, but a decent trade. Berserk's then looking for a couple more to even out the odds. Sneaks himself into the corner though, but that's where he gets pinched. It's the grab net, it's the push. Foxy9 to lap it all up.
Good timing, good combos. 30 seconds to go. The plant not yet established as Karon starts to get that to the site.
Salvo surely. And there they go, but it does take a bit of time. Spike still planted nonetheless. Texture hiding in the corner for an off angle. It's something that Boom might not expect. DOS9 up towards the top of heaven. Oh, and the relay ball, perfect square on the spot, but Shiro! Stuns are a cosmetic, and time continues to tick away. 2v3. Picking up the first, that's a good one. And if you can swing off at the elbow as well, but Karon just marking it down. Threats neutralized, and Gen.G continue forward.
Gonna get brutal, man. At least just this map.
At the end there whatsoever, really,
I still think
time is just
these two maps are gonna be close, but
anything off that drone, really.
a rough start for them.
One kill, but it's the fact that they just waited for the drone to come on out as well. As I was talking about, right, it's gonna be that dry information. You got to cut some corners for Boom. It's what they do at the ramp. They peek out individually. They get a trade out there, but the 3 versus 2 into the 2 versus 2, it's just a little bit too easy then for Gen.G to be able to close it. They've got a really great read on this attacking side so far.
Yeah, thank you so much for the 7 gifted. I appreciate that, Chamiyuki.
Here with any first kills, with that operator that just misses its mark.
And thank you for the 1 gifted. Thank you for the 7-1 gifted. Appreciate that, Chamiyuki. Thank you so much.
Guess what, Gen.G?
Chat, you know what to do?
They're no longer towards
the slug oiler emote going.
I mean,
anyone got gifted? Chamiyuki, say thank you.
Just this weapon formation of what they're coming into it, right? A hero stinger and then the pistols. It's funny enough though. But this round again, Gen.G recognizing the economy, knowing that they don't need to waltz into any little traps. You've still got Ash holding out on that drone as well if they want to try and gather some further information a bit later. But instead, it's going to be Famous. Dimensional drift on a round such as this one, 50 seconds to go. Trying to gather the information, and Gen.G, they're still just playing on this patient game. Waiting for Munchkin to lurk on out. Finally, there's an opening for Boom. But what can you capitalize upon? Refreshing smokes at this B site. Moving pieces towards that location as well. It's the right call at the moment.
Dude, 4-person stack here.
Certainly, if you can cycle through those smokes, but Shira's got to stay alive. He has the salvos, and they are so crucial.
Good salvos delay a lot of time.
Only toying with death inside of the smoke. He's getting tagged. Texture doesn't quite know though, and he's looking for the swing into the site.
Does he go for it?
Another survival smoke up around
Yes, he does.
pillar.
Incredible time for Shira.
At hand, and here comes the stuns. Time running out for Gen.G. Texture has to go, but that's when he gets gunned down by the Stinger. Berserks.
Okay, good stack on this one. That first kill was big. They got good early info. The ult. They kind of went all in for this, in my opinion, with that ult.
The results that kind of buy is presenting, but hey. I mean, it's a thrifty round to come through for the likes of Boom. They get the opener, and then time is just being bled a little bit too much. Gen.G,
Avalanche.
they have opted to play
Thank
a lot
you for
of
that,
default in these sort of rounds, but this time a little bit too slow. When you also consider that it's
so excited for the game tomorrow.
Backing up this B side, they're just refreshing smokes towards the main time and time again.
Yeah,
They've
got a full train,
they can
man.
combo that with the Snake's Bite too. It can buy a lot of good needed time for Boom, but what they don't have this round is the affordance of space. They've lost mid, they've lost B tower.
It's not tomorrow. Wait, it's not tomorrow?
Need to hang around.
In what game's tomorrow?
Is leaning towards this A site is just going to kind of bring out a little bit of this utility from Boom to make sure that there's nothing in main, that they just
no
have
games
to have
tomorrow?
a focal point on tower, on mid, and on A.
Especially A, because this is a spot where it's
That's devastating.
Slasher plays around the elbow.
How long do I have to wait?
That's where Karen will happily pick it up. Spike then delivered over.
I get to sleep? Bruh, I want to watch the... I want to watch the train game. What do you mean?
You might even think this round is untenable for Boom.
It's the 3rd of May.
Have to consider a save soon. Texture in the back wings
so
as well.
long.
He can have a pretty late flank.
The train's delayed.
Unless either DOS9 or Famous could pull some miracle out of the hat.
They're just going to take too long to get towards the ramp though silently.
And you got to consider the fact that Texture is still flanking as well. All towards ramp. Foxy9 first to receive, and he has Gravnet holding on to it. And the salvos on timing. Look at this.
And now
Boom,
you've got
just,
the Gravnet.
There's no way they can make it out of this ramp position. Double kill picked up. Karen for the 3rd. Just Berserk's left. And he's praying, hoping to find anything possible, but it's a triple P coming out from the Gen.G squad.
Yeah, just the sheer presence that Texture getting up towards tower is invoked, right? It's forced Boom back towards the B side to try and regather some information towards A, and it's just not available.
Why have you wrote that the 100 Thieves train has room?
TP from Caron to just get in towards the site. They set up the deadlock utility, and this
agent that train ain't moving for a while.
Gen.G, I mean, you're thinking about a refreshable
game for ages.
you're thinking about putting the deadlock wall and the sensors towards screen. You're combining that with a Viper's Peer. This is why I'm saying you might even have to just consider a save, because you're into the next round with not a lot to play with for Boom.
And it's also a round where you're nearing the end of the first half. Boom, though, looking to get antsy, looking to find some early picks. They haven't been able to do so successfully so far. Snake
Train's about to get hit.
Middle,
I mean, there's a chance, but
he has annihilation.
I don't think it's moving.
What Famous are going to be able to do, because Famous's Gate Crash is eventually going to come on out. It's NC Slash up for the opening kill. They did convert last time when he found that kill towards the A site, but this is where we see
So imagine G2 got just incredibly demoralized.
Any oversteps. DOS9's tagged to half HP.
And it all falls apart.
For the Boom members, starting to regain information over towards A, so they should get an idea that it's going to be mid and towards B.
Moving further across. Still lurking as well, though, Karen.
Okay, they clear this early, though. If Boom can delay for like an extra 15 seconds,
Annihilation goes out.
Got some decent information outside of A as well, though, but oh, that's just a perfect snipe on towards another player.
Nice shot, man.
And Ash with the push as well. Karen, here he comes. But of course, just complete execution against DOS9. The weapon is not quite favoring Boom this time. They might have some positioning off towards tower as well as Garage, NC Slasher, Hero Vandal. Maybe looking to pick a couple up more, but then the Poison Cloud comes through.
You got the Gravnet too, by the way, and a stun for Shiro, but no salvos online.
Still trying. They've got some time to work off of. Munchkin trapped by the net, but he's still undetected. Just completely mows them down.
Turret.
Famous then to creep up from Garage. Just the Sheriff. Every shot is going to have to count, but unfortunately he fans the hammer. They don't quite hit, and it's going to be Karen who's a little bit more accurate than that.
For sure. I mean, I was talking about, you know, the history of this map of split for the likes of Boom Esports, and this is where I get a little bit worried, right? They do not have some great successive results in a clean scoreline. A lot of double digits, a lot of close ones, and you know, recently a big smacking as well with a 13-2 loss, but you can't really take too much stock in that because they just don't play this map, right? The only practice they are getting on this map is on the scrims, and apart from that, you can try and copy and paste what some other teams do with a composition that is similar to what you run, right? But it's not really working at the moment. Last round of the half now, and you have to try and find this one as Boom for the 9-3 curse.
Gotta add though, Gen.G are just doing such a phenomenal job at keeping Boom on their toes so far as well. We haven't really seen NC Slasher play this B position so far. So now that he's here, maybe able to do something different.
Munchkin with the operator though. Keep an eye on the little wing of A if Famous is able to find that good kill for an open up. As Gen.G once more looking to pressure mid, looking to bait out utilities.
Oh, no way,
it's
a headshot as well.
Towards Munchkin. This is why I say watch out for the operator. It's just a day.
But he had a phantom, Komodo.
It's a day where Famous is just not finding openers. I mean, how important has he been? How pivotal has he been in all of these games?
It's such an important day, though.
It is an important day. It might be one of those though where like this went so badly that they feel okay.
All 5 games they've played through this stage, he has had the highest.
It's one of those where it's like it's not even close right now, so
which was
you can kind of reset for the next map.
With 11 for Munchkin. The difference?
Our Boom and the other 2 maps, they're good on the other 2 maps.
But right now, you really got to be
questioning
what
can
those
reset,
stats look like right now because it's not too good. And meanwhile, you have the flash comboed with Texture sliding in. Barrier Mash now up at hand, and Boom have a lot of obstacles before they're able to even step into sight.
Plan eventually will go down. Ash already has the Armageddon. You just think in this 5 versus 3 that Boom are broken.
Oh. We surely can't see what we can, but
perfect
ult.
So oh god, it's so good.
They can't even really make their way out. They try
it's
for
such a perfect ult of what was going on.
But it's easily dealt with.
Gen.G can do no wrong.
Survives, and Karen putting the nail in the coffin as well. We end the first half 10-2.
Yeah, absolute domination to come out from Gen.G in this one. I mean, from opening kills, even when they're losing them and trying to still reestablish a conversion rate, right? It's just looking flawless. The combinations of utilities that they're coming out with and just not overcooking as well, right? When you've got, you know, for example, this round, when you've got an Armageddon available, well, just put it in the screens, which is going to be 1 of 3 retake positions where Boom are going to come from. It just makes it really difficult for Boom in a lot of those scenarios, going between ecos and rifle rounds. I mean, look, Quack, 10 versus 2 half. One of the rounds Boom got was a thrifty, remember. It does not give a lot of confidence right now. That
Winner of this game, yeah, you got a Toronto spot.
Unless we see a complete different team come out on the second half.
Who knows? It's certainly a really tough scoreline to come back from.
Whose debut performance was more shocking?
That's a good question.
See, what's the connotation? Shocking good or shocking bad? Like, this is what you don't get from text, right?
Fair enough. That's one of those ways. You could really interpret this differently. But let's say for good.
For good?
Who would it be? So far, we've got 1 for Karen, 1 for DOS9. What about you?
Karen's was so long ago.
It's last year.
Yeah, that's so long ago.
Long in esports years.
Yeah, of course. I don't know. DOS9's pretty good. But
there's a high chance of winning the next game, EG or 100 Thieves.
So
it's gotta be EG.
Well, he's
I mean, EG beat Crew last time.
Board, I think, yeah, for the kill feed, it's Famous who hasn't been putting up those big numbers that we're used to. Look at that, DOS9 up by 9 and 11.
Pistol round.
That's right.
Boom up at the top for Pacific with the first scoreline. They'd lost the first pistol in the last
68%. Dude, they have 68% pistol win. That's nuts.
And this is the difference that I was wondering about. You have Foxy9 on the deadlock, but he's positioned towards middle. Boom wasn't running that at all.
Putting a lot more stock on towards the extremities as well, that even then, Gen.G were just completely capitalizing upon, right? Spreading out through mid, and you've just got a lot more options.
Right. Wall up, pistol shots found, and it's a lot of information then for the Gen.G players to trail back into defensive positions on the site.
See what Texture might be able to spot up at the tower. If he's able to find 1 kill here before losing his life, there's information. Then NC Slasher is at least around A, and that's already bringing rotations from Ash towards this A site.
Right, Karen has the flash as well. Smoke's ready to put up, you know, more space for himself as well.
Down.
Locks up ramp.
What's the backup plan? Is he your took the TP?
You're going to have that wall that can get back up as well for Munchkin. Famous, though. finds the opening kill, you are locked to stay into this A site.
It's exactly what the Yoru can do, but Texture.
Oh, did they?
Underneath in hell.
Oh, they didn't see.
Not quite spotted so far.
Oh, nicely done, Shiro.
Definitely helping him so far, but still, it's gonna be the trades
coming the whole time,
Boom
literally just watching the corner.
Position.
Foxy9 does have GravNet. Munchkin with Snake's Bite. It could ensnare one player.
It's a 2-on-4. Well, he does just toss it out into elbow. It looks for some space as he hops on over, but the right click's not within range, and it's gonna be Boom to pick the pistol right back up.
Alrighty, on the board with a
no matter what,
pistol,
as long as they don't get ecos, they'll get like a good amount of confidence from this, which is good as well. Because I feel like they need to play. We haven't seen them on splits, so we don't know if they're like.
I call it one of their biggest games, right?
They don't play like this normally, but
would have been that Ascension final to get here first against their then Simprissa Gaming. Now Nongshim Red Force, and they lost that one. Remember, big OT in the last game.
Last year also.
Milliseconds essentially.
Dude, look at this
buy.
buy.
Is the one to get on the international stage.
They're buying to make sure they can't get eco's. As long as no one oversteps, they're kind of fine.
Which means so darn much.
Pistols? Yeah, 1-1 pistols.
Taking things a little bit slower this time.
Opening kill goes the way of Berserks onto Texture. Trying to get a little bit something happening towards the A side of things, but not able to when you've got no shields against a Marshall, of course. You want to just see Boom 100% these kind of rounds.
Trying to create some gaps.
But I like what Gen.G are doing. Wow. Starting to rotate towards the A side as well. Munchkin is going to get out of this one.
Oh, he's got the sheriff picked up too.
Yeah, see if he can.
It's a bit of sound.
Make it spicy.
And that baits Berserks into peeking. Munchkin at least good for the first. Then the trades, of course, but also for Karen to arrive on cue. The clone goes out and he just lets it pass. But along with the clone is a gate crash. It's faked. And then the swing. NC Slasher for the exchange, but you also have players on both extremities. Foxy9 trying to work through. It's taking quite some time though, and Shiro then turns his crosshair back around. That's the Bulldog now picked up. GravNet seized, and he just goes in for the quick peeks, almost into the clutch. But DOS9 to save Boom up to the fourth.
That should not have been needed though. You're against the little pistols and you go for the dry peeks back in towards the A main choke. It comes down to a 1 versus 1 at the end there, and DOS9 is also GravNetted down, feet planted, crouched. Nearly forced to submit. That would have been an atrocious round for Boom Esports.
Probably
if they lost
this,
that
right?
One, but luckily enough, they managed to get it across the line.
You know what is atrocious though, Komodo? Their money.
Yeah, coming in towards this bonus round, it's not going to look the best. It's going to be a party mix of a buy to still just hold on to enough cashola for the next round. So this will be a proper bonus round.
Right, proper if they do pick it up, but for now, just trying to suss out the defensive setups from Gen.G.
It's going to look a little bit quicker here from Boom, you might expect, as the drone goes into mid from Gen.G.
Yeah, but we've seen these positions played by Gen.G before. Texture further up defensive. Karen in with the flashes as well, and he does fend them off. 2 kills found. Texture for the 3rd, and maybe the 4th as well, as Karen dinks up onto NC Slasher. The salvos just pushing them off again and again. Berserks, though, able to calm things down. Texture then to hold the angle, but look at that spray! Berserks down to
think C9 needs to drop players? Nah, man, they just need to not crumble.
Damage.
Need to chill.
Looking to maybe polish up Texture. Too much. If you could find Foxy9 here as well, I mean, you've still got to contend with Ash, but you can't even get past the first one. That's 11 on the board now for Gen.G. I mean, how much space have they given themselves with this 10-2 half? You need the flawless
That's never going to happen.
Come through from
nah, I
Boom,
think they
don't know, man. To not look fake like the one we saw.
This one was bad as well, though. I think this one might have been worse than the others.
Still came close. But for now, that all remains to be seen, because 7 rounds in a row. Oh, Texture. Yeah, you're good, you're good.
But he's not screaming help, help, help this time. He's having a fun one.
And he's not finding aces. That's quite important for the Gen.G fans. But right now, just Boom looking for a quick round. They, again, need to make it clean.
And no pressure in towards mid as well. You can just wait on the timing for the wall. Eventually goes down, so you'll get some information that there's someone hanging around bottom and mid.
Which then pulls Ash into position up by Vents.
Could be cheeky right now if Boom look to put their numbers towards this B side, if they're able to weather through the deadlock util.
And if you're Boom, you know that Karen and Texture are still roughly around the A site, looking for a different point of entry. They see those salvos going over.
Yeah, with the grab net too, so you know that there is a deadlock playing in B tower. Generally, there would be a sensor hanging around as well.
A lot of utility baited out.
Oh, this could be big for Foxy9.
Here we go.
Oh, they heard
just
it.
with
All
the angle.
Got to the angle of that one.
Got to swing all together, and that's a decent trade.
That crouch
then
is the
possibly
one.
Space into B site. Munchkin though to hold it down.
Nice
Decent
shot.
track, but still Shiro.
Omen
evens
ults
out the
here for
score.
fast
Yeah, but 30
rotate.
seconds to go and get this plan.
God,
Texture,
Omen flashes
not
they
expected
want
to
to send
already
it
be back
in.
at the tower. You've
Dude,
got no
and
smokes to
Shiro
go
is
there.
just...
As Boom Esports and Berserks, I mean, he's got his runners on. He's trying to get over here as quick as possible. And what does he have to bring to this party? It's a gun. There's no utility.
Yeah, gotta
that
go for the
Berserks
safe
can run with
plant.
here.
Yeah, no smokes either. The smokes would have helped so much. That's exactly why these high mobility agents, these duelists, they're going to be able to wreak so much havoc. Here comes Texture, slides on through, and with the stun as well. That's just been quickly dealt with. Boom, out
nice
of the
though.
water, and Gen.G
Good Omen
up
flash.
to map point.
Yeah, another scenario for Boom where they're just not able to
Yeah, I
gain
mean,
any
it's the better
advantage
on
at
this
the
map.
beginning of these rounds as well, right? Not able to just find some space, some territory, some gun duels working as well. You know, a couple that they are getting in towards the mix are only in the trade variety, right? Like, all of the ones in the kill feed are always trades until the end, where Texture and Co. just layer some utility and overwhelm them. It's looking pretty flawless from Gen.G, all things considered, on this map of Split. And now they've got 8 rounds of cushioning to try and close this one.
8 rounds is
My team is
hell of a
late to
lot.
deny the plant. It just takes a long
They don't
time.
need
If
to
you
change their
throw
setup
away
as well,
from
right? Because it's
where
not
your
being
salvos
pressured
are
too
landing, it
much.
just takes a long time to
Foxy9
fight it
sensor at the
sometimes.
front of B didn't get popped in the last round because he died in tower in the trade.
Oh, certainly. And Komodo, it's a bit of do-die situation. It's famous in with the dimensional drift, but quickly sussed out. Foxy9 on the draw with the annihilation.
Well, that's it.
Then for the peak.
8 chances, and this number is not getting lower.
TP, expected and read.
It's a rough start for Boom.
Things just go from bad to worse for Boom.
Oh!
NC Slasher looking the wrong way.
In the back of the skull. Berserks, though, able to stutter step back into another kill. The second one found now. Spike still down on the B site, so it's going to be a tough journey to pick that up.
And eventually they're going to get found out from a flank as well, because Carons are coming.
Taking his time in a stealth game, a stealth mission, but he gets spotted out. The barrel quickly noted.
Yeah, but the spike. Is there a world in which DOS9 can get the
Yeah,
orb at
he's
A-main?
getting the
Was
orb so
that
they can
added
ult.
earlier? I
Wait.
didn't actually see, because
They've
if he can grab it,
actually won a
he can from the
2v5.
shadows to get the spike. Okay, at least they're lucky that that is going to be here, but Ash has...
Ash is here
through.
very early that they
How
might
close
not
he's gonna
consider
be.
him.
Here we go. Spike
Just
to
gonna
be
walk on
retrieved.
site,
Salvo's online, but
and they
Ash
tunnel
with the
vision.
timing.
Oh, dude,
No
it's nuts
earthly
timing. Look at it.
idea. Ash.
This is the weirdest round.
Slipped the net
DOS9 gets off the
into
site
elbow.
as well, so he can't get the kill early.
Not spotting out his opponents either, though.
And he doesn't want to tap the spike, obviously, because then they know he's
Ash can
there.
Just give to Munchkin now.
Munchkin is going to have to be quite aware. The heads-up duels, so important, so paramount for this round, where Gen.G could just end it all. Ash, he's pushed all the way back up into
That's
heaven.
so
Where are
good.
they? Where are they? It's an Omen and a Viper. They've got no utility to deny this one.
Put up the wanted posters because they are nowhere to be found until a shot was made known. Ash turns it into 2v1, Berserks to fight it back, but still needing to pick up the kills, or at least buy time. 4 HP, he goes for the
Nicely
swing.
done,
Munchkin
man.
gets the kill,
2v5.
but the spike will go off. A Red Bull clutch
They
for
got
Boom.
so weird over
Oh,
towards
boy,
site.
they
It
will
was
hold
awesome.
on. They will absolutely hold on.
Damn,
The
bro,
complete
I mean, I thought they were
disconnection
done
from the
here.
site when you think that Ash is going to get all the information that they're not around.
You
that
just
they can
gotta
start to
do
get
that
here and get
7 more
diffuse
times.
happening. I mean, I'm highlighting it for a reason, right? You're playing an Omen, you're playing a Viper. You don't have a lot of this
Counting
actual
down.
spike denial. You have to put
Yeah,
your
I mean, if
bodies
they can
on
win
the
this
line in
one,
that scenario, but the time is
they
just
can win
ticking way
anything.
too much from Gen.G. You can put up the one-ways and you can refresh them as DOS9. They've really dug deep, the controllers of Boom in that one, to bring through a Red Bull clutch to keep them alive. And we do welcome in 10 clutches now on the tally for Berserks. I believe there's a couple of other players as well in this lobby that are also one away.
Right? First year in Pacific, and you're hitting these milestone marks. It's quite a welcome sight, but you still got a ways to go if you want to push this in OT.
Boom generally know that the sensor is on that tiled wall. Will they expect how close Foxy9 is with the grab net?
Not quite. Sensor will go off, and there's the GravNet. Famous down.
Got him again.
Crunched. But still the trades. Bogey spotted now for Texture, though.
How do you contend with an operator on this line when you've got no assistance? The answer is you don't. NC Slasher. You need to gain favor somehow.
Still with Berserk's on that lurk as well.
Texture's hungry for this one, isn't he? Berserk's gone down on the lurk that you just mentioned, though. An Annihilation picked up. An operator, hot potato, if he wants it. But, I mean, you'd almost favor the Guardian here.
Yeah, Munchkin continues to clear out information as well, so it all comes down to this B site where Charon picks up DOS9.
Awareness on that one. It's an advantage now for Gen.G. They can technically let the spike get planted if they want to, but then you've also got an Armageddon. Remember,
Karen? No, Karen. Yeah, mate, Karen's.
Now as the plant goes down,
Karen's not messing around.
It's on to Gen.G to try and close.
Armageddon sent over. You can almost hear the pin drop. Boom. Trying to listen for information. Oh, but the upshot whiffs right over the shoulder. And here comes Munchkin in for the bursts. Just Shiro left. Can he extend Boom's life on this map? Smoked off, caged in. And he's attempting at blind, wild sprays. They're not found. 1 second for the Salvas to come back up. As a last-ditch effort, he sends it over onto the spike. But as the smoke dissipates, is it enough time? Gen.G, they're sticking it. I think we've got it. They're looking for it all the way over.
Keep going.
Boom!
Keep going.
Managed to save the spike for it to explode. The Red
Dude,
Bull clutches. Boom pushes off to another
rounds?
round.
Oh man, but another one of these
2v5
rounds down to the wire.
into
I mean,
the
Boom are
1v2.
not winning these ones with holding on anything for the next round. It's Famous dead yet again. It's disadvantage after disadvantage that Boom
The smoke,
have to try
I
and
didn't
come
mind
back
the
with. I mean,
smoke,
they're
to be
giving
honest.
these jewels over towards Gen.G, and I don't know how Shiro has managed to pull away with that one. I mean, it's a 2 versus 1 where salvos aren't even online. They're tapping on the spike. There's a dark cover to obfuscate vision, but they don't go together as a unit, and they afford Shiro
I think you
a way
normally
to win the round.
try half it though, but they kind of expected him to spray a little bit more.
Hear the pin pulled out. And I know that someone was close, at least. Now confirmed that it's Munchkin with that smoke going down.
That is pressure as well. Any other round, they might have pushed it, but this time, looking at map point.
Yeah, I mean, Boom, you got to feel like they might be a little bit scared in this sort of scenario, right?
Certainly thinking about the mental game.
Big stakes game.
But it is the first round where they find themselves with a bit of an eco lead. Sonic Sensor's tripped and NC Slasher will spring.
Okay, rotation starts to come out from Gen.G, though. The flash misses for Famous. He's really not having a cracker at these ones, but at least they trade in from Shiro, a plant afforded for Boom.
This is where I get quite nervous, Komodo. Texture has the overdrive. If everything's lined up properly, he could go ham. Finds
not on the eco.
Berserks. 3v3.
Need to see Boom survive with these 3 remaining members.
Theoretically, this round is yours to have, but here comes Texture. GravNet instantly ripped off. Karen, though, pushes inside of the smoke, and Texture just blindly beaming over to find a lucky target, but nowhere to be found as Boss9 comes up alive in this round.
Well, that's 3 out of 8 so far that Gen.G have dropped. Conversely, that Boom have won. A couple of these Red Bull clutches to come on through. But all it's going to take is that 1 round for Gen.G.
Boss9, yeah, keeps calling
Boss9. Powerful ults are going to come online relatively soon. An overdrive was used in this one for sure, but I'm kind of waiting for, you know, the likes of an Armageddon and Annihilation. These are going to be some ones that can just absolutely rip Boom apart.
When do I start believing?
12-10
probably.
You're not too far off the other ones that I just mentioned as well.
The rounds are too close.
Aim in control with this pit. Do you use the drone as Shiro to try and sniff it out, or you just give respect and look for a little bit of mid-control where there's a change up to some of this utility?
To some extent, but they hear the sounds, so they're going to trip it real quick. Foxy9 then with the GravNet, he's ready.
Yeah, you got to remember as well, though, GravNet not utilized, Teho salvos as well. Oh, you got to think that you got to bait out these utils, that you're not losing your life in that one. See potentially what NC Slasher is going to be able to sniff out towards this B main choke.
But that's when you have the adjustments
they missed their timing on Heaven because of that.
Online over up to the Heaven position. Relay vault plus GravNet, and that's an instant kill on towards Famous.
He's done again. He's really not finding anything opening here, but Caron would for one trade it on out.
Almost with the transfer as well. Foxy9 then off of the zip lines, but DOS9 quick on the draw. Texture spotted out as well.
Munchkin was still in the pit, by the way.
You can molly, that. You're so fun to molly your. Yeah,
Gen.G
so fun to
can tap the pause button needed.
And this is hard now with a pit going on down. You do have a drone actually for Ash, and you do have Texture with the fast lane too, so this could get spicy into a retake.
And thus, it begins. The drone in, scouted out. They know exactly where Berserk's is. Texture, what is that blind spray? All of a sudden, just in towards spawn.
Oh boy.
DOS9 though, decent position up by the cubby. Smokes up as well. Special delivery sent over, but DOS9 quick on the trigger, takes down Texture. Berserk's then in with a spray transfer as well. Munchkin manages to slip
survives
past,
as well.
Time once again working against him. Jumps on over onto DOS9
nice,
with the shrouded steps, and that is going to
How are they surviving? How are they surviving?
Yeah, handshake at the end there
Still
for both of
going.
the Vipers wanting to survive, but I mean the prospect of that round going Gen.G's way kind of gets a little bit close when that spray comes out from Texture towards the spawn side of things as well. I mean, I keep highlighting it, but Famous, I mean, he's just like glass in this game at the moment, breaking so easily.
A lot of responsibility on his shoulders, that's for sure.
Absolutely, though, this map not over just yet.
I mean, his team has been picking up where he leaves off. It's a bit of space, and then information as well for his team to then collapse on the B side.
Yeah, but a timeout from Gen.G now as well, right? What did I talk about just earlier? We're waiting for a couple of these ultimates to potentially come online. The Armageddon, the Annihilation. You got those available in towards this next round, and they could be the ones that ends the map. Now, unfortunately, guys, we're not as... what's the words here? We don't know Korean like Paper Thin and Achilles, so we can't translate anything here.
But
hey,
this one looks like a Texture thing. If I see Ace and 4 kill, that's probably Texture. Did I get that one, guys?
Does anyone know Korean?
Yeah, I got it right. Confirmation. There we go.
Told you. And we certainly recognize Gojo Satoru as well, but so far, not really seeing anyone live up to that standard just yet. Perhaps except for Caron, who has been anchoring down sites like nobody's business.
Very consistent at the moment.
Might be able to do that again in this round.
Potentially so. There's a big lean towards this A side of things for Gen.G.
What is this?
Absence at B. And they actually would be very well placed to continue this. An early Armageddon in towards the A side from Shiro. They want to get Famous in towards this one. A gate crash actually denied, I believe. But DOS9, how is this one not heard? Texture, you should have him dead to rights though with that relay Bolton now.
Did he purposely like not react so he stuck it or something?
NC Slash has found Munchkin.
Straight over.
Or was he...
Need to be able to transition over to the other side of the map. Not quite. And its weapons picked up.
It felt like he baited him in.
Needs to be broken first by Shiro. He will get through it, but you've lost a lot of your boys at the same time. 2 versus 3.
Well, if there's any consolation prize, if NC Slasher finds 1 kill, it's alt.
The plant. It has to be the plant, though. You need it early. You need a way to gain some equilibrium in towards this round. Yes, you've set up your sensors and your wall, but it starts to fade on through.
Do you quickly consider that Gen.G are nearby? Annihilation ripped from both sides. Oh, they're both collected into it. Shiro, so much to do. Both kills will go on over.
They don't
Texture
shoot
looking
their
for the
teammate
stick,
out.
but it's Ash to play off of contact.
Very nice.
Gen.G will end it all in round 21.
Okay, Boom got a little bit closer. They can maybe get some confidence from it. This is a nice map pick from them, though.
And the Annihilation at the end there works out a little bit better for the likes of Gen.G, because then it's just the 1 player remaining. It almost feels though, Quack, we were just waiting for the eventual end of this map to go Gen.G's favor because of how destructive and dominant they were on the first half. Their defensive side was almost flawless. 1 thrifty lost and 1 normal round. But I gotta say, you know, if you're playing a Veto Chicken as Boom Esports, it probably didn't work over in your map there of Split, your opponent's map pick is Split.
I think that can be a
Maybe
lot
it converts
better,
a little bit better on Ascent, which we have already seen be played from these 2 teams, but I gotta say back then, it was quite the different look.
Yeah,
at least they got some rounds
all the way
towards the end.
back to week 1 of the group stage. That's where things have progressed so darn much. You got Foxy9 coming in alive. I mean, you could definitely argue argue that in that final round, his barrier mesh, the way that he's working with the team, it's just providing so much starting value.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's going to be a massive discussion as well to have here for Boom Esports in the break to recollect their heads and game plan coming in towards the next map. Those that might have joined us, flawless 5-0 seed number 1 coming in towards this playoffs for Boom. Gen.G are the challengers who have had less than 24 hours to get ready for this matchup. But of course, Ascent around the corner.
The Chicken with the prime. Thank you for the 15 months.
Desk to discuss, but this was one hell of a split.
Chicken, thank you, mate. The commitment to the bid is incredible, man. Fair play.
One hell of a split indeed. I don't think Boom was expecting that from Gen.G, but how could you not with this team? As we mentioned earlier, they come alive during playoffs. They come alive when the stakes are so high, and we saw exactly that in this map.
Yeah, what a great game from Gen.G. We saw them start so strong.
They looked nice, though. They had a really good start.
And I think this is sort of the nice
Snowballed
advantage
well
of
with the
having
ults
to
as well.
have played
Okay,
yesterday.
chat.
You're
I
coming
can love
in
it. We
ready,
got Ascent that's
you're
next.
used to the stage again. I mean, how long has it been since Boom were here?
I like
you
the
know,
pick
a
from
lot
Boom.
longer than Gen.G.
Mostly because they get
I just felt
Haven
like
this last map.
Gen.G were very prepared for this. They looked very organized. Boom, on the other hand, it
Hoping we
seemed
get
to
a
just
third
fall
map
apart
at
a little
least.
bit.
Yeah, I don't think Gen.G would have even necessarily expected to play Split in this series, but they would have had to have been working on this map. This looks extremely well drilled on the side of Gen.G. Loved what we saw from them, and you've got to give some props over to Gen.G's coaching staff. They're a team that can be a little inflexible at times, that doesn't like to change up what they pick on certain maps, but they've showed a lot of different comps here across both kickoff and now into stage 1 here on Split, and this comp was an absolute winner. Really nice game to set the tone for the rest of this series. Over on the side of Boom, though, that is the worst game we've seen from Famous thus far. Shiro along there with him, and if it wasn't for DOS9 and Berserks, they would not have even been close to competitive in this game.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic from Famous. We spoke before about how he tops almost every metric that we have here in Pacific that we want those duelists to be doing, and this game, he just could not get any momentum. Felt like he was routinely shut down and not getting the entries that this team are used to. On the flip side, we spoke before about how great Gen.G are when they get that first kill, and they had 14 of them to Boom 7. So yeah, complete domination on that front.
And it wasn't even Texture. Like, Texture, as usual, is not winning in opening duels, and part of that is down to playing the Neon. He's going in, and he's able to be traded in a lot of those situations. But Caron, 2-0 in opening duels, but Foxy9 was the one that really impressed me. He's got no kit to get opening duels. He's just, you saw it in some of the highlights from that game and some of those rounds. He was just walking out and spraying people through smokes or finding the right timings to be able to find those entries self-sufficiently with just phenomenal game sense and some really good aim as well.
He got 6 of those opening duels out of all of
6-0 on the deadlock.
Crazy.
On the deadlock. Well, Foxy9 said it best himself. He wasn't there the first time Gen.G went up against Boom, and you can see exactly why. I mean, Gen.G, they had so many great plays on this map. We're going to see some of them as we pull them up on your screen.
Yeah, I mean, we said that Gen.G needed to start hot on attack, and what a way to start off with a pistol win here on attack. Beautiful B split kicked off there. The Teo drone goes up middle and they meet up with those B players, and Boom are just a little out of position, and that is the value from the deadlock. Beautiful sonic sensor over on spawn side as they try to complete that retake, and you're going to see something very similar here on the bonus. Nice little neon wall to be able to throw up the fast lane there, draws out a little bit of reactive utility. We've seen Caron go for these double TPs a couple of times, and Boom are just a second too late on the counter utility, can't hold the site, and once you're in with the deadlock, you're in, man. Look at the double sonic sensor and the wall on spawn. You are not retaking that.
I mean, we saw in these statistics just at the end of the game, Gen.G had a 10 out of 10 post-plant success rate.
Deadlock.
Perfect. That's exactly what you want for your deadlock. That shows Foxy9 is very comfortable. They clearly understand this composition. But like you say, when they start this strong for Boom, they were down so heavily in that first half that even if they made this comeback, you know, I felt like they warmed up into the game, but the deficit was far too big for Boom.
Gen.G already topped their last 2 attacks within 5 rounds of the game starting. Like, they went, like, I think 3-9, 4-8 last 2 attacking sides.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, when you, as you guys mentioned, you had Foxy9 on the deadlock, and he doesn't even, any agent he plays, he's probably gonna do well. And you had the Tejo as well for some insurance, right? And of course, you have Munchkin calling. And we saw some very good plays from him.
I really want to highlight Munchkin. If we take a look at him towards A huge part of your job on Viper is figure out this A space, see what you can lurk, and he knows Famous is here with the op. Look at the expertise here. He knows when he can cross behind his wall and changes his elevation to throw off this op shot. He ends up getting legged, but that up flick is so hard. And now he just opens up the whole of the A site for his team, and we see him do this again. This shot was ridiculous, by the way. I mean, when he's routinely shutting down Famous on this A side of the map, I mean, they have so much space. It forces so many rotations when Boom are on that defense. So really well played to Munchkin.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Caron given the MVP here. He's back in form. He has actually had a couple of not great series. In their win yesterday against Talon, he wasn't really that impactful. He had a couple of rougher maps. He is well and truly back into form. The Omen suits him so well, and he was really dominant here on Split, but totally agree with what you said about Munchkin. Munchkin is always a fragger on the Viper. It's a defining part of their Haven, but not only, and he finds a lot of opening kills on Haven as well, but here on Split, he knew exactly how to play around that. But also, you see the flip side of that. Famous had an absolute shocker. I mean, number one, they had a terrible defense, and that comes down to two things. He's getting first picked by Munchkin, which is shutting down his ability to be able to get involved in the game, but it also breaks their entire defense because it's structured so much around that A info line. And as soon as the Yoru goes down on that A info line, the rotations come back across and everything falls apart from there.
Definitely, and those rounds that Boom won, they felt very scrappy, right? You know that wasn't what they were planning initially. Especially since, you know, we have Famous here, Pilski, as our pick for Duelist, and it's not looking too good.
I mean, he said himself he is still not that comfortable on the Yoru, and it didn't show on their Ascent game the last time that they played, but here on Split, he definitely did not look comfortable, and I hope that's not going to knock his confidence going forward, because they're about to play Ascent. They've picked Ascent here, and last time they played the Yoru, and Famous is going to have to show up to this game, or it's down there into the lower bracket, and not only the Ascent is something that we look at here because it's a 0% win rate here for Gen.G. Boom have played it 4 times, but now we go into Ascent and Haven. This is the veto that we got in the group stage week 1 game. And to remind everyone how that went, Boom picked Ascent into Gen.G. They started attack, and they absolutely bullied Suggest. Ran into the B side over and over and over again, and he could not hold it. But he is not here today, and this is going to be a very different attacking side they're going to have to play.
Yeah, you want to charge down the Sentinel, you're looking at a very different man in Foxy9 on the other side who's looking to put a stop to you. Of course, last time they played, we did see Boom use this Phoenix comp, and they have since swapped away to this Yoru that Famous just struggled with. So I do think this map is up in the air, but I don't think all hope is lost for Boom fans. No. This is their pick. I think it's still a map where they're favored, and even if we look slightly ahead to map 3, Haven Gen.G did not look good there. So I think it's still very on for Boom.
But Haven is a very good map for Gen.G. That was against Talon, who had a very good read against them. There's no guarantees that's going to happen again here. Haven will be a very comfortable decider, I think, and it was a very tight game the last time these two teams played in the group stage.
Yeah, Talon were dedicated to picking Gen.G apart on that particular map, but as you mentioned, we are going into Ascent, and this guy now is playing, and he's saying, oh, I wasn't there last time, I am here now. So how is that going to look like, especially for Boom? I'm wondering if they might need to lean into Famous's comforts a little bit, bring out Famousine once again, because this is, again, a qualification match into Masters Toronto. Do Gen.G just get that short road in?
I mean, they definitely could. They're 1 map away. I mean, when you speak about Famous, and does he want comfort? Does he not? I mean, I think there is an argument for prioritizing.
But he's got so much confidence, man.
Comfort, but equally, last time we saw him on Ascent on the Yoru, it looked much better. You're able to op a lot more easily. And
if the stream dies, they got the internet cable.
It's not as tricky of a map as Split is, I would say. So I think you should have a slightly easier time there if they don't want to change the comp. Do you think there's a world where they bring the Phoenix back out?
I don't think so. I think it's probably going to be Yoru. I would imagine there's a reason that
my thoughts on the Sentinels, they might be
concern really relies on exactly what we saw on that
they look good, man.
Side, is that they struggled to break the chokes, and they're going to have a similar issue with this comp that they're running if they're going to run the same comp that they did last time, in that they don't have some kind of double dive going on here as much. If they can't get out of those chokes here on Ascent, and the Yoru TP doesn't get pulled off, it's going to be very hard for them to find rounds here on this attacking side. So we'll see what we're going to get from both of these teams. Boom, last time playing that Yoru comp. Last time we saw the Cypher for Gen.G, but this time, Foxy9
it looks better.
Killjoy.
I'm not sure, man.
I've seen this
looks familiar.
What year is this? What year is this?
Was
I'm
pretty
too,
good on this map, playing this exact comp.
I'm old
Ash
school.
over onto the Sova, and Munchkin will not be playing the Sova this
I'm
time.
too on
It is
board
onto
the
his
MIBR
KO.
train.
No
That's the
changes
issue, man.
across on the side of Boom.
I like watching
sticking
that
with
team.
what they know to work. Famous is
But I
staying
think
on
honestly,
that Yoru, and he has to bounce back
well,
after
I
that
dunno.
map 1 performance. Famous leads
It'll
this
be
team
close.
from the front. I want to see him get that operator into his hands. Get active
Cal's still
in
with the
this
prime.
game. That's
Thanks so
what
much
he
for the
needs.
4
But
months.
Gen.G,
Thank you
this
for
is
that.
a comp that we've seen so many times from them, and you know, it brought them a lot of success.
That's
Old
what I wanna
school
see from
comp.
Texture. I want to see him get that defensive op going, get
The issue
picks
with
down,
the
Cat,
old
start
school
taking
comp is
over
as
this
soon
game.
as there's a
Definitely. We're gonna
vice,
see indeed if he does
struggles
that,
a little
or
bit.
if Boom manages to start that comeback here on Ascent. We'll
I
find
think for
out
people
if
that watch
indeed
the
this is the last map heading into
Sentinels
the first team qualifying into
G2
Masters
Ascent,
Toronto, as we
you
pass
kind
it
of
over to
saw
Casper,
how much
Sweat,
impact
and
just the vice
The
can
desk
have.
is absolutely right. Very
You've got
familiar
that indestructible
sights from
wall
both
over towards
teams,
middle, so you
but
actually have
if
to
you're
like go
thinking
default
about
deep
this
over towards middle. You
age-old
don't have the Euro clone to
composition,
break
it's
it.
the one where you had
If you
Texture
don't go find
absolutely
it,
popping off back
you're
in
hitting a
Master
site
Shanghai.
with
Sure, it might have been a year
majority
ago,
of the time
but if you're
3.
thinking about how these two players look up against each other, Texture versus Famous,
And you end up just not
I think
getting
that
many
kind of
on
already
attack
paints a bit of a
at all.
story.
Yeah, especially from
So,
what we saw
I
in
do
map
prefer the
number
Boom
1
comp
too,
for
right?
sure.
Just a bit of a duel out in mid though for the very beginning of this one, and it's just another
But
opening advantage for Gen.G.
Gen.G
They
go
can
for their
fall back
old
if they
school,
want
man.
to,
Double sheriff.
but as the time ticks away,
At one point they had like
We'll start to
high
do that. So,
78% win rate on this pistol
in the
when they had double
new
sheriffs.
style Ascent comp versus the old style. But I love the initiative from Gen.G as well to just reclaim some space in a different area. And they should know that it's either still back up through mid or catwalk or towards A.
I mean, like how proactive they are though.
Pushed in as a trio.
3 pass and push.
Utility dealt with as well.
Are they ain't gonna
Some
spec this? What
further
time do they
information
get?
gained.
They're gonna get
Texture,
sick
Boxy
timing.
9 now preparing
Holy.
for the hit through.
Oh,
Munchkin
look at
then
that.
peeking over. You gotta watch your backs, boom! Oh, it's Gen.G, Munchkin doming them in the back of their skulls, and then Texture to deal some further damage. Just Shiro left alive. 1v3. 6 rounds into each chamber of this Sheriff, but he
Nice shots from them.
unfortunately walks into the open
cool, though.
crosshairs
Cool pistol.
of Charon.
Another scenario where the pistol cannot be gathered by Boom. Rough scenes, not watching their back, not expecting Gen.G to just retake some space.
Ravish, of course, dude. Of course, man.
This map was, you know, played by these
Like
two
the interviews,
teams
man.
for
Hope everything's
opening
going
week
well.
number 1, but Suggest was on the roster. And Boom Esports came out with a bit of a different agent composition of their own, right? Famous on that Phoenix. This one, not feeling like it's going to be as easy as getting to a choke point and exploding as that one was.
Nearly the entire arsenal bought up as well. Texture onto the Marshall. At least you got some alt orbs picked up.
Well, that molly would absolutely wreck you in trying to get out into it, but they do get in front of it at least.
Able to do some damage on towards old Foxy 9 as well, but look at Ash.
Look
He's
at Ash
just racking
go.
up every single one of them. Looks for the ace as well. Swings up. Look at that tap.
Oh, the
We
last
have
shot
an
is
ace in round
nasty,
number
bro.
2. Ash, the rookie picked up from the academy
They ended
squad
it in
just to
style with
rack
that
up
last
every
shot.
single kill against Boom.
What the hell was that last kill to come
Yeah,
out
the
from
last
him?
one
He's
is
just gone demon
insane.
mode. The Bulldog, I mean, you're roaring out with that one, and Boom is on the other side, right? The shots, they are just absolutely gorgeous. 8 HP, and he comes
my
out with
goodness.
that. That is, well, that's awesome. That's amazing. I think you should take a timeout as Boom on the back of that one, but no, they're going to have guns present in this new round.
What is this
And
bonus
is where we
round?
need to see them
Flash.
actually start
Oh
things
my.
off and not go, you know, 6-0 down. But speaking of, who goes down? It's Smokes on the attacking
Nah,
side.
with 2 here, not
Not who you want
spamming.
as first casualty.
He got out of there with
Can't
4
have that, Komodo.
HP.
Oh, and look at them now. Famous,
Oh.
though, still deep in towards Pizza, looking for a possible pick.
Oh,
but
guys, this is
Karen
our
playing
first
close
buy
range.
rounds. Look at
And
it.
with the Spectre, he sends out a Paranoia as well, just to buy further time for then Ash and Munchkin to watch the angles. Bonus round instantly collected upon.
Very well done for Gen.G. They are certainly navigating, I mean, this whole qualification game to a T. Not any difference to what they were doing over on Split, carrying over good wins. And just individual shots upon individual shots from Boom, not able to collect. I mean, you look at the tradability in the locations that they are sitting in, and they're not really affording themselves any good trades.
that voice.
Just let it keep ringing.
I want that as my ringtone. Or my alarm clock in the morning. Right now, Texture. Oh, he's hungry and he peeks out into a collat. Berserks, though, with the trades.
Right gun in this sort of scenario.
It's another rough start for Boom.
Outlaw can do some brilliant damage, and by timing as well, I think you missed the mark there. It's Texture. Now he's the one that's on for the ace. Little timing. He could have found DOS9. He's still made very well.
Right, able to find first at least. Flashes off onto Texture. They know exactly where he is. It's still a bit of a threat. Texture able to dance back and forth. DOS9 out of ammo, but Berserks then to stabilize.
Yeah, but what can you do here? It's a 2 versus 2 scenario for sure, but Berserks is low.
Oh, and surely you don't expect Foxy 9
it's
either.
All timing. It's all timing.
Not quite spotted just yet. Oh, but until that helmet peeks on over. That's one kill found. And then for Ash to peek off of it as well as DOS9 turns around. What an unfortunate series of incidents.
It's just all timing at the end there for Gen.G, isn't it? Catching both of the Boom members looking the wrong way.
You time out before the spy rounds? I don't even know what you say at this point.
The right moment for the Outlaw to come out, the right little cheeky challenge, because if you're chopping and changing your approaches on this defensive side as Gen.G, you're peeking towards main, you're peeking in towards middle and B main, you're really trying to draw out a lot of this early utility from Boom to make your tail end of the rounds better.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Komodo. I mean, every round so far has been Gen.G starting things off with the opening picks.
Yeah. Might as well do it again here.
Texture with the op. This is what he was known to do back in Master Shanghai, peeking out B main. He had the most insane lightning reflexes.
He does bait out the shear in B main as well, so now you got to keep a little bit more of a heads-up play as Boom towards that location. Meanwhile, Texture repositioning with the operator, and whilst there's no real stampede in mid from Boom, who are still spreading across the map, it kind of needs to be the decision now for them where they actually want to end up.
Vi's utility around B main. It's not really creating any form of pressure whatsoever. Gen.G just happily sticking to their default.
Info though, with that 0 point on towards Famous is generally where the lead
smoke
would come
goes out, flash goes in. Yeah, I like it though. They're like flashing as the smoke's like just visible. You don't even have a time to react.
Now you got the rotation from Boom at this point, but it's a little bit too late, Komodo.
Boom look crazy nervous though, like, let's do something.
If you go to the B site, you've got to tend with the Killjoy utility. You've seen 3 players over the A site, yeah, for sure. But essentially so, the round is done unless they somehow manage to get through Ash at this B site.
Surely the rotation's coming over as well though, but it's gonna have to be a race to the finish. Shiro trying to bring the spike over as quick as possible. They don't really know just yet, and he swings at the right time. Just a bit of damage found. Berserk still trying to keep his teammate alive. The spike does go down nonetheless, but Texture marking the
give me that timeout. Let's do something decisive with your ult server ult.
From Gen.G in that one as well. They know that the time is on their side. They know that they're just not doing anything,
and they're just waiting. And then Gen.G have a plan, and then they get wrecked from the plan. They gotta make some decisive plans.
The eye on the prize is these rounds, right? It's essentially another great flawless start. I was saying we can't have another world where it's a 6-0 start like the last map, right? Well, we're 5-0 right now. You're coming into another scenario where there may not be a sensational buy from Boom Esports, and if things get sticky for Gen.G, you've already built up a couple of ultimates going in towards this next round. So unless we just see a blessing come through towards Boom in this timeout here, Gen.G are well on their way to Toronto.
Certainly looking like it so far, Komodo. Whatever it is, whether it be the chat spamming AWU for the Boom players, or just a lot more support everywhere. Whatever it is, this squad definitely needs it. They've been looking flawless throughout their group stage, but much like every other top seed in every other region so far, they are starting to shake. And as much as I hate to say it, they are starting to crumble. That was a round where Gen.G took things a little bit slower, and even then, Boom wasn't able to find a single advantage. Not in space, not in positions.
The 0 point in the very beginning, you know, you're removing Famous' ability to kind of do anything, it feels like, at that point in time, and then you've just got good peaks to come out from Gen.G.
Would have performed better if they went through.
Now on the back of the timeout, I was just
and well,
right,
I mean, they're probably going to have to do that anyway, but
as the Boom squad.
it's just,
a couple of ults on
well, you've probably heard teams talk about this before, where it's like, they're playing not to lose. Like no one wants to be the person that costs them a round. They end up just doing nothing decisively, and then they end up just sitting in areas longer than they would. And then Gen.G come up with a plan and then wreck them. Like everyone's playing to not lose at the moment, and it's not great. It honestly happens a lot in big pressure games with inexperienced players.
Punching in that ticket again and again. Foxy9 this time. Locking off B main. You got Munchkin with the off angle as well. There's no entry whatsoever for Boom. They're pinned down even. Pop flash over. It's just Texture. DOS9.
What the hell was that?
Can I 404?
Can I see that from Textures?
Yeah,
is
he just absolutely giving it?
And I think DOS9 is just trying to hit the sheriff shot on a guy on a trampoline. It's just not working. I'm hoping that we get to see this one in the replay. I mean, how easy are these shots coming through from Gen.G at the moment? It's a bit of a masterclass. Here we go.
See one.
All right, looking the wrong way. Oh, bro.
And he was still trying to trace in midair as well. Texture, come on.
Oh, he's done him dirty with that one.
He's actually done so dirty, man.
That was still,
guys, please
into
use ults.
My heart breaks for Boom right now.
Yeah, but it's quick in towards this B side, isn't it? Dimensional Drift with the friends in tow. Hunter's Furies to be exchanged as well. Is anyone going to find value from it? The answer is yes. It's Ash. It's Foxy9.
No, they didn't even get the kill back at sight. He's dodging a Sova.
Counter Hunter's Fury of all things. It's a combo we've all seen before, but down onto the rotations now. Gen.G still has ultimate control over the entire map. TP's back in.
What do you do? You've lost DOS9. That's your smoker. You've lost Famous. That's your entry. Berserk's is 27 HP.
You play it slow, and you hope that you can find
C9 cosplay. Problem is C9 didn't even crumble as bad as this. This is like a next level one.
They've got Tree on lockdown. They've got an alarm bot in mid, and they've got the choke of B held by Texture's operator with Foxy9 ready to swing when that happens. I mean, you are in the absolute perfect positions as Gen.G in this scenario.
Gotta look for some kind of a combo. You've got NC Slasher with the tail.
To be honest,
possibly to flush Texture out of position.
You're saving. Boom is saving. There is no way they're getting back in towards this round.
They'll have a strong defense side, mate, but
available.
How are they going to get more than like 2 rounds of how they're playing?
We're just podcasting through this entire mid to late round.
I'm more hoping though that this minute is used by Boom to talk.
Oh, look at the player counts though. Not too much in discussions. Shiro as the IGL, hopefully trying to cook something up.
I did see Berserk's getting pretty active.
Not too bad.
In the comms before, so.
For now, just still trying to stay alive, Komodo. But for now, I mean, that was a round off of the timeout from before. That entire plan was cooked up, and it was so quickly countered by Gen.G and Ash on this Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, none of the utility at the entry side of things that is destroyed, right? The Molly, yeah, it's baited out by Famous, but it is the fact that it is the Hunter's Furies that go in, and you can't use any of your utility as well to get into the site because there's also a null command that Munchkin's dropped in on you. So it is
how is Foxy9 winning it?
That Gen.G have available to just stave you off from getting in towards the site. Like the way that Gen.G is playing this defensive side is impeccable.
I want to point out, Foxy9 was just dancing around that beam as well. Next round up, and it's Pop Flash Texture to push.
And he's hungry, maybe a little bit too hungry. So finally, folks, we get an opening kill Boom's way with no trade to be seen.
Maybe the Hungry Beasts a little bit hungrier this time. The stealth drone avoided for now until
guys, you got given a freebie.
0 point right back.
Come on.
How much do you favor Munchkin on an operator 2? It's down to the timing though, as Ash puts up.
Yeah, off the fragment into the off angle. He finds Famous again. It might not be the first death in this round, but he's still not able to come online. He's getting disabled every step of the way. The off now in Munchkin's hands just fires off a warning shot.
They're not even in the site. They just blocked out by all of this utility. No one was able to get in when Famous was trying to do so.
Oh, smoke's dissipating. And he finds the shoulder.
Haven't seen a melt like this for a while, man.
It's the exact same scenario as the previous round, Komodo. 2 or 3 members left alive for the Indonesians, and they're still just stuck inside
Was the same Ascent game good? It was incredible.
They do have a smoke that they can try and
it was such a good
Munchkin,
game.
But
they're nervous? Oh, they're like really nervous.
Reposition. It's going to be a progression smoke that they can slip in towards the laneway, but they don't even want to do that.
Oh, and it's a crazy shot from Karon. That was not perfect movement accuracy, but it still lands square in the face of Shiro. DOS9 not able to survive either. 8-0 so far.
Man, oh man. And that's an opening frag going Boom's way as well. Though I will say, Munchkin getting 4 highlighted members off the 0 point is pretty big to stop them from going in as well, right? It's just some good little pieces of timing, utility to come out from Gen.G. 8-0. It's going to be a bit of a force buy to come out from Boom. A couple members stretching the credits a little bit further than the rest.
And Gen.G
adjusts. Okay, an A main take.
0 point over towards
Get
B
over
main.
towards the right side. It gives you more options of where you can start TPing.
Which it actually did here.
I mean, look at how sound this macro strategy is. You're watching
Okay,
tiles.
this isn't too bad. We drone over towards middle. Oh, I didn't see him too far back. They're so lucky he missed.
Texture in with the blades though.
Honestly, Texture's giving them ways into rounds.
You've got to see Boom recoup together here and use the Armageddon to get in towards a site. If it's going to be this A site, it would push Karon to get out of dodge with Shrouded Step or from the shadows as the rest of the team starts to make their way back towards this A site. You've also then got Berserks with the Steel Garden still holding on to it
TP we're going for.
So you can either use that earlier on your entry towards
no
the site, or you can hold it for a little bit
no flash.
and use it when you're in the site.
It's kind of an all in or nothing. There goes the Armageddon, but Karon alongside Foxy9 now. Berserk's not too bad on the Guardian, but the lockdown thanks to Foxy9's
should we not be TPing where our tail goes?
To push into this position, and that's when Munchkin will spring out like a trap. Strikes into the heart
of Boom. At this point, I'm worried they're not going to get around.
Up to 9.
Yeah, real rough in that scenario as well, because you lose your smokes before you can even get in towards the site, right? Courtesy of Texture getting some commanding space up through mid. Yeah, he misses the shot, but the blades finish off DOS9, so it just becomes real rough when you've got Famous TPing into the site. That is a shot that you will never see Karon miss. It's just from bad to worse, it feels like, for Boom. When they're finding opening, when they're finding any kind of space, you've already got calculations from Gen.G and how to get back.
Now the next round comes up. Once again, Texture on the op. He's holding the line in towards B main. Berserk's not able to create any pressure whatsoever. Oh, and just with that little pixel spotted,
it's a nice shot though.
To 2023.
That's a lovely shot.
A pixel to get the job done. Now some further information that you've stopped Boom from getting any space up through the guts of mid. You've got a double lineup stack and trade in towards the tree room.
Famous still trying to creep on up though. Should correct myself, I meant 2024. But that said, low HP Munchkin still able to hop on over to the B site. Hard spots out of player as well. Surely NC Slasher already noted too.
Spike down B.
Just might be another 10-2 or worse scoreline in this first half. Fame is completely surrounded. Ash just cleans it up for the Korean squad.
10-0, unanswered.
And this Vital for a while. Cool strat, mate.
No real value to come out from
Try
Boom
hit B.
in this one, and it's another one where
this one might even smoke off the main to get it.
They've got the right players in the
right position. You have a comp where you can always take the mains.
This, right? How many times have we seen Karon and Munchkin just double up into the tree and gain favor? They have not been sniffed out. They have not been snuffed out whatsoever by Boom. Famous is really not having a good day on this Yoru too. I mean, he had the most first deaths on the first map. I think he's got a couple here as well. And this time you've got Gen.G changing it up. Quick up towards B main. You got your Killjoy set up in A.
Still trying to switch up the pace.
And by far their best rounds. A decisive A here.
But then you gotta consider some of the utility that Gen.G might have.
Berserks is not with them and he's got the Steel Garden. He could remove all the guns. What's he doing? He's playing flank and he's gone.
And that does alert to Boom that at least Texture is on the flank. But how much is that going to come alive Texture still able to keep some opponents off to the attention on the back side of things, while the rest of the Gen.G squad waterfall into sight. Karahan still able to come out on top. This is an 11-0 now, Komodo.
It's the trades. It's the trade game there, and it's a great recon to come out from Ash as well to reveal all the players towards hell.
Rough, it's really rough out here.
By Texture as well.
They're not even on the server.
I wanted to see Berserks with the squad using that shear for the flank watch a little bit, and then going back after you use your ultimate potentially.
What do you think of the first seeds losing? I mean, Americas and Pacific are like crazy close anyway. Not the most surprising.
In a scenario like that, with the squad,
this is a big crumble though. We haven't seen a crumble like this for a while. Like, I know we're saying how like C9 are crumbling. This is like up there.
And it's every game working out so well for Gen.G right now, Komodo, let's be honest.
Every round for sure.
Like, this isn't even competitive.
To the A side. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's a tiles crunch, it's a pop out B main, and it's all of the information that Gen.G needed to just recognize this is ending A.
And Foxy9 has the util already prepped up on this site. Clone might have slept through, but you still got the nano swarms, you got the turret up towards the corner. DOS9 though trying to mark down the door
by the
with
judge
to the best of his ability. The door quickly gets broken. In comes a nade.
Oh,
in with
boy.
DOS9, but the mark, the range, not quite found. Famous then goes into dimensional drift. You got a minute left on the clock, but Munchin just continues to go off.
Just ignoring the ult. Ignoring the ult and staying together.
1,000 kills found in Texture
they might get
to pick
nodes.
up the double at the end. We might have a perfect game at the end of this. It's 12-0
I mean,
at the
it's
end
obviously
of the first
insanely
half.
nice for Gen.G. Like, they're playing good.
And another scenario where
It's
Berserks
just
is just not using
it's just a shame, man. It's playoffs. It could have been such a banger game. They're just not here. They're mentally not here.
2000 kill mark to come on out. 12 flawless rounds for Gen.G as they are 1 round away from taking down Boom, who were 5-0 through this first stage. Who we never thought would go 5-0. They're seed number 1 coming in towards this playoffs. And they have provided nothing.
Well, the coach can speak to him now. And you're not talking about winning the game.
Nothing on the score
It's
line
purely
here
talking
on this
about,
map.
mate,
And
guys,
kind
please,
of not a lot on
please,
map number 1 as
give me
well,
some
when you
comms,
consider it was
show me some
12-4,
confidence,
and they only got a couple
show me
of
what we
rounds
normally
in
do.
succession that didn't mean too much in the grand scheme of things.
It's facts. It's the God's honest truth. We haven't seen anything from Boom. Perhaps only the almost comeback at the end of Split on the previous map, but right now, just nothing going their way, and it's a masterclass coming up from this Gen.G squad.
The coaches? No, there's nothing you can do about this.
You can play Valorant, do
sure
whatever you want.
I'm sure they'll be doing that after this series if they qualify to Toronto.
You could have the best prep in the world and this will happen.
Gen.G through this stage, don't get me wrong. Maybe it's the great game plan in the very beginning, you know, to kind of get Foxy9 in the right headspace, see how Suggest was playing, and then switch it on up.
He was looking great yesterday.
Yeah,
He's looking great today as well.
Well, Texture's looking phenomenal. Foxy9 was looking great with that deadlock on Split. This round though, Boom, they are the number 1 team in pistols in Pacific.
12 chances.
They were able to turn that around on its head from the previous map as well, and right now starting things off pretty darn well. NC Slasher spoiling things for Gen.G. Still though, with the information collected, it's going to be the quick spike deliver over onto the A side. Karen trying to stay alive, trying to survive.
Should be impossible here as a 2 versus 5 though.
Snuck all the way towards the back, spotted out by Famous, and the final threat, Ash, has been neutralized. Perfect game, completely jinxed up. It's going to be 1-12.
It's going to be 1 for Boom, but how much are they going to be able to find here? Because it does have to be a flawless run, right? This is a very different scenario, you know, as the first run for Gen.G, right? Because first half, you're not closing the game down there. You've got no pressure as them if they drop a couple rounds here and there, which they eventually didn't. But here, one small mistake, one small overstep from any member, and it could be the series. You know, they're coming in towards this one. You don't want to go into a lower bracket. Like
11 chances. You got Texture buying a.
For Boom, you would say.
What's this one gonna be? We got Light Armor Frenzy. Flash to get anyone that's in main.
And it would be one hell of a story if they actually made the comeback possible. But right now, Gen.G just
wanted
trying
to
to
dash
throw
over
bodies
towards
at the
site.
problem. Famous and Shiro able to deal with the problem as soon as it happens.
Yeah.
Quickly nipped in the bud.
No three-body problem that they need to worry about in that one. They all have their heads on a swivel, but the kills collected. And now we've got the guns to come up for Gen.G. You see a Bulldog in there as well, so it's not everything that you do want. But again, to highlight, all it costs, or all it takes rather, is one here for Gen.G to close the series and make it to Toronto.
Good thing for Boom is they didn't drop a single gun in that round.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely have a lot to play with in this one. Is Gen.G going to play more on the passive variety for the beginnings here?
Seeing the rush towards B from before as well. Does keep a couple more players from Boom on the site.
It'll be an early tell, an early read for Boom as well with the sheer.
Did you see the video of one of MIBR's parents asking, thanking FNS? Yeah, I did. His Artsin's parents, right?
See the drone go in towards
they wanted his like Venmo or PayPal to thank him. That's so funny, dude.
Just a ruse to bait out our utility to round A. The 0 point landed towards the B side of things. I noticed that Berserk's dodged it, so his utility is still there. As NC Slasher does get taken down to 33.
Oh, but look at Foxy9. Mentioned the utility, and he's just happy to toy around with it.
These are the moments, though, Quack, where any oversteps from Boom could be the
Why
end.
Boom losing?
Famous.
I mean,
he's caught
it's
dead first.
the biggest experience diff we've ever seen.
Regardless, that's not the way that you wanted to see that one turn out.
4v5 now, and it's a 4v5 where NC Slasher is low HP. Movements across the board as Boom looks to
oh boy,
find
we're running early.
Space that has been lost.
Got that. We got that luck on the go.
Into the B site. Berserks. Decent hold, but as the time
Oh,
crunches
Shiro,
down,
you gotta
Texture
trade
goes
that,
up
dude.
online. Shiro tries to hold it out from Boathouse, and he finds a quick tap into Foxy9's face. Looks for the spam into the spike plant,
nice,
and
though.
he manages to seal the deal.
That's nice, man. I tell you what, he messed up the trade, but my goodness, he did incredible back his side after that.
For sure. Shiro able to hold down the B site. And they will manage to find the bonus rounds.
Woo. Certainly got dicey.
Yeah, for sure, but at least they got the round, right? The whole scenario right now where you're on the thought process of imagine the comeback, but we can't really imagine it just yet, I don't think.
Still difficult to paint that picture so far. Need 9 more rounds, but right now at the very least, Boom getting a little bit more confident. Famous though, still, that was not good.
Does dodge the 0 point though, so at least he can get out with the gate crash on the eventual A lane that Gen.G are coming out with Munchkin's primary Vandal being the hero weapon.
Famous then with the gate crash back into A site. Shiro to hold off towards B main.
And that's 2 players noted at the stretch of B as well, with now Famous dropping the gate crash back towards the Bravo site as tree control is established for the Boom members. This is the time for Gen.G to start to still sneakily scale up this A site.
3 players on the site though.
Or did he see the corner?
Munchkin. Oh, gotta imagine the pressure on this guy's shoulders. It's tough,
yeah,
but it does give Gen.G the site.
The whole site.
Just Texture to go in fact. The rest of them slowly trailing through. Good spam coming out from NC Slasher though. And he still has the utility, which does go through now. In with the paranoia as well. Shiro alongside Berserks to waterfall into hell. The spike has been found. The kills have been found also. As Munchkin
hate that
then
flash.
gets brought down into the
I mean,
depths of the abyss. It's gonna be Boom slowly bringing themselves back up.
Slowly making the number go down.
One step at a time. That's what they have to take this one as. One step at a time. Still try and have a little bit of a pass mark to make sure you're holding some economy for the next rounds. I was looking at Shiro in this one and I was kind of thinking, yeah, you want to drop on down and help your teammates. You've got 2 shock darts that you can ricochet around as well if needed. But it's good to see that the gunplay is working a treat for Boom, though in this fresh round. This is weaponry for Gen.G.
For Gen.G to hold as well.
DOS 9.
Sneak works himself into the corner.
Will it be expected from Foxy9 though? He's looking to and
Yeah, I
he
mean the
removes his
turret.
head. No
The
smokes
turret shot
for
him.
Boom now on this defensive side. Famous down to 24 HP and Hunter's Fury that goes awry.
Nothing found for the side of Boom. Everything lost.
Some damage for sure, but nothing too large.
Nothing of value.
No, you don't need to be too extravagant here as Gen.G either. 5 versus 4. Just call to group up together.
Credit to Foxy9 for being that diligent as well.
Yeah, I mean we've seen
Okay,
you know
it's the call to group
Gen.G
up
go
over
for those
towards
sort of plays
A.
on their defensive side a couple
And
times, sending Texture in through the smoke, for example. But
I mean,
this
Shira
time
has
just
a recon for when they
doing
smoke him off.
Solo Dolo.
They
Gotta
got
be
Wolf
honest,
Horns.
I do
Oh
not
no, he used it.
like
Oh no.
Boom's odds right
He's the
now.
recon for
The
info.
utility beginning to trickle through the paranoia.
Yeah, it at least enables
Do
you
have
to
Razor
push through
Vines
middle, but
activated across the site, but Texture looks to bypass most of it until he gets stopped. Decent kills now as Berserks and Gang start to slow things down.
But NC Slasher has to run on over here to get these salvos in situation to even use them with this 10-second timer before the spike goes down. They will start to come on in, but you'll still get the plant.
Foxy9 also to continue holding for the angles as well. Berserk's not too bad. NC Slasher then with more assistance. 2v1 Ash holds for the angle around Generator, but the Shorty will make quick work of him.
okay.
5 to 12 now. Are we beginning to believe?
I don't think so yet, honestly.
When
these massive ultimates
Insta
start to
shut
come
it down.
online for Gen.G in
I
the
mean,
round
it's
after
still a
next, you
long
assume
way
Munchkin
back.
and Ash both one away.
Still
Those
a
are going to
long,
be the
long
ones
way
that,
back, and
you know, we
you're
haven't
gonna have
seen
some more to
Boom
one point.
contend with just yet on this side, really. So that's the round where I think if they're able to break through that round pretty cleanly, you know, whether it be in a post-plant scenario that they're doing okay with so far, or they want to try and opt for something cheeky early on, maybe we start to have a little bit of a thought that it might be doable. But right now, not yet.
At least you see the hurdle over the horizon.
Why did Ascent become more defense side? It's just Vice.
Of a breather as
The
well
Vice effect.
for Gen.G. As mentioned before, all it takes is just
it's a nightmare.
the one close to their ultimates. This could be a round where
Like,
they
honestly,
for
Boom
alt orbs.
Boom
This
should
could
have
be a
got some
round where
attack
they
rounds, to be honest, with
take a pause.
with their ults. But
Assess out Boom's positions.
the Boom attack wasn't the best example of it, but
So
it's very hard on
situation
attack to
for
play against
sure.
this Vice when you don't have the Yoro.
brings a little suspense for Camp Boom as well. For some players, you know,
Like,
you've
most
not
of these
been in a
walls are
scenario
very
like
hard
this, right? This is one of the
to
most important games that
default.
they've seen themselves in. That's where they can stew in their own heads a little bit potentially.
Yeah.
Let us see.
Players like the likes of DOS9, possibly
I mean,
NC Slasher.
the players that have been your rock in this stage.
No.
All but Pebbles here.
Well, Pebbles is one way to put it. Gravel is another. But right now, it's going to be Gen.G in with a quick A split. Armageddon let rip. NC Slasher trying to buy and stall.
Man, NC Slasher, you gotta kill everyone.
Flash is still good. NC Slasher then continuing to play around
Nice
Dice.
shot.
Famous now finding his targets. In with a shorty. He takes down Texture. Clone to hold out space and peek off contact on the flash.
Dude,
And for
Famous got
DOS9
another.
to
Dude,
arrive
this guy
at the
has to have
right
an op, man.
time. Boom, continue upwards.
So good of an op.
But the ults have been found for
Yeah,
Gen.G.
that's it. That's what I was kind of waiting for.
Hey,
you
maybe
know,
that's like the
Gen.G
big
had
Boom
found
thing
themselves
here,
12
because
rounds of faltering,
if they had
essentially, well, maybe call it 11
76%
until we get into
win
the overtime
percentage
scenario, right, that they
pistols,
actually had
right?
closed
I think
out
it
this
was
match,
that.
but in that one, a single
And then
Armageddon
they start
use,
losing
and you
pistols.
still held a lot of your ultimates and
Like, they
gathered
just
them
get that
through kill
op so
through
much
death.
later. And when this guy
Namely,
doesn't have an
the
op, he
ladder here
doesn't
with
look as
trades coming
good.
out from Boom,
Which
so
means
they do manage to
then
weather
they
the
gotta
storm.
start doing the
Phases operate up,
400s
managing to find
money
a couple
save
of kills there.
thing.
Definitely a required piece of the puzzle.
Speaking of giving him the op though, he drops the op, throws it over to NC Slasher.
This far, so far. Now it's the drone. Bit of information noted.
Up the guts of mid, of course, not running with the Killjoy where we've seen the alarm bot. Kind of gives Gen.G a bit of free reign and territories here. You can see that Berserks is hanging back in the spawn just in case, trying to spot out any pushes, any info. Sheer wall still at the front of the B site. Bit of a deeper one that you have to contend with, but on the timing mark, Famous starts to get the information. Sees 3 outside of B.
Yeah, he sees 3, he can't
Crucial will
commit
be
here.
Munchkin as well with the null command. So surveying does provide some value to Boom.
He's
The rest of the players playing farther back.
committed in spawn. He's in spawn.
Okay, so that he just has to hang back.
He's actually in spawn. None of them have considered him accepting in spawn. Obviously, they have the turret that were given full info. These are smoke backer sites. They can't even smoke the turret. Oh boy, that's the kill.
Yeah, at that point in time, you can definitely use that one.
And now, no matter what, Famous, there's nothing you can do to.
Famous out towards the back as well, but he will be quickly
He gets full info. He's locked between a turret and an alarm bot. Breaks them both, so now know they're going behind. Omen Flash is good though for him to get the kill. That was nice.
A decent start, and Karen quickly dealing with his opponents as well.
Oh boy.
Famous looks to eliminate his threat, pushes on up, but oh no, this could be all over. Just down to DOS9 left. Famous was instantly taken out as well. DOS9 flashed
if they were just a little bit more decisive in some of their ult rounds, they needed like maybe 2 to play with. Their defense was pretty good.
With a final score
Holy hell, they wrecked them all.
13-6. They've had some up and down,
Actually
but they will
boomed.
bring themselves back to the international stage at VCT Masters Toronto.
Welcome back to Gen.G, one of our
nicely done for
Korean
Gen.G.
powerhouses looking to re-stabilize their succession, their history.
Not even celebrating, but it's like one of those, right? When it's a close game, like watch that Sentinels game. If they obviously like 13-0 or whatever, like they're not going to be celebrating as much. When it's the close game, like they knew they'd won.
For stage 1 for Kickoff Shore as well, but here with some changes, with some new ideas coming into this stage, and especially some new ideas coming in towards
That's why the Sentinels game was sick, man.
They win 2-0 against the undefeated.
There's definitely a lot of
Boom
thought, and there was like a
Esports
tech pause and a
in this stage
timeout
as
where
well
like
to
you
book
looked at all the
their
Sentinels
tickets
players
to
and you're
be
like,
the
oh
first
man.
team through VCT
There's a couple of them
Pacific
thinking
to
that
get to Masters
about
Toronto.
losing this.
First Pacific reps, and the trend also continuing as
Dude,
well.
ever since they've found their 5 and stuck with their 5, it's been looking nice for Gen.G.
Almost perfect play by Gen.G.
And you've got to see
and
as well,
especially if we just like
right
highlight Ash, I feel like Ash is getting.
Right? The other guys, they've been through this a couple of times.
I think
right?
that
He's
getting better and better.
For your Masters, for Champions, for example, as well. But for Ash,
Foxy
the
9,
newcomer
Foxy 9's
to
playing
this
awesome.
roster, you know that it's got to be something special for him.
And at the same time for Foxy 9 as well, gelling well with the team a lot better this time. We are going to toss it over onto the stage for the winning interview with Bella.
축하드립니다. 애쉬 선수 첫 에이스 축하드립니다. 카론 선수와 솔로 감독님 인터뷰 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 여기 카론 선수 서주시고요. 감독님, 센터 쓰실래요? 좋습니다. Hi guys, it's Gen.G's Karon and Solo with me for the post-match interview, and they take the first ticket to Masters Toronto. Woo! You gave Boom a rightful payback. So first of all, let's ask Solo, how does it feel? Oh, he's a little busy, but I'll get to him in Korean. How does it feel to go to Toronto, the first seat in? 이제 첫 번째 토론토행 티켓은 젠지가 먼저 갈게 하면서 오늘 붐한테 이렇게 복수도 할 겸 가져가셨습니다. 우선 소감부터 들어볼게요, 감독님.
저희가 처음에 졌을 때 좀 많이 당황하고 붐한테 다시 만나면 무조건 이긴다는 복수를 좀 칼을 갈고 있었거든요. 근데 그게 토론토 그 결정전에서 이겨서 너무 기분이 좋고요. 네. 우승까지 노려보겠습니다. 감사합니다.
When we first met with Boom, we were a little bit caught off guard, but I'm really glad that we gave the payback when the ticket to Toronto was on the line. And hey, we might as well take that trophy as well. Next up, Karon, we saw you roar. The screaming Karon, the first round in today. Was this all because you were really desperate and you wanted that ticket to Toronto? 첫 번째 라운드부터 카론 선수가 거의 소리 지르는 그런 장면들이 엄청 많이 나왔거든요. 그만큼 토론토행 티켓이 오늘 간절했던 걸까요?
일단 제가 조금 이제 팀 내에서 좀 난항기를 좀 겪고 있는 좀 상태였어요. 근데 이게 계속해서 이제 좀 폼이 이게 좀 안 나와주니까 그냥 제가 뭘 할 수 있을까? 그냥 이제 팀에게 어떻게든 이제 내가 막 나이스 해주면서 그냥 무언가를 더 해줘야겠다. 내가 안 되는 부분들은 이제 다른 팀원이 어차피 해줄 거니까 그냥 내가 할 수 있는 선에서 최대한을 해보자라는 생각으로 그냥 이제 좀 나이스를 좀 더 크게 하게 된 것 같습니다.
I think I was actually going through a little bit of a rough patch, and I thought, what can I bring to the table for my team when my form isn't the best? And I said, hey, why not be a cheerleader? My teammates will come through for me, so I might as well scream and shout that nice and give that positive energy for my team. And Solo, we saw a classic comp on Ascent. Was this the way that, the classic Gen.G way that you came up with to counter Boom? And why do you think it took a little bit longer than you expected it to be? 이제 어센트 조합에서 튜닝의 끝은 순정이다 싶은 완전 클래식 요원 조합을 다시 보여주셨습니다. 붐을 상대로 우리가 원래 하던 대로 하던 걸 그게 가장 잘 통하겠다 싶어서 그걸 오늘 준비를 하셨던 건지, 그리고 예상보다 조금은 길어졌던 경기가 왜 그랬던 거라고 생각하시나요?
You slept yesterday in Sentinels, or you should at least watch the last map, man. The last map was awesome.
그리고 붐 요원을 봤을 때 저희가 원래 요루 조합인데 제트 조합으로 해도 하는 게 더 쉬울 것 같다라는 생각을 해서 저희가 여러 조합이 있는데 그 중에 제트 조합을 원래 클래식한 조합을 해서 쉬울 것 같다라고 생각했습니다. 네.
I think the reason why it took a little bit longer than we anticipated was because we got a little lax after the 12-0, and you know, our original comp was the Yoru one, but I thought that using the classic Jet would work better as a counter against Boom today. And Karon, your next opponent is either going to be DRX or RRQ. Who do you think is going to win? 다음 경기 바로 이제 상대가 DRX 아니면 RRQ 선수거든요.
Is he gonna do it in front of him?
누가 올라오게 될까요? 지금 다들 목이 빼꼼 하고 있는데.
제가 생각하기에는
They're all chiming in. We're listening.
잘 모르겠네요. 둘 다 세가지고 이게.
모르겠다.
예.
I don't know. They're all good teams, and we had all the players chime in. Hey, we're watching you. We know what you're gonna say. Thank you to Solo and Karam for joining me, and congratulations to going to Toronto for the first shot. Yay!
감사합니다.
네, 그럼 다음 젠지 상대는 누가 될지 저는 매치 2 인터뷰로 돌아오겠습니다.
Hey, nicely done. Nicely done from Gen.G. Dude, it's a shame. I wanted this to be much closer. Okay, every first seed is kind of crumbled. Let's see how RRQ look.
Welcome to
Think Boom crumbled under the pressure?
Gen.G.
Yeah, I do. Personally.
What? An amazing series. Both ends.
I think they crumbled under the pressure, and I think the pistol stats. I wasn't aware of their pistol stats. They had a crazy high win percentage of pistols, and so they were snowballing a lot of games, and they were prioritizing AWP early, and they gotta have something in place to get famous on AWP, I think. Wait, how long did it take them to get him an AWP on split? Like 6 rounds?
Form is temporary,
it's too
but
late,
class
I
is
think.
forever. I mean, Gen.G just the way better team in the server when it matters, when it comes down to a game that is make or break for an international event qualification. So you got the classic.
They rely on pistols and AWP too much. I think it's okay to rely on AWP, but you gotta do what 100 Thieves does, where you save that 400 so you get it first buy round no matter what.
Down in the lower bracket, and Gen.G are eyeing down another Masters event that I mean, last year was minimum top 2 in Masters for them.
Is it easy to bounce back from this?
Masters events they attended. So
I mean,
I dare say that
sometimes you got to experience the crumble to get over the crumble. And to realize that
for sure, they have that reputation.
Like this
and
is what you were scared of. Like they're playing to not lose, right? Because they're scared of losing. But then now it's happened. It's like, well, you survived. It's okay. You can just play normal now.
So I can't really say anything.
You would hope so. But then you got teams like C9 where it always happens. So some players don't get over it.
in the chat box. and then I wiped it out and I put Boom. I thought that they would have great prep coming into the game today. I thought that they could run in through the group stage. Their players were all in form, but it was a classic Boom choke today. There's no other way to put it. Unfortunately, they folded under the pressure here.
They did, but Gen.G also played good, so it's like
with the rock solid mental, despite the shaky start that they've had to this year, they brought back a classic
400
comp
credits
on
drop.
Ascent. And it's
If
even
you
like
lose
another thing that I thought
pistol,
would
you
happen
full eco next
earlier on
round,
in
you
the
can
group
buy an
stage,
AWP
where I
into your
saw
buy round.
Gen.G all on comfort agents playing against
So
Boom
you
in
save
that
400
opening
in the
game, and I was
pistol,
like, well,
eco, and then
Karen's on the Omen, Texture's on Jet, you've got
Texture
Munchkin on
was-
KO, this is a recipe for success. And then they didn't perform in that game in the groups, but in the playoffs game, they
9
were back
fast
in form,
kills?
and they absolutely wiped the floor with Boom. It was a fantastic
Really?
game for Gen.G.
19
There's no
rounds?
other way to put it other than Gen.G leveled
Pretty
up
good.
in the pressure game, and Boom fell apart.
Hey,
You
at
missed
least
all
it
of
wasn't
NA
the
yesterday. I mean, if you don't have much
it could
time,
have
you
been.
should
They
just
would've been.
watch
At least they
Ascent.
avoided
Ascent was a
Right,
banger.
I don't
Exactly,
think it's gonna
but-
matter.
Come on, let's call a spade a spade.
But if you want like
here.
the full experience,
This
then
was-
honestly, kind of
this
all of it.
was
But I think you
Boom's
should watch
match.
Ascent all
I
the
mean,
way through.
I hate to do
It-
this,
it
but
is
this is
sick.
a highlight of what I've seen many times from Boom, and you saw it exactly in this series, but I've watched a lot of these guys' games, going back to Ascension and some other
Did he
tournaments.
was the only one
like,
that predicted
when
Boom, right? Is he
loses
giving
a
it?
first pick on a default, or when things start to fall apart from them, this is exactly what they do. It's dry
Said,
peaks, it's the
"I
game
work."
plan completely falling apart.
Yeah, I mean,
That's a
here
funny
we see
tweet.
them, they invest the Yoru ult, Sova ult combo, but Foxy9 is the one who manages to live.
I work
and
with
Ash
idiots,
returns
and
with
then
an
he's the
ult of
only
his
one that
own.
went for
I
Gen.G.
feel like they just could not get any
Respect.
momentum. They couldn't get any steam at all in this game.
I mean, that round was a little unlucky. I mean, Foxy9 is in the backside of the B site, dancing around Hunter's Fury, and he's run shot Famous coming out
Yeah,
of
I mean,
his
you get the
dimensional
bragging
drift
rights.
with a Phantom, and
Did
that's
he-
the kind of round where
Yeah, his
that was a
pick 'em
little
rate in
unlucky.
Pacific
Like,
is pretty
usually,
high.
when you get the Yoru ult on
Can't
those
do- I
attacking
can't
side
do
gun
this
rounds,
region.
you're actually able to run through, get all the info, and actually streamline your
I
attacking
even tried the
side
opposite
round.
of what I
But
was thinking,
unfortunately,
yeah.
the problem for Boom was exactly what
But I think I
said in
changed
the
it 'cause
pre-show,
Paper
and
X.
exactly what happened on
I
Split.
think I had
with
Gen.G
Famous
winning this, but then
on
I
this
changed it to
Yoru.
the Paper X. I
Nobody
think
is
that's right.
scaling out with him. They're all just stuck in B main, and
I
they're
can't-
stuck
I
in
can't
the
do
chokes,
anything
and they
right,
couldn't get
yeah.
any momentum or scale out onto the site at all.
Not to mention, we have to get like the stats of how many times Munchkin was able to like, you know, get a kill on Famous this entire series. Because I felt like that was almost like a little mini game that was happening in this series. Not to mention Texture as well, popping off when you needed to.
Questions
Yeah,
for
I mean,
DOS
Texture
9?
went
Ooh.
crazy. I think he had 9 first bloods in this
It's
map,
interesting.
which
See,
is
I
just
mean, I
ludicrous,
would bring
especially
up
when we don't-
the. Do you
know,
feel like
we
you were
spoke about this
playing not
before, we
to
don't consider
not
him
to
to
lose?
necessarily be the one who's
But you
always
just
getting
feel like
these first
they-
kills for Gen.G.
they
but
had
here,
your number.
He was just electric. Honestly, it felt like he had God mode turned on in the
I mean,
settings.
you can
could
go
do no
back-
wrong.
I definitely
you can
would,
go back and look for
and also
yourself.
like
Go
I would
back
like to
through
know
the
like
kickoff
if the
stats, go back
comms
through
and
stage
vibes
1.
fell off.
He does
Maybe not
have
vibes,
a
but maybe like
positive
comms and
first kill,
stuff.
first death
I wonder if like
differential. He is
it was one
normally
of those where
conceding
people were
first
shutting
bloods,
down
he's
and not
running in on
speaking.
things like a Neon and things like that, and maybe he's getting traded, maybe he's not. Can't tell you that for sure.
Max with
But
the
on
Prime,
something
thank you for
like
the
a
13
Jet,
months. Thank
you
you,
can
thank you.
self-sufficiently find those first bloods, and you saw him able to do that. Karen was also finding first bloods and was in fantastic form today. He was back to
okay, chat, let me
the
spam some ads,
MVP levels
and
that
I
we
will be
expect
right back
from
in
him.
a
He had
little
a
bit.
rough couple of series the last few. It was a little bit uncharacteristic, but I mean, I've been picking him for my fantasy team for a reason. This guy owns in the KPR, and for a controller, his fragging output is unreal.
Yeah, and it was nice to see him in the interview say that he was going through a bit of a rough patch, but he managed to pull himself together for this series, for this match, for this qualification into Masters Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, it's so great to see the bounce back, like when it really matters. If there's one game you don't want to have an off game, it's this one. This is the qualification game, and he showed up big here. For such a young player, you know, he's not a rookie anymore. He's one of the more experienced players. We see him topping up those kill leaderboards, but really nice to see that mental fortitude gets his team across the line and into Masters.
Yeah, speaking of off games though, it was kind of nice to still see Boom, even when it got to, you know, the point of desperation almost. They were actually still vibing on the stage. You could hear them shouting, you could hear them cheering each other on. You knew that they were really just here to have fun, because that is how they were able to get this far. It's not over for them just yet. They still have a chance, even though that percentage has lowered quite significantly. So we're gonna see Boom's journey later on, but congratulations to Gen.G back on the global stage once again. Who is joining them? That is the big question, and we're gonna find out right after this very quick break, so don't go anywhere. DRX versus RRQ is coming right up.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just saw Gen.G book their tickets to Masters Toronto. Who is joining them for that? Is it going to be DRX? Is it going to be RRQ? And we're seeing here RRQ. This could potentially be the first time that they've gotten this far in Pacific and potentially the first time on the global stage.
Yeah, this has been a team that has been leveling up throughout the years. Now it's all coming to a peak for this team. Now 1 win away from Masters Toronto, the closest that they've ever been, and it's all on the line for them today.
Yeah, they've never been in a position to actually qualify for an international event, so this is a brave new world for RRQ. I want to see if they can step up to the task. They've been an almost team for such a long time, and they're in fantastic form right now. They've smashed T1 at the end of the group stage. The Team Secret game, though, I don't know about that one. That's an interesting one right at the end of the group stage there. Obviously, you can say they haven't changed up too much in that series specifically, and it's not really a game that meant a lot to them as they've still bagged themselves the top seed. So, look, we'll see if that's just a little bit of oopsie at the end of the group stage or if that's a bit of an omen for things to come.
Maybe, perhaps. We're going to find out, especially since they're up against DRX. And guess who is on DRX this time around? DRX do have Australia, who was previously on RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a powerhouse since joining this DRX team. I feel like he's breathed a new lease of life into this already incredibly successful kickoff winning roster. If there's one team that's know what it's like to play on these big stages, it's DRX. We've just seen Mako there. I mean, he's been doing this for a long time with great success.
Yeah, 5 out of 5 teams knocked into the lower bracket when seeded into uppers. DRX, similar to Gen.G, have had to play their way through a whole series, a tough series, against T1, both maps going into OT. So they have well and surely been put through their paces, and they will be the team that, coming into this game, has had more recent reps in the server, and they are definitely used to these kind of pressure games to qualify for international events. They won on this stage most recently over in kickoff over T1, so I think they're going to be feeling good coming into this game against RRQ for a Toronto qualification.
For sure, and last year DRX did miss both Masters events, so they're looking to scrap that record. They're looking to perfect their attendance into the global events this time around, but of course, we do have this head-to-head, which has bit of an epic history. I'm not sure if this is the first time this is happening in VCT, but it's very rare that we actually get a head-to-head like this.
Yeah, I mean, Australia, of course, previously on RRQ, he knows the players on the opposite side so well. He knows the coaching staff so well. How much of that knowledge is he going to be able to bring into today? That's the big question.
Yeah, how many times have you seen a player who has been bedded in and really kind of groomed as the IGL of the opposite team for a whole year? He has kind of been the one that RRQ have kept on board to call the shots and really develop their playbook. And now he gets to call for the opposite team against all of his former teammates and coaching staff. I wonder how many of these kind of trends is he going to be able to identify and tendencies of the players. It's a whole different level to sit down with the coaching staff and watch through your opponent's VOD when you know exactly how they play.
Yeah, I mean, equally on the other side, I think RRQ will have information on how he likes to call, is kind of pacing throughout the round. So there's so much knowledge going around in this. There'll be so many mind games ready to be played in this matchup.
For sure, but we have to remember as well that DRX, they do have, just in case, they do have Freeing and they do have Mako who can help Australia, right? I'm wondering if that will come into play in this match, especially since, you know, RRQ, they know Australia and they know what he's gonna do. And of course, Crazy Guy, he said that he's wanted to go up against DRX just because they've won Pacific, and how poetic is it that he gets to go up against the team that he wanted. He gets to go up against Australia too, which is the player whose shoes he took over.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of talked about it, but he said it himself. There is a little bit of his own calling style that's been adapted into this team. Yep. We've seen RRQ change up a fair few things about how they've played. They've moved into double duelists. They've started to throw Monya on that secondary duelist. They've changed up a few of their comps and their routines. So I think having both Ewok and Warbirds a really kind of star-studded coach duo in terms of actually prepping for this series and the qualification over into Toronto is going to help kind of buck some of those trends and help give a little bit of a new look to RRQ, if they even need that, because they've been in fantastic form, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I mean, I think RRQ have looked great. You know, up until that match against Team Secret, they were looking very, very dominant. But I think it's all about the prep today. We just saw how Gen.G were able to carry that momentum through from yesterday, and Boom starting a lot slower. I wonder if it's going to be a similar story with DRX already feeling confident, already having that first win in the playoffs. It's all about moving that momentum forward.
Yeah, and we're jumping into map vetoes right now. I do wonder if they're taking the previous series as a bit of an omen, especially since we do have SEA versus Korea in both matches today, and we're seeing Fracture come up as our first map.
I mean, yeah, DRX, they're taking out Pearl. That's pretty normal. RRQ have changed up their veto a little bit. They have dabbled in Split, but they'll take it out this time. DRX to select Fracture, not something we've seen RRQ play since kickoff, but they've won it twice over there in kickoff. That's the interesting one for me, though. RRQ going to pick up Icebox here. Yeah. They did get a dub, I believe, against T1, whereas DRX have lost 0-2 on this so far versus both Boom and Paper X.
Yeah, it's definitely targeting a weakness. We look at the map data here for Fracture. DRX, of course, playing that pretty standard meta comp that we see with the Breach and the Teo. Yeah. Would you be expecting something similar to come out from RRQ?
I wouldn't. I mean, I think they're going to have to change things up maybe a little bit, but they were playing this exact same comp with the Sova in for the Teo and then the KJ in the Cypher. Sorry, the KJ in for the Cypher. So just a choice of Enit, a choice of Senti, but the core of the comp is the same. I wouldn't be surprised to see something similar to that. Lotus is our decider as well. I think DRX is feeling very confident playing Lotus and Fracture. They just beat T1 yesterday, even though you don't see a lot of those results in the map data. This is a core map pool that you're very used to seeing from the side of DRX.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. I mean, a lot of people favored Boom in the first series. For RQ and DRX, it's a bit trickier. I think it's a bit trickier, especially with how that first series went. We're gonna see how they do fare on the stage as we toss it on over and start with DRX and RQ.
Pacific. Team RRQ.
looking to continue or even take over Indonesia's streak here in Pacific. RRQ are 1 game away from achieving the highest they've ever been in VCT Pacific's history. The team has always been in the middle of the pack previously. Can they change that right here and right now?
Yeah, we saw something different come from them. They ended up at the top of Group Omega, but so far that's proved to be more of a curse than a blessing. So can they buck the trend here, punch their ticket to Toronto? But I mean, there's a pretty large obstacle, a large DRX.
He's still on the Paper X Hopium train? Wait, why are you calling it a Hopium
big
train?
DRX shape obstacle in their way, especially
it's
since
a train.
they are coming off of yesterday's win versus T1 and DRX.
There's no
they
Hopium
are ready
there.
to see this all
just
the
ride
way
in
to Toronto. They're here to say,
train.
hey, if there's any team that qualifies for the
Gotta get
Globals,
to our
surely it's the
destination.
team that currently sits on the Pacific throne.
They are the kickoff champion for a reason, and despite some hardship and some weird stuff going on with the roster that they've had to be able to deal with and push through, despite the fact that Bane is a little under the weather right now, I know that DRX will want to punch their ticket to a Masters event here and make up for the little bit of a disappointment that they experienced the last time they went overseas.
Right, and of course, this is still a team with a lot of tenure, a lot of legacy to hold
Boat
up to.
371 with the
especially
Prime. Thanks
in
so much for the
Pacific,
5 months, mate.
So now that we are stepping onto this stage,
I appreciate
who
that.
again joins Gen.G, going over to Masters Toronto.
DRX here.
And this series also continues that
I'm
SCA
kind of leaning a
versus
little bit
Korea
towards
day
them
that
of
we
what
are
I've been
having,
seeing
and
recently.
I'm sure that RRQ
Problem is, RRQ are very good at snowballing. I think they probably have some of the best Euros we've
time
seen.
for Indonesia. RRQ now have the
Wait, what
weight
did
of
I
the whole
pick my
nation, the
pick'ems?
whole weight of
They're
SCA
the
on
opposite
their
of my
shoulders
pick'ems.
to try and overthrow
Maybe
the
wrong.
reigning Korean champions from kickoff. I mean, this is no small
Wait, I had
feat.
RRQ losing in my
DRX
pick'ems.
routinely go to these events. RRQ never quite
that mean
managed
RRQ
to
win
get
this?
over that line, but today is the day it can all change.
so.
They can flip the script on its head here.
Fracture,
I think
Icebox,
for Fracture,
Lotus.
it's a map that RRQ will feel reasonably confident on after their results over there in kickoff, but that was when Estrella was still on the team. Icebox a bit of a wild card. Lotus is going to be very confident for DRX though. RRQ, you know, although they had good games against
See,
T1
I still
and
think
Talon,
RRQ's
they did take
Lotus
a
isn't
loss
too
versus
bad.
Team Secret right at the end of the
But
groups.
obviously the
We're
Team
seeing our
Secret,
predictions right now.
yeah,
A
the
lot
Team
of us
Secret
do
game will
favor
make you
DRX,
feel a little
but
bit
there
weird
are
about this.
few who are voting
okay,
the
just
way
went for
of
DRX.
RRQ. I personally just feel like we always have to have a Gen.G versus RRQ match in Pacific.
Yeah.
Why not?
I mean, I'm seeing.
Oh no!
I'm seeing a lot of people who don't believe in the storyline, who don't believe in the whimsy of this RRQ run quite like I do. I think DRX are definitely the favorites here, but we have the agent select coming in now for DRX.
Some Pacific teams just show some heart. We can't be sending all the Korean
on
teams.
that Teo, right where he belongs, if you ask me, and Bane on that side.
See what RRQ got, man.
Last time we saw it.
RRQ coaches are very good at
This is the
prepping.
only map you'll see Monya on the primary duelist and Jemkin on the controller. Throw Jemkin on the Brimmy because he's an absolute frag, and once he puts that iPad down. Kushi though, off of the Sova and onto Teo, and you've got Xfero previously playing the Cypher, will be onto the Vice. That's going to be better going up against the opposing Teo, a little bit harder to get through some of that Vice utility, but at the same time that opens up a bit more space for the Neon to slide in. I'm not worried about the trips.
Yeah, the Neon's going to be able to go fast. We've seen Human on this before, and I do like it a lot. Human is looking to light up this server like he did yesterday. Very, very dominant performance from him. And also, we spoke about Mako stepping up. I think he needs to deliver today, and he loves this Brimstone, so he's going to get active.
Oh, definitely. We have players on this stage that absolutely know what is at stake. It is that second slot into Masters Toronto, so we're going to find out who
DRX
takes this
Vision
as
Strikers.
we step into our first map. We're going to
Respect.
toss it on over to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
I think Chobra went to Nongshim, so RRQ have a chance.
Thank you very much, Mika, Big Time, and Pilsky. They are absolutely right.
I imagine the main pull was the money, to be honest, but
knocking on that gate
maybe.
to make it to an international event. Who better to
Does-
play
he does like the
Gatekeeper
team a
than
lot.
DRX, the absolute titans themselves?
Yeah, I mean, you'd look back towards it and you think that T1 might have been able to also be in this spot where RRQ did beat T1 the other week and they were so happy about that one, but DRX is going to be a little bit of a different beast. We've heard it, the reigning Pacific champions, though I want to flip it back to RRQ.
I think the
SCA
double controller on the
representation will be
Viper, Neon,
absolutely
Teo,
huge to
Vice
get
will
in
cook.
towards the Masters
I don't think it
events and
can
not be
take
the
game
whole
main that well.
VCT career instead. So if you're looking towards a bit of a change up as RRQ to come in towards this Fracture map, well, why don't you just switch to the teams
This is why I support Liquid. But I genuinely like the Liquid team this year. Like they look good.
This exact comp the last time that it occurred, and it was
a
bit of the overtime yesterday.
Definitely a lot
scenario.
more.
So,
It's definitely a lot easier
you know,
to
for
watch
DRX,
the Liquid
there's
games
not gonna be too much
at
of a
the
change
moment.
in terms of the actual agents
They actually
and
look
maybe
great.
the actual strategy as well. But
RRQ on
they would have had
attack,
the time to
DRX
come up
on
with some
defense.
counters.
Possibly. And we're off to the start.
Previous is,
attack,
I mean,
of course, already beginning all their way
come on.
down to arcade with a quad stack. Bane spots them out though.
Yeah, see if they want to still steamroll in towards this side of B, because that's where the Cypher utility is.
Drones at least into the cage. Monyet taking him down through the cage. Hyunmin though, alongside the rest
it's a
of
good
the team
sign
from
for
DRX, have
DRX.
pushed up north
Aggro
side.
pushes against the Vice already. Know what they're doing. Locked them in. The smokes aren't up for much longer. They gotta send it.
3 players to come on through.
Dude, please push through. Oh my god, who was that?
Yeah, Salvo's burnt as well. Just Hyunmin able to kind of play it, but yes, he stunned himself, and that buys time for Xfero, who is sneaking through tunnel. Spots him out. That's Estrella down, and he looks for a second one as well. Just Hyunmin left. And they kind of know where he is already.
Hey, convincing. Nice little wraparound from Zafira here. This is good.
Well, just recognizing the position.
I was a little bit worried about this push over towards spawn, but it was nice. It was a good reaction. If anything, I like DRX's initial push, but then it felt like they didn't know what to do once they took the space.
I mean, if you think about yesterday, how much Bane was, you know, trying to play around the same sort of utility up towards tower, you'd kind of expect him. He likes to hold the right side of that cage. So if RRQ have actually done their homework in towards this one, you might see instances that look very clean for RRQ, dispatching of a couple of the DRX members when they sort of see the
send the script to
situations that
Yumpy. I mean, it wasn't a Yumpy issue.
Certainly expect that they have. You've got 2 coaches, Ewok as well as Warbirds, and considering the fact that the game was just yesterday, this is fresh.
It's never been a Yumpy issue.
Minds. I mean, there was a game yesterday for one of the teams in our previous series as well, right? And they managed to pull on through Gen.G.
Yeah, they're allowed 2 deaths, and at the moment,
prepared for the series.
It might be trying to get a fair amount in terms of orbs, but as we can see, this one's taken.
Sometimes the game can be quite unpredictable, and that's why it's fun as well. But right now, just
my favorite Vandal skin. Dude, I do the original Prime Vandal is legit, and then what's the white champs one where you don't upgrade it? That's kind of nice. The Phantom.
Completely stunned and dinged up. Got just Mako left trying to hop on over, but even the dinks not quite fully connecting to the kill at the end. It will be RRQ with a flawless round finish to a 2-0.
Yeah, we'll see what this first little buy-up is going to be.
2024 one? Yeah, I think it's 2024.
Well,
I like that one. I like that
Lion share being more rounds on the attack instead of the defense, so they've got to try and find a good pass mark on this defensive side.
I think G2 will still qualify for lower bracket, yeah.
The bonus round is going to be a good thing now. Generally, you would like to see
I would like some close games so
so
everyone gets nervous.
Set up your neon as well, and that's exactly what is going to happen for DRX over at this A side of things you will expect.
Yeah, straight in with Fault Line as well as the fast lane, but Hyunmin just tucked in inside. He's
what
able
about
to deal
Boom?
with money real quick. Champion to
I don't feel great about Boom after watching that.
Regroup themselves.
Yeah,
knowing that they can crumble.
Try and refigure out some information. So Teo drone up towards the dish. It's going to see
that can be a hard thing to overcome.
Need to stretch too far.
So sometimes next game you're just completely fine. Sometimes you have the C9 effect, where it's just there year after year.
Being self-sufficient at the B site, Camera gone. Can call for some rotations. He's got his trap wires still to safeguard himself from Arcade, but he needs to have his vision
Sen's
ready
map poor. I think Sen map will look good, like really good.
He will hold the angle.
They got their Ascent and Haven great.
Cage up to buy him some time at least to try to survive.
And no one's really rotated from DRX either. They weren't 100% sure if it was going to hit.
How is he alive?
He is quick on it though, and with the spams does quite.
Dude, are they going to win this round?
Unfortunate for Bane, who will not be able to last long.
They got the numbers. They get the Teo off his sights. Teo's going to have salvos. They still have the smoke. They got Molly to delay. They got breach damage in heaven to delay. Wait, this is done, no?
Already has fault lines freeing. You want the salvos here if you know.
Oh god, they're saving.
Go for the retake, but with 20 seconds
Did they realize it's done?
Come back online. This is just not achievable.
Dude, honestly, I'm impressed that they realize it's done
The
here.
fact that Cushy is somewhere on the other side as well, and his salvos will be flushing over soon enough. This just looked to be a quick save for DRX. It's a bonus round also quickly picked up by RRQ.
Yep.
Real nice stuff from RRQ. Pistol into a bonus, and on the bonus, 4 people survive. And it's not just the 4 surviving that get the 3K. It's these getting 1,000 when they could have 2-9 as well. Like next round, if they win this, the money's really wrecked.
Survive, you'll be able to still
like really
have
wrecked.
a bit of a buy up for the remaining 2 that did die. Hyunmin getting closer towards the overdrive as well. You know, if you're able to get a kill or you're able to pick up the orb and such, you might be able to use that in a round such as this. One of the differences for Fracture, of course, a lot of ulti orbs around the map, but we know for DRX they do love to do the standard protocols of gathering towards A main a lot of the time.
Match out on Monday, yeah.
Kind of condition their opponents to switch up. So they will get A main control. Wouldn't be surprised if Hyunmin actually wanted to go for the orb, but they'll go further
RRQ
with the
pretty much on top of this, but again, when you have this Vice, you're just super prone to this. You can't get that early info, which means you can't take the rope out of there in any of these situations, which means you're isolated on an agent that has no like real vision block for you.
Alongside Mako, they noted the drone as well.
Do you think you'll see more teams in general kind of play like a 2-3?
Somewhat stalled for now.
And have like better protocols for teams pushing, but we don't really see it yet. Teams still lean into like a 4-1, where you're playing the Vice like a Cypher.
Some good damage. I say that, but he's taken out by the salvos. Pushy.
Painful. Monyet then kind of flooding back in with his team as well.
They put the smokes in, so it's a very hard call to cancel the site here.
Of that utility there. 40 seconds.
Yeah, but like look at them, it's like smokes are in, we've been told that we have to keep going here.
Just with Monyet and Gen.G. Gen.G tries to hold the angle close range.
Okay, really nice run from DRX. In an ideal world there, RRQ actually like cancel, and the reason they can do it all the time is because they have the Neon. Like once you lose your smokes, this is like the comp that can cancel the most, just because you have the wall as backup.
Little ideas,
but
and more
yeah, I don't know how much they've spoken about it. Jerry on with the Prime, thank you with the 7 months, I appreciate that. I love that DRX are pushing aggro on this one. They can just do this pretty much every round on defense.
A lot of information on how they would have played previously, so if you have a scenario like that, well, number one, change your agent lineups. That's always going to be a way to change things up. And so far, so good for RRQ on that mark. Meanwhile, Monyet and Hyunmin, once again, both Neons down first.
You might argue that it's a bigger kill just considering the fact that it's the op that was robbed away.
Damn, a fine dish. Well, there's 4 of them there. You can't really blame DRX for thinking there's not going to be that many people there because they just see the solo Vice, and then so far it's literally been a solo Vice. So you can understand why he feels confident to swing into that.
A little bit easier for yourselves. You do know as well that it has been Bane playing kind of by himself at this B site in these moments in time too, and he's not been able to really find anything on the kill department, so it's not the worst idea for them to be rotating silently towards this Bravo site.
Certainly is a tall ask for the poor guy.
Yep.
Still, you know, having surgery scheduled for another day.
And with that orb gathered by Xferry, you pick up a Steel Garden too, so they can leave him down in unders and set up for a pretty good little take here. You just got to consider that trap.
Check the timing of it.
Front of the choke point. And the other
utility as well, though.
Molly, you have to respect
does
this.
Bane have a shorty? That's my question. It does
20 seconds, 3-person stack.
Weapons to come back online, so
Oh god, 15 seconds.
10 seconds left. RQ has got to go.
Guys.
So far, so good. Able to hold out the back lines. RQ just trying to push up the tree now, while Mako and Freeing find kills.
Okay, they're gonna time out. They got a timeout here. This is 2 rounds where it's 2 rounds where they. I know they know that there's a stack here. They don't wanna. They don't wanna cancel. It was a nice util from DRX though. The Molly, yeah, they had good Brim Molly and then good Salmon.
You're spamming and just trying to deny the spike from going on down. Really nice done from DRX to answer back and, you know, not drop the round after they find their first. The operator as well. Okay. Yet again attained for Hyunmin.
Not quite sounded off yet. Monyet trying to jump peek to bait out the shot.
Nice
but
shot.
Oh, midair. Just completely sniped down.
Yep. And with not a lot of space control as well, and the open A or B orb, you know, for the likes of Cushy potentially to get an Armageddon online, right? You want to try and gain some sort of leg back up here as RRQ, some free kill. Definitely see, you know, the likes of the stuns and Jemkin's orbital strike if they need to. Going towards this A site now, where Freeing will start to spot some information out of this drone. Plus the one member.
You do have Mako playing in a different position this time. This is one that RQ might not expect. The Molly, though, now noted, does buy some time. They will continue to push on through with that orbital strike, but still decent kills found on the side of
Get the
DRX.
Fawns down, Spike on cross, yeah. Dude, good reaction from Hyunmin.
Actually finally going in, but it's Hyunmin with the smoke fading. The overdrive is in. Traded out by X-Pharaoh.
Repositioned onto the other side, and that just buys further time and information as well. Now, Estrella and Bane to flood back in.
Split retake.
Angles held one apiece. Got some cages to possibly get more space to close up the distance. Bane still not fully detected so far. Until now, stutter steps over, fault lines back in, but Estrella good on the spams. Just for the final one, running out of ammo. Crazy guy,
just like, please, man, just one extra bullet hit.
And it's Bane
they can take some space there.
You know, getting electric in a lot of these rounds for DRX, of course. That's something that we
one of those where I feel like the RRQ members, you've seen a lot of this today at the moment, where 2v2
plays a little bit to a person's mentality. In a scenario like this too,
there's like no plan for one of the twos, and they're kind of just waiting for them to get a little bit closer. It'd be a lot better for them to like double swing over towards here and stands. You can do it pretty safely.
Or if they're not able to counter DRX.
Like someone just needs to take control in those situations, and that comes like this is all pretty relative with the boom situation as well, where it's like in those situations here, someone has to make a call for a plan, and when you're in like groups and everything's flowing, people just come up, like loads of people come up with plans. It doesn't have to be your IGL, but in the game before this, and even just that situation there, like I'm wondering if they're too scared to come up with a plan. Like they just need to double swing stands there.
That's something
that guy top site's always going to get spammed.
Absolutely. I mean, bamboozled that you'd ever take him off it. Let's be real.
Hello, Yumpy. Yeah, dude, it is. Why are you answering your own questions? What do you expect me to say now?
Don't get me wrong.
You're having a full conversation with yourself, Yumpy.
Well, he's back on it now.
Yep.
And he's also finding so much information with the
You might as well ask yourself what you ate today, and then answer that as well.
Slight difference. Hyunmin back on the op.
Yeah, so after the timeout now, let's see if RRQ
Hey,
are
op
be
still
able
in
to get
play.
a conversion rate here because they don't have a good one successfully so far.
Dude, Hyunmin's out here getting wrecked when he's got this op though. At least over towards Dish.
Pull back from that one.
5 pass and send it from Dish. Oh, it's the plant after plant. Here we go.
Yeah, but it's all 5 members from
Let's
RRQ.
keep an eye on this one. Monyet's got to run the gauntlet. He's going up to the top of site. He's going to plant. We got salvos. We got breach damage. We got Molly. He got the plant though. He's done his job. But DRX fast enough with this one. Looks like they're pretty fast on it. Holy.
Detected the trigger discipline now coming alive. He finds the first. Looks for the
Defuse though.
Mako quick to deal with it.
Whoa.
Onto the spike though.
I still think they. I mean, the half probably wins it.
Will deal with his opponent. His
Dude, they breach shorted as well.
The rest
Oh no.
Neural theft coming through as well.
Davos just in time, but there's still time to defuse this, and they use the breach shield as well. Oh boy, it's an absolute shocker from RRQ. They panicked a little bit as well. Breach shield came in while the Molly's covering it. They weren't ready for the tap of the insta-fast half.
As well, right? Jump in towards the site, get your plant down quickly, and play with a lot of this post-plant utility. It's something that we see from this agent combination time and time again from teams on this map, where you're putting your aftershock in, you're putting your salvos in, you're putting your Molly, and you've got ultimates dropping them there as well. You're really trying to play disconnected. And I think as soon as DRX recognize what's happening there, getting the spike defused half, at least early on, makes it a little bit more achievable, especially you know, when you've then wasted all that utility of your opponents real early on, and then they have to drop in towards the site for the challenge. So well done for DRX there. A golf clap for RRQ, who now in this new round played a little bit slower, a lot of the stingers, and one phantom for Xfero.
An attempt at rushing through from Tree. Not too bad so far, but with the overdrive
these flashes
going over,
were pretty
Mako,
good.
quick on the draw, just holds the angle down. Monyet instantly eliminated. Aggressive RQ then trying to rotate on forward.
A great kill from Mako.
Well. Yeah, they hold up. And make sure
Mako
find
is such a
anything
beast,
with
man.
the overdrive. And now that they start to immediately book it towards the A side of things, freeing is going to be here early.
Big time, hello mate. Thank you so much for the prime.
I mean, at this point,
Appreciate the 34 mums.
He hears all of it. So
You believe in an RRQ?
First kill. Decent trade coming up from Crazy Guy, so that's a weapon
I'm
picked up.
just hoping for a good game, man. That's such a devastating first game.
Trying to hold the off angle to play spoiler around it. Mako.
Oh, he gets around the corner as well. Oh, dude, you can delay so much.
Certainly expecting someone from Sands as well as a main, because she might have heard the single step. He's trying to play close range with the stinger, but look at that. Swings out from a strand. Crazy Guy trying to hold it down.
Nice handle, dude. What a shot that is from Hyunmin. The slide out up.
Right, he'd already found the first kill towards
great
Mako
shot.
a little bit earlier on. Hadn't repositioned because of where that spike is planted too. Bit unfortunate for RRQ, but very good patience for
Calvin,
DRX
thanks so much for the prime, mate. Appreciate the 26 months.
A little bit awkward for them when Monyet starts to get the first kill. The
Dude, that's what I'm saying,
goes
Calvin.
RRQ's way. They probably convert the round from there on out. A good challenge from RRQ nonetheless. It should afford them still a bye coming in towards this next round. And maybe look for a bit of a different look as well, right? 5 in a row now for DRX, finding stability on this defensive side.
Maybe a simple one on this. Let's see, one away from a Visor.
B site early yet again. You'd contend with the Cypher util. There's also a change of approach actually for DRX here. Breach and Teo util to combine towards Arcade. Maybe need to think a little bit better of that with the drone.
Okay, they find the trip.
From the spawn side of things.
Oh, I'm not sure how much research they've done in,
A little bit telling
but like
for now, at least, Komodo.
this might feel likely.
We've seen this before. Monyet still trying to toss.
Oh, that's the salvo,
as much
mate.
as possible, but the salvos, they will
He
burn
changed
up
up
at
his path
feet.
to make sure he can
Armageddon
dodge
sent
the
in as well. It's a bit of a
trips, but
Yeah, I mean, look
really
at
early.
the rotations with the door.
oh
That is
boy,
soaking
the
a brain
stim
from
pack to
Mako.
open the
Using
door
stim
and then you
beacon
can
to open the
insta
door.
shoot.
The
That was
relay bomb
sick.
doesn't go the right way, but it doesn't matter because the kills currently are one back for Xfero.
So much info found, and in with the Steel Garden as well. Just an attempt at pushing DRX back.
And we're
further
desperate.
back.
2v4
2-on-4
Visor.
though, and Xfero needing to come up huge in this close range duel. Flash dodged, second flash over, but look at that. Triple peaked, low HP is Crazy Guy, but he still tries and stands tall. Looks to fight back.
Nicely
but
done from
in with
Hyunmin
the
again.
peak
Hyunmin's
shots.
doing his role
Hyunmin's
great as
slithering
well.
all
He's
over
making
the
space
place.
every single
Yeah, I
time.
mean,
There needs to be some kind of trade.
Neons do provide a different breed of Valorant at the moment, but when you've got these players that are just super sharp and super attentive,
Couple of rounds
and
where
just
RRQ are
very
just
quick, right?
sending
They're
their
able
ults
to
into it.
come
We
out
had
with some
the
really
breach
cool
ult
things.
earlier. We had
Unfortunately
the
for Monyet trying to go in amongst the cages and the salvos that will be his demise
this?
there. A bit of a rough
Visor,
start for RRQ, trying to find some timing on this rotation to the A site as well, but it's a 4 versus 2 scenario at the end, and Crazy Guy can only do so much.
DRX, that's 6 rounds in a row now, Komodo. And as we look on to the next round as well, it's one of these early peaks out from him, and again.
Yep. But it's not going to happen. Xfero falling on back. Information confirmed by the Arcros.
The position played from RQ in the previous round, so DRX then trying to play conservative around what would be Arcade.
You do have a couple of
is
components for retakes.
the best round for RRQ so far. Not a push out through here as well, so they have to all push over towards spawn. Ult does mean that the smokes maybe go down. Reach ult. Oh god. Absolute chaos. Does Crazy Guy expect this or hear it? He does.
It's gonna be Crazy Guy out towards Tree. Hyunmin chiming in as well from the canteen spot, but the spike finally goes down. Gen.G trying to hold the angle. Cushy as well. And they will fend off DRX for now.
Good tail, really good tail. Oh, this is a
They're
great
into the
one.
open where the kills will come through. Just Mako left. He was up huge with 44 big kills from yesterday's game, but this time quickly spotted out. Intel gained by Gen.G.
This was nice though.
RRQ,
but this might have been nice because DRX didn't reactively push A main like early.
Welcomed with open arms and then try to contend in the scrap battle with the ults going around, with Hyunmin trying to do what he can with the operator as well. But the trade game working a little bit better for RRQ, and the plant goes down as well. That 2 versus 1 at the end there.
Tell you what was a big decider here.
Losing valiant attempt on that.
Dude, this DRX, they're not messing about.
Finally shut down, and a timeout now to have a discussion on how the remaining 2 rounds want to go of this half.
Certainly not wanting to concede the final 2 over to RRQ at least.
Out of the last 7 rounds, they lost 1. And he goes an insta timeout.
That we might have just noticed with that that contest towards this B site.
I mean, you just got to be really attentive in a scenario like that. Like if RRQ are getting in towards the site, you're trying to dump a lot of your util as well, you're going to get caught off on some unexpected timings and just shenanigans afoot, right? So your adjustments are going to mainly be to try and stop them from getting in that early, or go for a little bit of a better crunch, better flank.
And we have a bashful DRX fan. Well, you're definitely right about that, Komodo. I mean, just needing to
Kids
think
going
about all
through
these
it, man.
positions. RRQ has not been letting their feet off the gas pedal so far. It's been a bit telling, but
someone else that hasn't lifted their feet, Marco, on this brim. Shooting up Storm.
13 kills and only 6 deaths so far.
Timeout. Gone by the wayside. So was the economy of DRX. So this buy, a little bit lackluster. And Bane, well, you're probably no longer for this world soon, are you? 31 HP. You weather through.
You're going to think that he might have hopped off somewhere else.
Yeah, just fall back, dodge the util.
Then the drone. Look at this timing.
Nice though, they didn't see the Vice.
Proactive as DRX here when you go in with a much.
There's a good chance right now that the Vice went over towards here and everyone else went on the pass.
You know, just great long range duels.
With them shooting that though, 4 pass and stack. Good call from RRQ to go back over towards B. What's the... See, DRX's comp should struggle a little bit on attack against the Vice.
Oh, but the drone. So that will offset the Bucky reload timing. Monyet fully capitalizing on it to then capture the site for the spike plant soon enough. Hyunmin with the overdrive though. He's looking to get spicy with it. Unfortunately, Spice is something that Xfero's really familiar with, so just 3v5 right now with lesser guns.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate stun, wasn't it?
The position's being held currently as well. Estrella just trying to, sidestep in. Not too bad off the Stinger kill. Mako to swing, but still, you're contending with the RRQ greats, Monyet, Crazy Guy. They're all having these angles locked in.
Jimkin's going to be 1 away from his ult. That's it for the last round. There isn't going to be too much.
Constellation pickups at this point. The bot line comes back in. He's trying to dodge all of them. He gets another kill. Not too bad, but still RRQ 5-6 now.
Yeah, you'll take 5.
1. Dude, I think I'd be happy with this.
The RRQ getting another round on the board. It had been a little bit since drinks, right? So getting that there after the first 3 that they started off with. Try and chase the equal scoreline, 6 apiece. As DRX will be presenting with a buy in this one as well. And hopefully, you know, if you're a fan of theirs, get a little bit more attentive with these rotations, right? Because RRQ finding some gaps, finding some good little 2s and fro's. But it's back to the old faithful. Breach Tear and Neon A main control. See what the answer back is.
Are they going to push out though? Yeah, as soon as they hear that drone, you know they're going for it.
Yeah, they'll hold the angle. Fault line exchanged.
Yeah, and a deeper smoke now as well.
Once again, back to where Bane is holding the site somewhat solo.
Bit different though, not playing in towards the tower. You got 1 trip towards the north side of things, but it's not at tower itself.
Cam in a slightly more hidden spot as well.
This is going to be a little bit problematic though for DRX if this is going to be the calm before the storm moment for RRQ. Jemkin gathering that orb would pick up an orbital strike as well.
Just gonna
People here, but it's only 1 info trip.
Between both teams.
Yeah, Marco with the incendiary needs some good position off it.
Thinks better to toss it over to the top.
Surprised Jemkin doesn't go for the
inside of the cage, and that's
orb
Nero theft. Jemkin orb not entirely yet picked up. Situation does not favor such a scenario, so needing to push up front, they try to play around the smokes in towards tower, where Bane is holding true. Off to Jestix Pharaoh now, and he's quickly, instantly killed.
Too bad. I still think
RRQ and good timing and awareness from DRX.
I think RRQ should be feeling alright with this. Obviously, it's like bad because you start with 3-0 and you're ending out with 5. Like, it's insane comeback from DRX, but comp-wise, this is enough. They got to improve their ult rounds though.
They don't have to worry about the tower for a couple of seconds when
sometimes they can call around ults more as well. Like here, for sure, they should be getting an orb. Got 4 orbs around the map. Jemkin's run away from his Rimmel. Be an easy call.
Just fantastic adjustments going over, and you gotta imagine, you know, whether it's the coaching staff or the calling from Estrella, they managed to pull it over. Well,
here's the true vibe mergent. Am I allowed to like remove these options and put texture on the left side and texture on the right side? Like,
that's a difference, right? You gotta imagine with all the Korean fans, you know, Bane is a really sharp-dressed dude. Monyet, though, ooh.
Yeah, they would both have their moments, I gotta say. They would both be the
True enough.
guys.
We did have a moment between Monyet and Stax just a couple weeks ago. Monyet right now has been trying to come online. I do imagine he's got, you know, he is a Neon, it is what it is, but he's coming away with a lot of first deaths where they don't necessarily always amount to too much. Possibly seeing the op picked up from him onto the second half now, where RQ will be swapping over onto the defense.
The DRX always look good. They keep changing players, and I made their coaching staff's actually unreal. It's insane what they do in a short amount of time. I always say this on Plat Chat as well. It feels like they have a time machine. The amount of times they change their comp but have like good strat book with the new comp is impressive. They're definitely very good at. I mean, I think they work really hard, to be honest.
Cheeky spot angle is going to be Monyet.
I feel like their actual practice. I think their practice, if I was to guess, probably are one of the longest out of all the teams. Because I don't know how they do it otherwise.
RQ are looking for these firefights, you know, trying to contend with the spike plants if they go through. The fault line coming in now, and look at this crossfire, perfectly set up by RQ.
The great stun, he's got to get a lot here though. Oh, think about it, comms.
Off to it, he finds a 3K, but freeing trades right back.
Plant goes down, cage. For when that smoke starts to fade as well, will provide some safety. I think he saw him over the top of the cage. He did! And now it's all down to Kushi.
He does have the salvos. Slight drone as well. Kind of knows where his opponents are. Will deal with freeing real quick.
Fast from Bane though.
The final bogey. Bane
fast reaction from him.
Up to the other side. Kushi sticks it to halfway, spots up the head, but Bane!
Big kill from Bane, dude.
The sharp flick instead.
It was fast though. As soon as he realized he was up against the tail, he's instantly going for this.
For old mate Kushi at the end of that one. Had he stuck the defuse, I mean, he would have actually won the round. A bit unfortunate that he opts for the challenge, but you're always going to kind of understand that. Some great shots out from Monyet, but a difference in not having some tower control for the likes of your Sentinel meant that
one
there
on the
could be a
pistols.
bit of a creep up coming up there for the trade as well.
Can I just say though?
He's confused. How have I won that?
Yeah, he is like, how's he giving me this?
Still able to put up these numbers. It's quite. It deserves applause.
He's been given the goods. Pistols though now for RRQ dropping. Well, the pistol round, so we'll see what damage they are going to do.
A lot of noise. RQ all rotating on over. Trying to play close range. Right click will be found. And met with more contest.
Wait, this is almost card worthy.
Force their way out of this smoke. Decent shots found though with the rifles, but still Monyet able to deal with most of it all. Rifles now picked up, but a reload must be made. Fresh mag. And will there be fresh kills? He spots out a singular opponent.
I wonder if Xvero can try and get the wall, the shear, to get across there.
He's going to let him pick up some guns, maybe.
It could be cool.
Dude, as soon as this door opens, they can just...
Mako has an incendiary to toy with. Goes with time peek. Ooh, quick
Go
fall
get a gun.
line.
20 HP, but he is using these regen shields, so he will be back up. Time though afforded to Crazy Guy to get the Bulldog and reposition.
Yeah, it's a Bulldog on the other side, so even with a regen shield...
Looking at the right angle too, 30 seconds.
Would consider Mako
Oh
trying
my
to play off
goodness.
of timing.
Scary.
It causes his opponents to sweat. He's playing with the positioning as well.
Damn,
In with a
dude.
sidestep.
This was
It's
a
an easy angle,
shocker
quickly
of an
sussed out by
antique of the
Crazy Guy.
DRX, though.
Yeah, that one was a little bit too quick for DRX to try and just bully their way in towards the site.
He hand
As soon
delivered
as
them
that
a
smoke
gun
drops
through
in,
the
you're trying to
smoke.
just get out through the sky smoke. You're going into just a crossfire, and then you're spotted. You're not able to get any of these trades. It just, you give the guns over as well. I mean, that one is a bit of a missed call from DRX, maybe just expecting RRQ to not be there.
I honestly think that might cost him. Because
yeah, it's time
this comp is...
I mean, we gotta,
this on defense
give him kind of
is,
some slack. But still,
is a nightmare.
as the next round heads on up, DRX with the, well, weaker buy.
Yeah, what did we see in the previous series, though? Yeah, I know it's a different map and all, and it's more close proximity gunplay on Split. The solo Stinger.
God, they're pushing against the ecos now as well.
But in this sort of situation where RRQ kind of are already spreading the map in its near entirety, you've got full south side control, you've got B site control. The only way they come in is through Dish.
Nervous for everyone.
Arcade, and now you
Nice shot.
Right. Full intel gained. Angles.
Gotta protect the gun.
As well as he peeks on over with a crouch.
There could be a plan here, honestly. No one's going to be able to deny that one, so DRX will fashion
Oh
that
boy,
up.
guys.
Decent money, but still in with the peeks out now. It's going to be Crazy Guy dealing with
going on?
Mako. Looking to launch this assault onto the side from tree side. Estrella, if he is able to find that one frag,
stun.
that would be rolling
Great
thunder.
damage.
The
Oh
aftershock,
my goodness.
almost.
Dude, it's a good little around the
Turns
wall
out yet
though.
another
Give me freeing.
repositions. It's going to be freeing who sneaks all the way through though.
Remove the ult. Oh, I can't do it.
Oh, Manya desperately trying to keep the run alive, but Freeing, look at that tap. Continues to peek into the
Sick
spike
round
defuse
from
as
him.
well, and it just completely
dude, everyone's
disrupts
messing
it all.
up, man.
DRX up
Everyone's
9-6.
messing up.
Anything you can do, I can do better. That's the one out there from DRX.
That was
the previous
nice, though.
round, RRQ thrifting with
gotta
one
give that
alive.
to
Well,
Freeing.
this time it's DRX with
But,
3.
He hasn't had to
Some
do
great
too much,
shots,
but
some great positioning, honestly taken, but Freeing some great shots and a great relurk to come out through unders. A shot on the Monya there. I believe when the overdrive faded, it might have been. Regardless, though, it's some great
Thrifty
shots to
into
bring some
Thrifty,
normalcy back
yeah.
towards it, right? Pissed
Dude, they
around
decided
the
to
second round,
push,
flipped
which
the
is
bonus,
risky, but then they're not in the right positions to protect the guns, and the people with the guns are playing in the right positions. It's just everyone else just isn't there to protect it, so it ends up being a 1v1, and they let him get the gun before he took the 1v1.
It's the round. Sure. Stats-wise. Nonetheless, it's still going to be RQ, or trying to hold off to this arcade position
Wait.
one yet with his own stinger at play. But you got DRX with a split push from both ends. RQ not entirely sure where to look.
Yeah, nice.
as Mako
Stabilized a
comes
little
alive
bit, and they
once
start to
again.
get a lot of ults here as well. It's going to be really rough, man. RRQ.
Certainly,
Dude, both of these
getting
teams.
there with those kills. He's 20 currently. He's got that good
Like,
old
this was
2
such a
KD
mess
and
up
lot
from
of
both
assists.
teams.
And the ults.
Certainly wanting to provide DRX back in towards the international stage, and as we'd be expecting a timeout to come here, I'll add a caveat of maybe not finishing in the 5th to 6th spot.
Ooh. Well, that's one thing. But it is just the first map so far, Komodo. Definitely RQ trying their darndest to contend with this, but DRX living true to their name.
Yeah, I mean, this is a situation where I don't expect RRQ to be out of
Rookie of
ideas
the year.
as well,
I don't know.
right?
I think
Yeah,
that's probably the
they're
hardest one to
struggling
call
a
this
little
year.
bit in the last couple of rounds.
There's probably about
Thrifty round
10.
is all they've seen, but it's early,
10 that
right? It's still
should be
early
up
in
there.
this first half. If they're able to
And then
find,
how do you
2 or 3
even
rounds,
how do you
you're
even
looking to
pick
reset
one? You
things
got to
up,
wait
you're
for
building
more results
ultimates
this
as
year.
well, if you're able to weather through.
I don't think
Now
anyone
DRX
can.
is,
I don't think anyone can
establishment of
comfortably
ults as
say
well,
anyone
because
at the
if you
moment.
didn't catch it just before, there's a couple that are available coming in towards.
I think you
this
got to
round
wait for some
sure.
kind of
So it definitely is
kind of
time for
more
RRQ
results of
to
like bigger
have a good little
stage.
discussion.
There's so many.
Now
There's
start to
so
navigate a couple
many.
of rounds on the board.
Possibly try to bait some of those ults out would help them for the, well, few possible remaining rounds that we might have.
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to, you know, kind of bait them into using the Armageddon or the Orbital Strike, it's certainly going to be well worth it.
Yeah, we'll
and
see.
On the back of the timeout now, you've got a slight change up for RRQ too, putting Xferro with his Vice utility towards the A site. Though if I'm looking at the fellas and where they're sitting, you are literally in the spot for an Armageddon and an Orbital Strike to give you a bad day.
Right? just completely hunkered down, you know, especially with the Vi's utility trying to
It's
go
a nice
head
ult, man.
on. Gunman looking to sidestep it, but will still be quickly sussed out.
Oh, that's a nice ult as well. Little combo, you ain't getting out of that. Holy dude, we got some nice ults going.
Completely raises everyone to the ground.
Been a little bit of mixed match in terms of ults on that, but this was a huge one.
Yet caught with gun, not in hand, and Jemkin was just seen in the tower before.
Smoked off as well. They kind of know where he is. He cannot afford to make a single peep, so far so good.
He almost needs all 3 of these to be 1v1s, hey?
Skulks over. Oh, might have seen the barrel. 1v1s, are they possible, Komodo? Oh, in with the movement from DRX, though. It's a little bit too tough. And because he's tagged, it just buys more time away.
Gotta consider the save.
Yeah, you just gotta save, mate.
I think you only got about 20 seconds left maybe on this
Dude,
spike. So
I mean, this was lovely ults from DRX.
Molly's not gonna do anything either.
The RRQ ult was good as well, but they like tunnel visioned a little bit in terms of being out in the open. I mean, they could get shot on the sides.
The Armageddon when it does come on in, but you've got.
And maybe that was because of Munyet's, sorry, of Hyeonmin's wall.
Certainly looking good. The Orbital and the Armageddon both were used. You're really not getting out of dodge in that scenario. We saw the RRQ fellas do lose their life, courtesy of them as well. And these are those sort of rounds, right, where you've got that timeout that happens and you don't convert the round after it. I mean, look at that moment there. For literally a split second before Bane gets the trade, it was a 5 versus 3. You call it a 4 versus 3, but then DRX able to just achieve greatness. 11-6. This is going to be the round where there's a stretch of a buy for
probably
RRQ.
get him to 12 with this. Got the low buy.
If this one goes haywire, they're going to have to play for the flawless variety to push us into OT.
That's exactly what DRX wanted, this scoreline favoring them so much. RRQ now just trying to hunker down as much as possible. 3 stacked up towards this tower position.
Yeah, do they want to go? They see the sheer wall, try and bait that one out. They saw the thorns, courtesy of the stealth drone as well. These are the sort of scenarios for DRX where you might actually consider them changing
they put
their
the smokes in
Rolling Thunder in, they want to go.
All right,
yeah, this was... I mean, DRX just tried to force it too much. This was the classic, this was the classic, we put the smokes in here, we still gotta go.
Exactly.
They should have thrown it into reverse.
Engine, yeah. Finds every single player. Just the 2 left.
Yeah, they have tried to one-dimensionally go in towards the B site, forgetting that there's going to be Vice utility, Breach utility, Brim utility, Teo utility. Like, I'm throwing all of it in there, right? You're not getting in towards that site in that sort of scenario. That's why I thought they were actually going to backpedal after baiting out the shear, but apparently not.
Same here. Certainly was a little bit odd. But it is also quite one of these rounds where they might be able to condition RRQ into holding this even further.
It's a lifeline, though.
Save? Oh, dude, this is, I mean, this is nice for RRQ.
12. They
a lot of money.
A couple of these weapons as well. Build up a bit of that extra cash in case they do lose one, and we'll give them another buy into the round after.
Right? Much sorely needed cash. Look at how they're able to collect on another free weapon as well. Oh. Okay.
Ambitious, Xferra.
Xferra was on that boom squad from...
Well, nah, he had the stinger, I think, still going into that one. So with death, he will carry over the steel guard.
Yeah, it was worth the attempt.
7-11. So questionable-ish round from DRX.
See, it is a questionable round, but at the same time, they have just been sight hitting and they haven't been shut down. So
looks like we are going to have some coach intervention now.
I think I don't really blame them for trying to just force that a little bit, because it's been working.
Have been saved up, but I do see blue on the stage. It's 2 more rounds for DRX to bring this map to a close. Certainly running into some roadblocks right now. Very well set up by RRQ.
I think a character that steals ult would be too OP. It'd be okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't...
Depends on what the rest of the kit is. It's a strong ult though. Depends how it works as well, to be honest.
Structure in this next round as well, right? Try to bait out a bit of this utility of RRQ. Try to figure out what sort of position.
What are you talking about? You're just talking like if you get an ult, you can pick any of their ults or something. You're not saying like you actually steal their ult and they don't have ult.
But back into it, yes. Certainly a lot to consider as well. RQ now with the buys. taking a look at the utility on the map so far as well, Komodo, I mean, we're not really seeing too much from the Vise, just the wall, the Razor Vine possibly.
Yeah, I think more importantly coming into this fresh round is going to be what RRQ have for.
Okay, you're going to see more of a complex round from DRX, that's for sure.
It, right? You've got Steel Garden,
and we're at least going to be maybe
quite successful of stopping DRX from even getting into these sites a little bit too, right? So you've got options.
Try to find the wall before we put the smokes down, I guess. Conservative with the smokes.
You've got the retake setup for Monyet, and that's why I kind of highlight these little retake abilities that they're going to hold on to in this sort of scenario, because Monyet can just let them get into the site, go for a bit of a spray, be cautious through the smokes that you've got a Vandal that you are spraying with, but ultimately as RRQ, this was the idea, right? You either play stack at A, or you retake B.
Okay, and so you got to look at DRX here, and they're pretty on top of what's going to go down. They go double, is this double or one underpass? One underpass. They go one underpass knowing that they're probably going to be pushing to try and get that Visor into underpass. Do we go to 3 pass and hold to make sure they can't get underpass and use this Visor?
So good, but here comes Bane, quickly 86th. It's just down to Mako.
Yeah, there goes the Visor, but they won the duels.
Unfortunately gets gunned down. So in with the utility, it's down to a numbers game. Hyunmin trying to stay alive. He managed to deal with the first.
Good, dude, honestly, respect, man. RRQ played this well. Shout out to Crazy Guy here. Once he knew where he was as well, he tucked in for a good amount of time so the trade could come in. DRX did good here. I know they lost this round, but they're very on top of what the plan is. As soon as they get this free side over towards B, they're like, well, we know that they're going to be going underpass and try to use this all against us, so they tried to defend it heavy.
On towards freeing, and then it just started out the trades in towards the kill feed. So a bit unfortunate for the likes of DRX that they're not able to win out on the 5 versus 5, but that was always the idea for RRQ, right? Play with the stack over at the A site and go for the retake, which works successfully.
Good calling? Yeah, it was good calling from both teams. Last time the RRQ go for something aggro, they don't need to do this against this comp, but I do think throwing it in is nice. Last time they put this smoke down insta though, does it become obvious? Oh, apparently not.
Still though on the other side, Bane
didn't wait for the stun.
That smoke was a little bit suspicious enough.
This is a problematic position though for RRQ. Player deficit, you've lost smokes in Jemkin, you've lost Monyet. Couple of ults there go down as well.
Cushy has to come up huge, plays into the position, spots out the camera.
Don't see Cushy gets away with this.
Run away. He stalls them with the stun.
There's still a minute to go though, and DRX don't necessarily need to go full on. Will they expect Xferro this far pushed up main? Because you're considering in a scenario like this, you do need to absolutely cut some corners as RRQ. You need to catch your opponents off guard. So let's see if Xferro does.
With the way that DRX are moving though, I certainly expect them to check the corners at the very least. But crouched into it. Xferro will collect onto 2 skulls.
He did good though, man. He did good. His teammate gets over towards site early and they're not going to expect it, I want to say.
Springs out, low HP Hyunmin, but
dude, Cushy played this well as well.
1v1 now, and it's still possible, but a full kit afforded
the
to
spam?
Crazy Guy, and there is a chance. Spike planted.
Ooh, will he see him through the corner of anything?
None so far. Crazy Guy,
damn, Hyunmin 45 HP.
Hyunmin.
What a round.
That nearly looks doable for
RRQ. Oh no, it was doable for RRQ. Okay, 4 chances for DRX. Lot of ults here.
That might have been a little bit of a nail in the coffin for the
this guy needs to wait for the stun here. Look at that stun. You wait like a little bit. He just insta-reacted instead of waiting.
It's Mako and Hyunmin able to get the job done. Cushy trying his darndest. But just a bit of an elevated off angle from Hyunmin at the end that gets good favor for DRX to find map point on the map of their own choosing. 4 rounds now that RRQ have to play with to try and claw back into overtime, and a lot of ultimates that they do have to play with too.
Especially for more retakes as well, but right now playing the info.
Okay, it's contact into stun into Brimble.
Send Monyet in. But DRX
and DRX just dodged the bullet.
No drone coming your way over at the A site, so I wonder for RRQ, how long do they take before going for some further information?
For DRX though, I mean, you don't see any reactions coming out from RRQ just yet, so you're certainly considering this A position as well. So slowly back into this B spot. You
You got
advise wall.
You got to remember though, last time they tried to get in through this, they were just peppered with utility and the rolling thunder that Australia threw in.
This guy might get absolutely wrecked in heaven
You're
here.
either getting numbers to
And
go
you
through
can see
this
the
wall
big
together,
change up,
or
right?
you're
Them
baiting
finding
down.
the
I think it's
wall
gonna be
instead
the
of like
other
putting
wall
the
get
smokes
through.
down so they can actually make a good plan around it.
Let's rip the steel
Yeah, they know that he's in heaven now with his Visor. They have shorties, so they might be tempted to go there. Or he could farm. Great jump, though.
But in with the right clicks is freeing. Close range, Mako. Smoke off even further, but the spams! Spike has been dropped. And that does not bode
Yeah, and
well
keep
for
an eye on
DRX.
Monyet. Monyet is here behind his own smoke, though. Smoke just went.
RQ all in position. Mako, ooh, oh, he made a sound.
Yeah, he's not going to check this one, you'd expect.
Down to the final two. Just Bane and freeing up from tower. Fast lanes up. They're all kind of getting stunned. The salvos will buy some time. Bane trying to get some crosshair placements, but still in for the trades. Numbers game once again. Freeing has to come up huge to possibly close out the map, but his HP is way too low. RRQ, all they got to do is hold down mouse one.
He's a
and
lot
they
of
will
old
push
slow.
themselves up. Once again, 9-12.
Yeah, they hold on. Nicely done. Getting all the trades out there as well. Bit of an unlucky shot through the smokes too, by the way, that catches one of the DRX members. Bit unfortunate on there for Australia. As Mako also pushing forward gives up a bit of an impossible situation for the remaining two fellas. They try to make some good work for it, but another successful retake to come through from RRQ. I think they're pretty happy that they're converting.
Hey, 3 chances to end this, and they got double hero gun. Probably won't use the tail into this, but
DRX onto the week-old buy, so
you never know how the round's gonna go.
RRQ, though a different look right
Oh,
now
what
for
an
DRX.
absolute shot. Oh, this gets
Finally
weird now.
wins a quick engagement towards
Gets
A
really
main.
weird.
And that's the side already
Gun to pick
captured.
up
We
on
also
sight.
have Bane
Tail
slowly
becomes
creeping up
super
from
tempting.
south side.
They got good.
Still though, RQ in position from the
What?
Raptor spot. They will be able to snipe out a couple of players. Spike then coming back in. Drone spotted as well, so no true suppression. Freeing might be able to play with the retakes on this. Oh, Mako, what a peek!
Freeing has the ult, remember?
Yeah,
But he's stuck
exactly.
on the side. Ooh.
Yeah, Mako
just sends
has
it out.
Molly as well.
Just try to push his opponents offline. Mako
They're both
now
to
coming
line up.
with lineups.
Yeah, but it's a little bit too late, unfortunately. That one, that can just be stuck on the defuse for Jemkin, and he knows it as well. So the round is done. Bane, he's not even going to get an upgrade of a weapon. He's just going to stick with the Sheriff in towards the next round.
Hey,
So that's
too, though.
actually
It was a good
little
attempt
bit
from
rough.
DRX. Dude, I really thought it was done. They got some
Confused and questioning
spams
Freeing's
again. It's kind of
ultimate
back-to-back rounds where they get the
location.
spams through the
He's in the
smoke.
game, of course, so you kind of think that there's
Great
some
shot.
reason behind it, but you've
That
already
one
lost a lot
shot.
of this space, and you know there's advantage for the likes of RRQ when it's in the site itself.
First
so
seed
that
cast.
ultimate, maybe you try and
Maybe.
scare them away. It might have been better instead of scaring them in to the site.
Who knows? It definitely does feel a little bit disconnected, though, Komodo, I will admit. Next round up, and once again, it's Tillman looking to bypass all of the utility. Stalled for now, but it does bait out so much from
RRQ didn't think they would go for it again.
DRX
I
wait out
don't
for the
think
smoke,
they can
push
play
towards
after
tower
plant with
spot.
the
We've
ult
got a
situation
little
like
later one coming in
this.
towards Dish 2, which has a time
Sorry,
limit on it now that
retake
the
with the ult
trap
situation
wire
like
on the
this.
side of things has been
It's good. It's a
broken.
good reaction from
So
RRQ
whilst
to
DRX
take
may
the
be able to
space,
establish a
but
plant
this is
here,
a
we know
hard
that RRQ have been
retake.
quite successful
They've
in
done a
these
very
retakes,
good job
so
of
that was a
going
feat. Happy
aggro on the
fair
sides, but
We'll see for now. It's
having this as the
footsteps.
ends, they got to win some
He's
duels.
certainly aware.
Oh,
look
that's
at
a
Monyet
great
with the
little
movement.
stun.
Still though, Bane comes in with the assist.
You expect another one?
They will push.
Ooh.
Oh, and it's Sphero.
What?
Double kill picked up. Arc Rose to flash and gather more space as well, but look at the side.
Okay, Mako's is a beast, is he?
The multi-kill king himself, and he's finding a couple more, but Cushy answers back as well.
Freeing has no salvos, 30 seconds. He has to challenge, but it's
What?
not open.
Has to go for the gunplay. In for the smokes, and he's trying to get him off of the spike, but Cushy sticks it to
my
halfway.
God.
Continuing to stick all the way
Oh
through
my God.
now.
Oh my
and
God.
there it is. He
Oh
fused
my
down to
God.
3
How has he
seconds.
done
A
that?
good kill at
That's
the end
an
of it, but
unbelievable
still
1v3.
1 away from overtime.
Oh,
That is an
boy, that one gets a
unbelievable
little bit too hot
1v3.
under the collar. You think
How?
there for DRX, you thought that maybe, hey, just maybe, that
That's
one
insane,
would come the
dude.
way to them, but no. It's the double from Xfero. It's a double back
This
from
is what we were
Marco.
saying about the
Not
rookies. Like, this guy
enough
has
at
to
the
get a
end
shout
for
because
Cushy to be able to win
he's
a
been playing
1
Unreal, and what the
versus
hell is
3
this?
Red Bull clutch.
Unbelievable comeback coming through from this Indonesian team.
Insane. 4 chances down to 1 last chance.
Space, but how confident they are right now.
They go super aggro over towards A main. They get that ult as well. Something that they need to be doing on attack a little bit more. At least they're doing it now.
Big round for them. Last round of regulation. And if you're trying to go to this B site, there's again another little change up of location from Initiator. Your breach is here.
They both smoke at the same time. They know they're trying to default break the walls. As soon as the smoke comes in, you know they're trying to default and break this wall. So we see a lot of spams going in. Not sure DRX can do that. I think that's way too obvious. I think they're lucky to only lose 1 there.
As well, which could deter so much. DRX trying to hang back towards this A spot. I mean, this is why making that much noise in towards A main early on was
It's funny because if they had waited 1 extra second, RRQ would have smoked for them. It's a great tail ult, stops the initial hit. They can get a bit of a rotate going on. That's a good reaction from DRX though. It's that same thing where they now need to push on the sides, but they got no one pushed on the sides. Great shot.
Hyunmin though, into a tiny position, able to snipe down Crazy Guy.
How do you defend the spike though, playing up at the dish with 2 of them?
It's all stuck in towards this one final spot. Cushy turns back around on ahead, and he's going to push further
Big
on into the side,
1v1,
down
my
to the
god.
1v1s. Xpero needs the headshot. He crouches down, tries to offset the crosshair, plays that front free,
man. Freak, so good. Dude, what a map this was. Damn, we actually got a sick map here.
13 to 11.
Oh,
the committed peek from freeing.
That one has provided us. It's
That was
special,
nice.
that's for sure, but it's freeing on the Teo that gets
Dude,
the
what a
job
banger,
done
man.
in the 1 versus 1 at the end. But I don't think it was an individual game from both sides in this one. There was definitely
Freeing, no, he was having a quiet game, right? But he had insane
moments
impact.
on both accords that provided greatness and a couple of falterings.
He bailed
for
them out
sure,
of a couple
but
of
they
rounds.
were entertaining. You can't take that away. That was a cool, fun map.
Absolutely. You just cannot disagree with that fact. Every game so far for DRX in this playoffs, I know it's only day 2, but it's been going to the wire.
Yeah. I mean, talk about Mr. Consistent in this map as well. Marco, it almost felt like if it was getting 1 kill on the round, it was good for a double or a triple. There was a quad in there as well. He was certainly trying to deliver a lot on the Brimstone in this one. But as I said, it really was an effort by committee approach for both of these teams with the way that the retakes were looking for RRQ, with the way that the space control was at times looking for DRX as well, you know, trying to push Hyunmin forward, set him up with utility. I mean, a lot of different individual moments of brilliance and setups for the teams. Just a lot to take away from a map like that, and you know, there's a lot of history for both of these teams on this map as well. I like the change up from RRQ with the T1S comp to come on through, but just didn't get it over the line.
Just shy of it. Yeah, it was so darn close though. I mean, you really have to admit, you still saw some good moments coming out from the RRQ squad, but we'll toss it back over to Desk to break all of this down.
Oh, we wanted a close map? Yeah, that's
Lots
true.
of good moments from both sides. This was such
rough.
an exciting map, a roller coaster ride as
I mean,
well
that last
for
round
both
was one of
sides
these.
teams. But of course, this goes over to DRX.
Last
It is
kill,
their map pick
didn't
after all.
convert.
But RRQ brought it really
1v3
close,
was crazy as well.
those last few rounds.
My
Okay,
goodness, I
back in a
love
little bit.
Valorant. What a map. That was unbelievable.
That was a
so
sick
back
map,
and
who's
forth.
not
I
wrong.
really thought RRQ had the momentum, especially after Cushy won that clutch where he stuck the defuse. Oh, I thought they definitely had it, but DRX just get themselves across the line there, claiming map 1, claiming their own map pick.
It's nothing but tight games here in playoffs here for DRX. They are well and truly comfortable with being put all the way down to the wire. They played some excellent Valorant there, as did RRQ. I mean, there were really highlights for both of these teams, both macro-wise as well as the individuals, but that is a monstrous game from Marco. Now that this guy is off the IGL, he is unleashed.
Oh my gosh, Mr. Consistency. Every single round he is able to deliver, and he's been doing this since yesterday. Just consistent performance all across the board.
He's been doing it since yesterday. He's been doing it
Yeah,
since 2021.
Since the beginning, since he started competing. You know, bring back Vision Strikers time. He's been there.
You know, he's an OG of this scene. He's been around for such a long time. It's amazing to see him be throwing up performances like this, especially in a qualification game. This is as big as it gets. He's leading the charge from the front here. Like you say, free from the restraints of that IGL duty, he can just go crazy.
Yeah, RRQ, it's another great effort by committee. I liked a lot of their approaches this game. I mean, they had a hot start initially on the attacking side, but DRX, after losing to the bonus, win 6 in a row really, really nicely. I think we have some replays and some highlights that kind of underline that a little bit more, but I was really impressed with the way that they were able to recover here on this defense. You just see RRQ, you can see they're up 3-0, and DRX every single time are disrupting them with util and making their life very difficult to get into the site. And that is what you see when you get these mirror comps, right? Breach, Teo, Neon, as well as the Brim. Marco in particular on the defense on the Brim, you could just see him holding the sky smokes. You drop the mollies, you drop things like the aftershocks, you have the Cypher set up on that B side as well, and it makes it very difficult to attack into this DRX defense.
I mean, in these compositions, you have so much utility to work with, so much stall, and DRX are able to layer that so well to consistently stall out RRQ on that first half. I mean, it just felt like whenever RRQ tried to move somewhere, they're met by waves and waves of solid utility.
Yeah, Marco was doing a good job being able to flood into the site, playing around the sky smokes as well. But the rest of DRX, you know, able to buy enough time with that delaying utility or disrupt the push itself. You saw a little bit of disruption for their own attack, but this is what I'm talking about. Bane was turtling inside of tower the majority of the time, but this is a perfect switch up from DRX. This time he dives onto ramp, they drop the molly on tower side, so you can just never really know what you're attacking into. Even if you recognize the setup, you see the Cypher cam, you see a certain trip, you know that's the same setup they play every time, but then they change up how they actually approach breaking down that arcade split.
Yeah, it's clear to see why they picked this map. They looked very well drilled, very well practiced, especially on the defender side. I just think a lot of that comes from smart practice, clever protocols, a good player innovation in the server. So big respect to DRX.
I think having really strong site leaders on defense, super important as well. Like you get two of the boys to sit in the server together and discuss actually how they want to defend some of the meta executes. And you can very much see that Bane and Marco are very comfortable on the Cypher Brim, as you need your Senti smokes player to be in terms of how they're going to defend that very, very common arcade split you saw time and time again.
But I do have to commend RRQ, because when the side switch, RRQ, they also had a very interesting defense side, and they really, I feel like, came alive as well in that side. But I mean, when you're up against Mako, there's just so many good moments from this player. Oh my goodness.
I mean, this is something the caster spoke about, right? It felt like he was always good for 1, and if not 1, 2, and perhaps even 3. You just couldn't slow this guy down. I feel like, look at these, so many kills through smoke, so much game understanding. You know, he was unstoppable this map.
I mean, he's a phantom abuser. It's disgusting. This was a disgusting play, by the way.
Through the door.
The sim to open the door, being able to recognize exactly what the rotation timing is, and that is Marco's superpower as a player. It's not incredible aim. It's not, you know, some crazy mechanics. It's positioning, reading the game, knowing the little pockets of play that he is able to play in, dropping a sky smoke and always standing in the perfect position. Over on the other side here, though, we wanted to highlight Monyet. Out of 24 rounds, he was involved in 10 of them, in 10 of the opening kills, or 14, something ridiculous. Like, he was just sending it. He was the postman here. He was licked the sap and he sent it on the Neon. Finally unleashed, not on Smoke's duty.
Yeah, I mean, it's a clear game plan, right? Of Monyet, either go get us some space or a kill. That's it. Go, 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 go. And Monyet is the kind of player who loves that stuff. He loves to just be able to send it.
Absolutely. I love those two players that you highlighted, Mako and Monyet. Of course, Mako gets the MVP for this one, and how can you not, with so many amazing plays and just like this performance all throughout, right? But on the side of Monyet, I gotta love the chaos. I gotta love the chaos that he brings.
It was 14 out of 24 rounds that he was involved in an opening duel. I think he went 7-7, which is ridiculous for one player. That literally means, especially on attack, it was the majority of them, but even on defense, every single opening kill of the round, he was just sending it. And Hyunmin, a fair few for him as well. So Neon definitely being the defining agent, and there's a reason why you see it picked all the time on Fracture at the moment. It's the only thing with enough speed to beat all of this util and just get some chaos going.
For sure, and I'm actually gonna put Monyet up here as well, just to kind of like put him over here next to yours. Can he fit? Yes, he can. Yeah. There you go. See, we have him on there, on this side. A little bit chaotic, just how he was playing earlier.
Very chaotic.
You gotta love it though. It's those moments from RRQ that I feel that make them such a team to be contended with, right? Especially since this is playoffs and we were so eager to see how these teams were going to transform. RRQ is one of those teams that can actually bring out something else, and you can't ever count them out even round per round.
Yeah, I mean, they did a great job to start mounting that comeback. I mean, I was really believing, I think they were believing down there on the stage. That map was within grasp for them, but you know, of course, that was DRX's pick. Now moving across to Icebox, this should be where RRQ, in theory, are a little bit more comfortable.
This is the wild card. They have picked this map. They did get a win against T1, which doesn't necessarily mean too much as far as I'm concerned. That's been a big struggle for T1. Over on the side of DRX, they have conceded both games of Icebox to Boom and Paper X. So Icebox only just coming back into rotation here in Split 1. This is very much a defining map for a lot of these teams in this split because it is the kind of thing that you can play Veto Chicken with, and RRQ has opted to take this chance and pick this against DRX after seeing them drop a couple of maps already.
Yeah, they definitely smell weakness, I think, with this pick. You know, last time we saw RRQ play this, they beat T1 on this map, so it is a map where they feel fairly comfortable, and I think they know that this is not DRX's biggest strength. The map plays very differently to something like Fracture that we've just seen, so I think they're looking to kind of counter DRX stylistically and really be able to put their own spin on this.
You can see the two comps there. DRX have been changing things up. We saw Bane on the Omen previously, and they have kind of been tinkering around with the roles and deciding exactly who they want to play what. So we'll see what they're going to bring into today.
Yeah, Icebox, I feel for DRX, perhaps they're keeping their cards close to their chest. They're quite good at that. And they haven't exactly won Icebox since, I believe it was last year, sometime last year, and also because it's been out of rotation, right? So there are a lot of secrets to be kept in this match still for DRX. For RRQ, I feel like perhaps they feel a little bit more comfortable in this map. Perhaps it's just like a, you know, that feeling, but I feel it's still 50-50 for them.
They just don't have the reps, so, you know, it's just a big question mark at the end of the day. It's kind of similar to what we saw, well, not exactly similar, but in some ways what we saw from the split coming out from that last series. It's just, rather than playing straight into the core of the map pool where you know what you're going to get, it's a bit of a question mark thrown into the Veto, which has been interesting to see both of the teams seeded into the upper bracket, but in theory being the underdogs, being the ones to maybe take a little bit more of a risk in the Veto and play something that's been less repped by everyone.
Right, and of course, you know, going into this, RQ banking on the fact that DRX, as you guys mentioned, probably have some weaknesses around this map. So stepping into Icebox right now, I wonder what we're going to see from both teams, and it's looking like it's a mirror matchup once again.
Ooh, you're getting a little bit of a change up here for DRX. Bane, it seems like he's on Senti duty. Marco's getting put on the Viper here, so no Omen in the mix.
Some real standard comps, pretty much the Sova changed up for Teo.
And as you just said, Mika, a mirror matchup on the side of RRQ. Roles are exactly what we would expect. Look for big things from Gen.G. This Jet really is his signature agent. He can get that up out. There's nothing he can't do with this agent. So
is this the default comp these days? Maybe.
Jet head-to-head is going to be fireworks.
Icebox has been really open though with a lot of stuff that's going on.
We're not seeing that Yoru once again as we did last time. Of course not.
Man, I hope whatever map they make
and of course, both teams are bringing
that I imagine is getting shown at Toronto, I just hope. I hope it's not like Abyss or Icebox. I really do. Free sight, I really hope it's a free sight. Free sight means that they have to think about middle more.
Yeah, let's stick freeing on Teo, or Teo on freeing. Which one was it again? Well, yes. Yes.
The answer is yes.
Foresight madness. You have to play double sentinel.
Coming in towards this map, they haven't felt full comfortable on the agent.
Everyone's retaken. Okay, DRX on attack, RRQ on defense.
Against the likes of your Paper X, for example, where we know that the defensive side was not good for DRX. They put up 1 round, and they had 7 opening frags, by the way. 7 first kills, and they put up 1 round. So the 4 versus 5 conversions on that defensive side are what I'm looking to in the second half. But for this attacking side, it's taking space. It's baiting RRQ out. It's forcing them to be uncomfortable, especially around this A site.
All right, they've, well,
plan here, just take first contact, flashback.
Pressure over onto B. Right now, slowly backing towards A. And RRQ haven't really seen or thrown anything out, really, just yet. Maybe 0 point off of the timing.
Yeah, well, gonna look to go in. 0 point to get a bunch of information.
Okay, nice reaction.
And DRX, I mean, they don't necessarily need to keep staying around here if they don't want to, but they will opt to now with Marco making his rotation as well to this site.
Oh, a quick in through the salvos. Cushy, not too bad though. Still able to find angles. Yeah, through the wall. It's going to be DRX continuing to push up front. Then for a Crazy Guy to try to play around this raptor spot.
That was insane.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
I mean, you don't have a little bit
yeah,
of
line up as well. Dude, that was a nuts
whatsoever,
pistol from them.
when you think, oh yeah, you can settle down, you can send in your drone, you can try and get your teammate to play off that one. Nah, how about
2-1 on the pistols. 1-0 obviously.
I mean, that was not meant to
It wasn't meant
for
to happen,
sure,
no.
but
but hey, freeing hits the shots where required, right? So you got to give credit where credit is due. A couple of sharper shots to come out from Cushy.
KO better than Gek on this map. It depends on the comp, man.
Comes out from Australia that finishes him off. I mean, that's just
I think if I'm running a Jet, I want that KO. If I'm running anything else,
they didn't find
probably want the Gecko. Depends on what else we got.
On the round after, remember? So let's actually see they don't drop the pistols here.
RQ then needing more information on their defensive half. Right now it's just a pistol, so they're trying to stay tucked in. All four stacked up on this B site. Close range, up on top of yellow. Hyunmin quickly dealt with.
I mean,
bringing the rest of them though,
actually looking
alright now, but still the Bulldogs will stand on top of the
that's a shame. If it was other people committed and it was a KO where the Teo is, and we can flash swing out here,
they're quite low.
Then that could have been a thing.
Maybe slightly possible. Spike not yet planted.
Wingman, dude, this is Wingman's best map.
And the spikes over onto the right people.
Like one of the main reasons that people use them.
Back. It's okay. Just more kills coming up for RQ now until low HP.
The hardest map to plant.
Able to collect on the ghost kills.
Yeah, not able to get the job done at the end there, right? If those salvos weren't positioned on towards the planner in Australia, you know, maybe they're able to polish off one of the other members, but you want to try and get the better frag, you might think. Still some good damage delivered, nevertheless. Going in towards this bonus round, it should provide enough for the likes of RRQ to try and answer back quite nicely. For the side of DRX, though, are they going to still play in towards this default line, or are they going to change it up as well with some quicker proceedings over towards the B site? Getting some early salvos to try and take some space and force the likes of Monyet back.
The bonus is very strong. It's a good bonus. They could also get the KO nice and early. They do. They'll fight over towards B main, so they're up against a KO. Got a lot of snowball potential.
For sure. See how far Australia wants to get in before potentially even using it, or maybe holding it for the post.
We got.
Nevertheless, none.
I was gonna say we got nothing to stop this here, but it's a spam for a spam.
Spot is so still a fair trade as Hyunmin fires.
With how committed they were over towards B, I'm surprised Bane.
Slow now, isn't it, for DRX?
To be honest, Bane will just walk all the way up.
If he can spot any over peaks, no flanks to come
I'm surprised he hasn't taken more space, but
Bane is on his solo expedition.
It's also kind of expected by Jemkin too, right? Watching over towards that A site still with 45 seconds to go, you'd have to call a bit of a rotation now as DRX with the spike going away from Marco, freeing and Hyunmin to potentially keep people invested.
Yeah, this is an easy callback with the space that Bane made.
Bane has actually snuck up towards A.
It's decent.
Yeah, call the audible, call the rotation.
Retake here, they got no... Dude, they have got one flash.
Don't give an opportunity for RRQ to get a 4 versus 3.
There's one molly to delay the plant.
Right now to be able to hold these spots,
but
stay true to them. Jemkin
can't really do much.
You don't really hear footsteps anywhere close, so you don't really know if RQ's nearby just yet either.
That's important. Wow. Salvos used early to stave them off, which means you're not going to have them for the plant duration. You do have mollies as Bane though, one onto the spike and holding the second nano.
Just the one, yeah. So calls for RRQ to push up front. That's where DRX just looks to play post-plant up around pipes. It's just down to the firefight. Spams on over through the smoke, but still is Sparrow sticking it
Molly's late. Oh, dude, we're just sticking this.
Dude,
we just straight up.
It manages to prevent DRX from pushing even closer.
It's kind of nice from RRQ. Just wall up, break the molly, so they can just insta get on the defuse and then just went for it.
From DRX to hold that one there, unfortunately.
Maybe you should say the DRX will be playing over towards site if they can use the Teo salvos early.
They've got, you know, eyes on the prize to get the defuse, but also protecting it, right? You saw the cloudburst come out a little bit on the tail end of that as well, just for some added protection when the defuse comes through. So on the board, you know, nice and early, no.
How would I know Teo?
In succession, going to be achievable.
Oh
on the early stages.
I would just, again, 55-second cooldown, and then I'm half in that drone, man. Half in the drone time.
That's not the intended primary target for DRX at the
That's
moment. Sniffing out what may have been a B, but opting to rotate back to the more side of A, which is heavily stacked, which would be extremely interesting.
You could say that this is RRQ reading DRX's game plan, right? This is the exact same thing that they ran just in the previous round, and now the positions hold up. It's gonna be Crazy Guy. 2K found. Hyunmin trying to even out the odds.
Dude, you had the boys backing him up, watching the heaven as well, so they couldn't trade. Pretty nice.
Dead again, so no access to the null command. They also lost freeing, so no initiator util whatsoever. It becomes more body play at the moment now for DRX. And if you do transition to this B side still, you've got that alarm bot that plays protection for Xferro. And you've already got rotations coming out, full pallet.
Unless Bane can really pull off something magical with this lurk. The movement's somewhat readable for RRQ right now.
There is no mollies on the side itself though for Xferro. So when the alarm bot trips, it kind of is just him calling for the team to rotate
I think when this alarm bot goes off, I'm pretty sure the Bane has to go for this. That is one of the boldest plans I've ever seen.
Jemkin off to the trades as well, just down to Hyunmin, who unfortunately gets spotted out way too quick. RRQ to even up the score.
I mean, this was a solid holdover towards A from RRQ.
It's good. If I'm to be honest with you, exposing yourself to two angles, Snowman and the front orange as well, I mean, then you kind of just afford time for the molly to go down as well. I mean, you want a bit more of an open plant to be defendable, I guess, but yeah, a little bit awkward there at the end of it. Just spreads enough with the snake bite, and I mean in a 1 versus 3 scenario with 10 seconds to go, that would have been pretty difficult for.
Yeah, Bane's got to go earlier though, 100%.
True enough.
Dude, DRX were in a really good spot to snowball, but
yeah, you definitely have to see Hyunmin be the charger here. Oh, already down to 16 though. That's rough.
Still gonna look for something though.
oh my god, such a good shot. Is the Strider going to tank this? Oh, yeah. Didn't get the plant down as well.
Yeah, spike denied, truly. Then
the press, and you got the jet. I'm out here swinging everything. Yeah, nicely done from everyone. This is good.
Have the site completely surrounded. Hyunmin not quite able to find much with the blades. RRQ will take the lead.
Yeah, nicely countered by RRQ.
I wonder if they're going to time out.
Completely honest with you, right? You're getting some good damage towards Hyunmin, which makes
using these ults a bit.
Further challenges. You're denying the spike.
Definitely going to start using
down
ults.
With Snake's bite for the last one, but also with the Armageddon. I was looking on the moment that goes down as well, and you've got Salvos comboed to the
DRX. I mean, honestly, I'm giving up with B.
Orange backside and stuff. So it was good, just utility layering to come on out for RRQ. And the Armageddon too, I mean,
I'm spamming A 4 times in a row right here.
I know it's got a wind-up time and stuff, but it wound up a little bit quicker than he thought.
The rest of the map, probably.
Solid utility coming through, and it's a pretty, again, like readable game plan for RRQ. They kind of know, or they're kind of able to understand, discern exactly what DRX are trying to do. Hence this timeout, needing to.
They should revert the sky changes. No, that would be horrible as well.
If you will. RRQ so far has been.
I'm okay with like changing the sky dog back to the old dog, maybe, but.
As well as the rest of the squad, Jemkin onto this jet. Right, we've seen him, how much he can do on this agent.
Yeah.
Quick plays, quick positions in towards a nest, for example, on the previous round. Now, both sides stacked up towards A.
Yeah, I mean, last round you had the Armageddon used for Crazy Guy, but look at what you've got achievable in this next round, right? Viper Spit for Munyet, Null Command for Cushy. If you get them online at the scruff that's going to happen over towards this A site for at least, maybe one of them. Those could be pretty good in a post-plant scenario, for example, but let's see what this early challenge actually comes out with. Pit prioritized. As DRX don't see any full aggression early on, they will wait a second. They will then throw in their utility to regain space.
Ooh, and look at RRQ, they're pushing down mid as well. Pit comes alive.
They're all off that.
Whole duty is to just stay alive. So far, so good on the shorty kill, but with the
it's a good trade on this though.
Dealt with.
And an command out from
yeah, and this is what we're saying about all the ults. Double push behind. They don't know about the numbers.
Needing to stay alive alongside his team as well for this post plant, but
oh,
here comes
no matter
RRQ,
what, it was a nice trade though.
Contact, a well-timed peek, 3v3, and also DRX being aware, a little bit paranoid about players towards the back.
Gun.
Yep, spots him out by the torso. Crazy guy. Just being able to continue cause mayhem towards the back. DRX beginning to sweat. They're trying to hold shoulder to shoulder around 410, but still with the positions noted.
Nice shots.
Multi-kill
This guy's great, man.
Yeah, we really need to see DRX find some free opening kills and settle down a little bit, right? They're trying to force their way back into the site after giving the space to RRQ in the beginning, once you understand that. But when they
Mr. Gen.G game.
Plant, you know,
the Gen.G looked really. Gen.G did look really good, but it was also like
really good work done
one
by
of the
Gen.G
biggest crumbles we've seen.
To at least gain favor there, make it.
I can't think of the last time I saw one that was this big.
Just really early on the rotation, really early on the flank.
Yeah, like it was big.
And you're setting yourselves up for maybe another successive round here.
Because even C9 didn't crumble this much.
You're up against the Stingers, you're up against the Bulldog.
NRG.
Definitely see a world in which that converts to 5.
Did NRG crumble or did they just get outclassed though?
For now, not yet. This time they don't see Jemkin anywhere close to the A site, so that could be some information. Outlaw though.
Outlaw over towards the B site. You've got Monyet there too, but it is a little bit quicker from DRX. I did mention before you want to see some opening kills for them. Give themselves an advantage before going for the plant. Well, it's not going to happen this time. They're going for the plant in a 5 versus 5.
Okay, yeah, DRX classic with the executes into the site to the spiked plant. Question is, can they hold
it? Gen.G outclass Boom? Yeah, that's a good argument.
Yeah, really close, especially when both of them are stacked up against each other like that. But still, Monyet will be able to neutralize at least one. Dispatches the next as well. And you've got Blades, Jemkin looking to kick up a storm under the site. Swift and precise will be Xpharaoh as he swings off to the next position. And then the spike to get stuck all the way through.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. He gets the kill just at the end of it.
Another situation, man. Another situation.
Dude, this looks crazy in control for RRQ.
Dived upon by RRQ, and
there's so many afterpawns over towards A that DRX is messing up.
Trying to throw the nano swarms on towards the site this time, but we're seeing it thrown again. But we're seeing
like they keep getting the plant down though, and they have a comp that is insane in after plant. So like it should be working, but they don't prioritize the right positions. No one fights aggro on site. No one's got that delay for the util to win the rounds.
Had the right items, the right abilities available,
but
what?
Just for DRX, not quite able to continue holding it post plant.
They just need a good opening frag and to kind of force RRQ to fall back, labulate, not go for a two-dimensional retake, right? Force them into something just very readable, which is not really happening at the moment. Another 5 versus 5, potentially, where there's a enormous flanking presence.
Full pass and push behind.
Round off just because they had stingers. This time it should be a lot better, but
no way, that flash.
Cushy. That's what you want in a KO. You got the pit, sure enough.
Oh, this gets weird.
Wait,
but are they not just gonna be able to break this?
RRQ happy to stay and stick around.
I'm really confused. Oh, okay, they broke that. Oh, damn, that's nice. Dude, RRQ, by the way. Oh my goodness, RRQ.
And they have the Viper's pit.
So was that Cushy with the nade to break it?
Alongside Cushy, just picking every single DRX player one by one. All apart.
This Icebox is nice, dude.
Into the final
DRX need another timeout, I feel like.
Stuck in as well.
Another scenario where RRQ are already with 5 members surrounding the A site.
Dude, the 4-person push behind.
Like, it's a scenario where DRX are not finding advantage.
Because she's having mad impact, by the way, as well. Like his flash to get him through here, get this. I'm pretty sure we had nade for lockdown.
You see a counter lockdown come out from RRQ, and you see the attacker lockdown destroyed by, I believe it was the fragment and a little bit of spray on towards it, is what I think I caught there. There was just no escape whatsoever for DRX. Ooh. That's 6 rounds in a row, and you've got to be wondering for what DRX needs to do here. It has to be not giving.
Well, they went A every single
everything
time,
they
but
want for a retake. You have to
the problem is
items
they
first. You
just
have
don't
to
have
find
the
some
after
earlier
plants,
kills.
and we got no one holding
Swear to God,
behind.
kind of
Like they don't have the right
questions
protocols when they head over
sometimes,
towards
just
the A
full-side
site.
hits and they're
And if you
not
don't
quite
have that on
paying off
Icebox, man, you're
dividends.
doomed.
RRQ on the other hand, though, I mean, just playing all of this to perfection, right? The first few
Like,
rounds
mate,
might have eluded them, but down into these
We gotta be
subsequent
holding
ones,
behind.
they've been able to work their way across the map.
And I know we haven't
Gotta be
seen
holding behind.
a lot of
Gotta
Icebox
have
for DRX
2 people
this year
fighting on
for,
site.
RRQ as
Everyone
well
else
this
playing
year,
after
right?
plant.
But from what we have seen, we've got a lot more of a reliance on this attacking side for DRX as opposed to the defensive side, right? So they need a lot of rounds on the attacking side, in my opinion, if we're going just by the history and what we're seeing in the previous ones as well, right? Being pretty good on the attacking side as
First time you
opposed to
see a
this
4-person
defensive
flank with Killjoy
Whereas
to push them.
for RRQ,
And
I mean,
people,
Scan approach, for example, against T1 in that game,
when it was like
still
super meta on
kinda
Ascent,
doing
people
enough
started to
on
push
that
mid with
defensive
Killjoy
side, right?
on
They ended that
defense.
one at
It was something similar.
6 apiece, and they've already gained 6 here in a row. So there's only more to play with to make their attacking.
So DRX look at this, and I think the main talk was going to be about their after plant. Now RRQ change it up to make sure they fight heavy and don't let them plant.
Yeah.
Trying to right the
Maybe
ship.
thinking they're going to use
Waiting
less
for any
util.
overextension from RRQ, and they're just not giving it to you.
At least you got Mako trying to somewhat lurk towards middle this time.
And you got Jemkin just making sure the Outlaw is looking down the extremity of B. If he spots out anything, he can
Marshall,
go for a
one shot everyone apart from freeing.
Of the team who are happy to play retake if
Or
they
the
need to
Outlaw
as
even.
well, right? Putting the eggs in the A basket at the moment, having the right numbers, because DRX
Did I read you
don't
say
recognize
Marshall?
yet that there's a B site on this map. It's A, it's A.
You
it's
did,
always
you
A.
made me say it.
Yeah, there's more to the map. At least Mako is beginning to go on this expedition and chart.
Isn't Server good on Icebox? I mean, Server's great on Icebox, but AO exists is the issue.
Microplants around this toxic screen. Hyunmin pushing it along his team, and it just completely decimates the
Okay, this is going to be
RRQ
interesting.
setup.
Does RRQ now go back to playing retake?
Crazy guy could have got 3, and that would have been an absolute murder. But now, it's on to Jemkin in a 1 versus 4, knowing that damage is done, knowing that you've got money for next round, and DRX might not.
Just to dive in. Why not? Let's make some sounds. Hyunmin will be the first to peek. No subsequent peeks needed. And it's DRX to put one back up on the board.
Yeah, it's not super exciting as well for the crowd here, of course. They know that that round is just one that DRX really needed to get, and a lot of those kills were, you know, a little bit disconnected through the round. But most importantly, what was it, Quack? It was not a full retake where RRQ had everything to go for the retake. It's battles being won in the beginning,
And they had
battles
luck
being
this
won
time
in
as
the
well.
middle of it, with good trades coming out. A bit of a different look.
Would you change
on
about
the
Icebox if I
timeout
could?
that comes
The
out
whole
from
map,
DRX, and
man.
now, well, as RRQ, we don't want to let them
Like
get
if you
anything
want me
back.
to
We don't
draw on
wanna
the
give
map
them
what I
momentum
want
to try and
changed,
tie it up. Let's
the
just
whole map
recognize
just has
what
drawings
little
on.
slip up we had just there.
Right.
Have a discussion for the remaining 3.
You got Killjoy. You've seen Mako beginning to play around. Well, the
Okay, I'm maybe okay with B.
so possibly looking to.
Don't think I am, but if I had to pick something to save time, I would keep B the
Yeah,
same.
sure. I mean, they have toyed with B.
Then I'm
you know, a
changing
couple of times,
mid
but they've just
for
been
sure.
absolutely denied by
Definitely
a lot of the
changing
utility
A.
usage that comes out from
And I mean,
RRQ,
that's
right? You
already
have to
66%
play
of
a
the
little
map.
bit more defaulty. You have to bait out that utility and try and escape. Puts a lot more of a premium on your Viper utility timing and what you've got in reserve for that.
And Jemkin as well. I mean, you've seen rounds where RQ begins with an A main presence, which would help them with information or possibly the first pick as well. And right now, this is exactly what they have set up for themselves.
Yeah, the turret and kitchen still for the likes of Xfero. You know, you can still have a bit of a creep up in towards the window to spot a boiler, which is how the kill was collected last round, but maybe we'll see that happen, maybe we won't. Forward presence from RRQ towards the A site with the 4 members yet again, not seeing that anything is home for DRX, and once moreover,
wow,
you got to remember that the alarm bot is the tell for the B site, right? You just got that at the front of the choke. As soon as it's popped, then you can start to see some shuffling from RRQ. If that's not popped, you really don't need to worry about anything. You still got mid being watched by Crazy Guy too.
So far, so good. It was a really early stealth drone as well, though, so DRX might be able to play with some timing around this. Stealth drone And it flushes Shimkin away.
Oh my god, Manya.
He has to get out of dodge.
Can't.
Will be successful.
He's
in
lucky
doing
to be
so.
alive though.
But you have forced a couple of these RRQ members back. Now you can start to see him toy with the timing, right? What can Marco find? The alarm bot at the choke.
Okay, here's the alarm bot. They do a bit of pressure over towards A.
If this is where DRX
Knife goes in, and that's kind of nice though. Especially with that, should see the rotate coming. I'm not sure they get here in time. At least have the salvos that will be able to go in time.
Can you find Xfero? That would help out so much in the post-plant. Smako trying to sneak around, sneak through. Oh, the tailwind. Xfero, though, still able to take down Freeing. That's the spike. Hello? Snake bite just to prevent Xfero from regaining position. But at this point, 15 seconds left. DRX.
Dude, the ult run out.
I feel like they're kind of lost in the sauce.
They got any?
Still good on the multi-kills.
Oh my god, Yeoman, man.
Just Shimkin left.
Still got a plan.
5 seconds, but they're not able to take him down.
What a shot that was.
All the way through. Can Estrella take this 1v1? He's pinned down. His shoulder preaked.
Holy
And it's
days.
Shimkin to hold the angle. RRQ,
Absolute
what?
mayhem. So the call was to take back a site, but then we're out here.
Trying to elevate himself towards
We're out
the top
here
of the site,
then
and
going out into
just
the open with the spike instead of
That
planting.
was a sinister shot to come out.
And they wanted
from the
to
Jet
plant
of
back
RRQ in a Red Bull clutch fashion.
They
But I
wanted to
gotta
plant there
say,
in the
Freeing
open.
running out in the open with the spike
They
there.
went plant
The
for
eyes is
Snowman.
not on the prize of getting the plant
Dude,
down.
how
because
did they
they
lose
recognize
this?
that the
Yeoman
utility can still
in the
come
1v2
down.
kind of
The
went for something
utility
as
that
well.
They didn't bait out on the A side of things can still deny the plant. So they're trying to go forward. They're trying to go for the challenge. But then you remove kind of the simple thing. If you're getting the spike plant down at that default spot, where's the angle that you're going to be, taken down from? Well, it's the top of sight.
Icebox or Abyss, man, it just doesn't matter.
To consider those, but unfortunately,
You're asking me to compare like
Round
two
will play
turds
way
on the
that it
floor,
did.
dude.
Clutch picked up by Jemkin as well.
But they're both shit.
A lot of top stats being picked up by this guy.
Information, Crazy Guy Teo is towards the A site where an Armageddon is available, remember too. So does that make DRX second guess how they're going to try and attack in towards this site?
Oh, they haven't quite noted the op as well. Armageddon into op kill.
Yeah, that was great. Armageddon forces Estrella to get out of there, and he just can't.
If you hear the footsteps as well, it confirms further information.
Well, it's also the spike on the floor, right?
That's, yeah.
Like, you don't really need to see too much movement from RRQ here. You've got an operator
It's
still
rough.
looking at it.
It's a rough round.
Like Omen on this
Rough
map,
round.
for example, where Bane had played that before against Paper X instead of this Killjoy.
Yes.
Because Flashback was
Kind of a long time
give
ago.
that one.
Oh, big miss though.
Well, Flicks this time somewhat whiffed. It does allow for DRX to push up further up front, but still cushy. Unfortunately, it will be 86th. Down to Magnetic Sparrow, both up around rafters. The spike still down on the ground, and it still is timing for RQ to push up
No
front.
way.
Oh no, they tried to pick it up. Xfero just marks the position.
Oh boy.
Mako though,
Does
good on the
he-
first. 10
Yeah.
seconds left, and he drops the
Oh,
curtain
man,
just
Mako.
to pull Xfero down into the dirt.
It's always a pleasure to watch
you
Mako,
needed to
man.
deliver
He's so
something there for
smart.
the squad, didn't you? You needed to come out with your own clutch, your
He was
variation.
100% confident
Being a
he
little
had
bit
pushed
silent
over
the
towards
last couple
the
up. You had a
corner.
beautiful first map, but this one you crack open that can, the Red Bull clutch comes on through. In a round where you've got two individual peaks in a 3 versus 2 scenario, Xfero winning both of those ones. The latter one, I mean,
friendliest,
the wall
thanks so much
isn't
for the prime
enough.
man.
Just
Appreciate the
trying to upgrade
2
the
months.
weaponry
Thank you for that.
and have focus on that instead of any potential reposition from Xfero. Bit rough there.
Yeah, I might have to agree with that.
Will it be 8-4 or 7-5 coming into this last round of the half? A couple of great ultimates as well for RRQ, mind you, for a potential retake if they want to shift in towards that as well. Having some great successes, right? Null command and lockdown. Gonna be gorgeous if they can get into a situation like that, but of course it means that DRX have to start to scale up towards the site eventually. And as RRQ, I mean, you're not wasting too much of your utility. If you're not seeing DRX scale up, you know that they're waiting for you to use your util, so just don't give it to them.
That's right, both sides just kind of, would you call this playing chicken? They're kind of waiting for each other, aren't they?
Playing a game of
DRX maybe have
chess.
to go a little bit faster
Which
just
piece can
purely
we
because of the
exchange and
ults that can
sacrifice
stall
to
him out
another?
here. We got a knife into KO ult. Oh, it's a great kill.
And that's just going to be Jemkin now. Taking out Yunmin.
KO. You got the Killjoy here.
So this is going to halt DRX's processes and solidify that that kill on Hyunmin is not tradable.
40 seconds
When
left.
do they go for the Killjoy ult?
You got to use the Armageddon to destroy that one.
And that just kind of forces DRX's hand. They will continue to try to push in, especially with the stuns as well. But RRQ still in position. The toxic screen does provide additional value as well. Cushy now, crazy guy. Experiment finding
they just
all
had
one
so
apiece.
much delay over towards side. DRX needs to go a little bit faster.
That round as well, right? Not giving DRX any time to even try and get the plant on the back.
DRX got exposed a little bit on this map. This looked really rough for them.
Nicely done.
It was obviously very nice for RRQ. They fight well over towards A. Their retakes were cool. They had a great game plan of like flanking behind over towards A as well, like at the beginning of it.
I think you got a lot to discuss and figure out for the Korean side here, but for the flip side, RRQ, I think they
gives them rotate. I mean, yeah, they never left. They never gave themselves the option of a rotate, right? In terms of someone being over towards B to tell them that they can actually take space back.
What a change-up will look like.
I thought some Breeze. I mean, I think I liked Breeze better when there was no tube, but it still doesn't feel great.
Wait, you were... How do you rate one of these higher than the other?
Let's see. Is he on top of the team for this map? Did he do good in the last map?
He was good in the last map.
How's he been overall?
They have a Mako drawing as well.
Oh, another one. Who's the better Bane?
That's
Bane
a different
who rolls
game.
Or
Excuse
Bane
me?
Who shoots?
Look at that icon. Wow, this kid's actually seriously considering. Okay.
Bane who rolls. Are we getting like leaks here? Are we gonna have an agent that can like roll around the map?
Please.
We're getting like, you know, early theory crafting.
Please, no.
8-4 though here, Quack. Let's see if RRQ are going to be able to close this one out nicely and send us into the third decider of Lotus.
2-1 of the pistols at the moment, so when you add that on that, it's been pretty dominant. Go, raid boss on Jemkin. Gets dropped the ghost.
Where the winner will go to Masters Toronto.
Shout out to Monyet, dropping him the ghost, takes the hit in the pistol round.
Previous series to book their ticket.
The chess game continues. Drone quickly dealt with so far. DRX keeping more players hovering around this A site, looking for information.
Now scaling up now, Xfero finds a stray up. First
nice shot, man.
Step from pipes. Bane then went out from screens, but you still got Hyunmin undetected up from the top of rafters. RQ looking for the safe spike plant, but you got DRX close by.
Yeah, Monyet gets his gun back, they dropped.
They're looking to push up. Tailwinds away.
Dude, Cushy won that. Wait,
Crazy
Cushy
guy
won
as
that.
well. All able
That
to watch for these
I reckon
angles
that's a
where the
nut
pistols
shot.
are sharp and deadly.
Yeah, and just Bane and freeing to see what damage they're going to be able to deliver, it feels like now.
Yeah, you kind of know that they're all towards the back. Monyet then slipping past towards the back. He's looking to slice them at the back of their necks.
They're way better on this map, aren't they?
Crazy guy for the final one as well, and RRQ move up to a 9th.
I mean, it's just immediately one of the differences where RRQ, when one player feels a little bit hot under the collar and they want to disconnect from the site and fall back, you've got another player watching their 6, right? You've got these trades available from RRQ.
Want to watch a match back by E? Kalulu, did you watch Sentinels last night? It was close.
Bit of a hard map at the moment.
It was a good game.
Positions that he can feel confident in getting a lot of the kills as well. Just first casualty in that round. And you saw some good value from the 0 point of Cushy too, by the way. So
1-1 every map at the moment on pistols. So let's go.
Difference to come out there. Now pistol round accumulated from RRQ.
There are 2 deaths.
A little bit earlier, right? They get the
yeah, watch
pistol
that. Yeah,
round,
watch the Ascent. Just watch the last map.
Which we'll see after this one if they win this, of course.
It was fun.
Yeah, could be it.
Yeah, it could be it, potentially. But let's see what the pistols are going to be able to deliver for DRX.
Taking it slow and easy so far, dealing with early utility.
Yeah, it's good to see that DRX know that there's a B site now on this defensive side.
Dispel the fog of war, if you will. But, well, in the kill department so far, it will be RQ taking the lead.
Yeah,
rotation.
Just going to send them to the A site, stack with the pistols, and, well, there's going to be nobody home, unfortunately. RRQ playing patient.
Yeah, and then this would just kind of point towards playing for exits.
Yeah, and then you're also, you know, juggle the buy in towards this one.
Meanwhile, though,
a lot into the bonus.
For RRQ to continue building up towards these pivotal ultimates.
See if DRX want to try and challenge with these pistols, or if they are happy enough to just go up with the spike and deny any extra ult orbs.
Just deny. Bane as Sheriff. He's feeling lucky today. Oh, but Xfero, fortunate enough to find one towards the back. Suddenly DRX find themselves in a really uncomfortable position.
Yeah, they can lose one more.
Estrella, not too bad. But still down to the final two with class.
There we go. No one else can go down now.
It's just
let's calm down.
It's just the two pistol players that lost their life. You know, it's okay for RRQ in this sort of scenario. They take the rest of the 3 weapons that they invested with here. Xfero and
yeah, the bonus is going to be legit.
To their own money going into that round. So this bonus round is actually going to look pretty potent for the side of RRQ and what they're going to be able to bring to the party.
A higher, lower map in this game? Nah, I don't think it would work too well.
With a steady approach, much like their
a couple of like the smoke agents, like you said, this won't be great.
What is that?
I feel like we could have a really fun montage of all of the player reactions where they're just screaming or laughing and all that sort of stuff.
Well, we do have an outlaw now, Manye.
Okay, 2 people that can get one shot with the outlaw, and one of them is not Mako though, which is where they're heading. Dude, they go so fast on this one. Knife goes in, hits Mako.
The challenge is certainly on, and he weathers it. He wins one.
And Jemkin will be able to even out the odds somewhat.
Yeah, they got the plant though. They got the plant, but no one prioritizes over towards yellow, so are they not going to get a load wrecked here? Don't know when. I wasn't keeping on top of when they salvoed, but yeah, I'm not sure they can all go behind the smoke here.
Stay alive. You got the Killjoy utility to watch the back, so now you just got to watch the front where Jemkin and Xfero
oh, maybe they can.
On the spams. A triple kill picked
maybe
up.
They can just spam everyone through the one-way. How's Jemkin done this then?
Yeah, just digging himself a grave. And it's RRQ exactly like you predicted, Komodo.
Yeah, call me the prophet in that one. Hey, you get the pistol the second round and albeit the bonus round, and you're looking to potentially close out the map. I mean, from what we've just seen so far in terms of coordination and positioning.
Okay, kill was before the smoke, so the timing was a bit rough.
That RRQ are just ahead of DRX in a lot of these.
Bit rough timing from DRX there with the smoke as well. Roxy, thanks so much for the prime. Appreciate the 13 months. Dude, RRQ, they could have 2-0'd this.
And I went boom on the last one, so
it's early. It's map 2.
I made a thing. It was my heart predictions, not my head predictions on that one.
Remember that.
No brain.
Right now, though, brain spotted Jemkin. Definitely saw Estrella on that one.
Yeah, and it has been Estrella who's been given free haircuts more often than not, isn't it? So he needs to be quite careful. It is just the little pistols for DRX in this one. Solo stinger.
He's calling it to his team as well. The drone now.
Lotus should be pretty fun.
Possibly put some presence on the B side.
Lotus is a lot around Jemkin though. Because when they won it last time, he took over on Yoru.
Of course it does, that A is lesser equipped.
And DRX looked nice on that map.
RRQ though not wanting to go too early, so they'll wait for the rest of their utility to come online.
Oh, he's gonna get hit by the first initial salvo anyway. Off towards the back now, and that's exactly where Jemkin wants to be. Got salvos to counter back, but still, you got so many spots to plant around this A site where Jemkin continues to decimate just Mako. Yeah. And it's so unfortunate.
I mean, he certainly would need to be the Doombringer in this one, wouldn't he?
Don't do the 24-hour on Prodigy. That was too crazy.
Don't know how much Doom he can bring. Okay, that's a decent start.
There isn't one coming through from on yet.
You wouldn't know.
There's too many people that went for it.
Unfortunately, back's turned towards screens. Does find the first, but as he
hey, whoa, chill. Chill.
Kill's still found.
He's just toying with his food. He knows he's won the round.
God damn.
It doesn't matter. He'll go down for the shenanigans. It's 12-4. RRQ, as I said, they have fashioned themselves a pretty monstrous game plan coming in towards this map, leaving no space for DRX to really get a wriggle on for anything. I highlighted a couple times already that DRX's defenses on this map are pretty strugglesome at best. And it's being exploited quite nicely.
Take a look at it. That a nice
I wonder what
the Viper? Yeah, dude, I wonder if that molly's like meant to go there.
Okay. Caught up at the right time.
Okay.
Now we do have
8
Hail
chances.
Mary pass from DRX though. And trying to look for the gunfight.
Still wins it as well.
This is good for Jemkin though, because if he can
Gunman,
be
on the other hand,
feeling
though,
it
has
for the
it
next
off.
map, and that is their win condition.
But what can you do around this A site? This is not a safe position. Neither is gathering an orb in the open. Unfortunately, Xfera in for the trade as they're getting in towards the site with advantage.
Right, multiple angles, all covered, and DRX continue to try to fight back, try to hold down the site. Hyunmin trying to get himself away out of position of this lockdown. Holding on to the op as well, where it's a 2v3.
And a top site plant as well can be pretty difficult to retake in a normal scenario.
Monyet still a snake bite as well. So far, high and low.
The high-low is so strong, bro.
Position to contend for. Quickly spotted out, but the shot's not quite connecting. Just Jemkin, still sharp and lethal.
Yeah, man, what are you gonna do when the time gets low
here?
here?
The corner, but I'm sorry to say, this round is probably gonna go off the wayside. He goes up the zip line, and Monyet will happily
I mean, they absolutely racked him here, just way better on this map.
And that puts DRX out of their misery on this
good map pick from them.
Icebox. We end with a scoreline of 13-4.
Yeah, feels like it a little bit, right? You've kind of said the right
with
word
the pistol?
there.
Yeah, no, they got
Miserable
so wrecked.
for DRX with the performance that they're able to come out with on that map. But I think a masterclass from RRQ. They had a really good game plan and awareness factor on the defensive side and even on their attacking
Yeah, their defense
side
was
as
cool
well.
though.
I
The
mean,
pushes
just
that they were
flawless for the
doing,
second
and then
half to
after
come
that,
out
no
from them from
pushes.
pistol to the
Wait,
closer.
no, that was after the
Always
first time
ahead.
out, actually.
13-4 is the scoreline.
They did the pushes once they realized they were going to start spamming A
A
hits.
map that, you know, since essentially, what's that, July last year that you've won, probably needed to be July last year that you last played it.
Right, it's Icebox. It just came back in.
Okay, last map, Lotus.
Right off the rip, you're already
Who do I
seeing
think's
why
going to win?
this sort
I'm
of
not too sure about
wildcard
this.
pick
I think
was
DRX have
even
looked more
selected.
consistent
You
on
had
this
so
map,
many moments coming out
but
from
if
the
I look
likes
at the
of
highest
Jemkin,
peak I've seen from RRQ, they
and
are
also Monyet.
like
Yeah,
it is
I mean,
better,
it was
so I
a
don't really know,
great
man.
effort
It's going to be
from
really
the
close.
RRQ guys in their own map pick here as well. It was just, you know, what
You can maybe argue that the RRQ comp relies too heavy on
which they did a
Jemkin.
lot, right? 13-11, you thought that they might actually be able to push us into overtime with the tail end of rounds that we did see on map number 1, but this would give them really good confidence on the back of this dominant performance on Icebox to send us into the final map in Lotus, where it was them that got the choice.
That's right. You know, both sides not out of the woods yet. They
Okay,
have
back on
to
the
go the distance, and this is where endurance comes into play. Our hearts definitely go out for the players who are trying to survive, but we'll toss it back over onto the desk.
Oh, they definitely are trying their best to survive. As we all know, qualification match goes into a map number 3 for Masters Toronto. And for RRQ, they must be feeling really good about this Icebox.
They took them to the box and it worked out well for them. I mean, this pick, it was beautiful from RRQ, and you can even see it. I mean, we'll get into a little bit more detail when we break down some of the replays, but you can see it here. 12 first kills and 4 out of 9 post plants there for DRX. RRQ on the defense in particular was all over them, which was not good news for DRX, where they had much better attacking halves in their last 2 games of Icebox, which they dropped both of, and I felt like RRQ had a very good game plan, similar to what we saw over on Fracture. I think RRQ, if you're like a team in the tier 2 scene or you're up and coming, you're trying to work out how these defense side protocols go when you go from what is my start round setup, how am I going to rotate, and what do I do if the other team takes a site, what do I do if the other team takes a certain amount of control. RRQ's protocols are just way too clean, the way that they're able to actually take the rest of the map and take map control off of the attackers when they can see control of the site. It's beautiful to watch.
Yeah, it was very, very impressive map from them. Again, very clear to see why they chose it. And I do think on the flip side, DRX looked very uncomfortable. I don't think they were able to really understand the macro in the same way RRQ were.
No.
And, you know, the rounds we saw kind of got scrappy and they were just able to kind of win these fights. We see Jemkin topping the charts here, 21-8.
Such a monster on the Jet. You saw it on Haven. Like, I've been waiting for them to go back to the meta comp on Haven for ages, because he was just owning on Jet initially in kickoff. So it's good to see him get back on that agent. He's fantastic to watch on it. And over on the side of DRX, a couple of players going missing a little bit. I don't think I've seen yet a good individual performance from Australia on a flash unit, whether it be Breach or KO coming into DRX. Freeing has not been what he was over in kickoff, dominating on the Teo. And for Bane, as we get deeper into this series, I'm getting worried because he is got to be struggling at this point. The dude is really feeling it. He's under the weather. And when you go hours and hours into a series when you're in pain, it's going to really start to take a toll on you.
Oh, definitely. And, you know, we obviously, we know that DRX wouldn't let Bane compete unless it wasn't, like, medically advised.
Yeah,
so
of course.
Rest assured with the fans, like, he is okay. It's just that he is, of course, very uncomfortable right now. But I would say for DRX, you're absolutely right. Australia, I mean, a lot of the story revolves around him because he is up against his former team. It's not exactly the performance that you would want, especially when you have a lot of information on that previous team, right? We saw how RRQ was able to execute such great retakes on so many of those rounds.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we can dive into the replays of that right now and just see how well they were able to retake the site time and time again. The majority of these rounds won on defense start with a setup that makes a lot of sense, and then really, really solid map control protocols from the defense after the initial wave of aggression from the attackers, whether they run an A default, you take all of B long and take middle, or the way that you're actually able to approach a lot of these retakes was really nice from RRQ.
Yeah, these sites on Icebox are quite easy to retake, all things considered, especially if you're able to find that opening pick. I think that's one thing RRQ did really well.
Yeah.
They were often able to find that first kill, reset, give the space, and then go into the retake. And that's just how you play this map. I mean, they understood it very, very fundamentally and executed it very, very smoothly.
They kept changing up their setups as well. They would go from a tube walk to a 4-stack on A, contesting belt and really fighting for things, to throwing the jet on that B long info line and being able to stack towards A. It felt like DRX were never really attacking into the same setup. And even when they ended up in some kind of a post plant that they should be somewhat comfortable with or were able to kind of play around, they were never quite playing against the same retake, whether it was retake heavy through screen or rafters, or they were getting triple flanked.
It just goes to show how confident they were on this map, right? You could see all the players that they were really taking those fights and they knew that they would win, just like Jemkin. I mean, you compare him to Hyunmin, right? Who, of course, we saw Hyunmin pop off in the previous map, but here on Icebox, it just wasn't the same story.
Yeah, I mean, this was the kind of matchup we highlighted before of Jemkin versus Hyunmin, Jet versus Jet. Who is going to come out on top? I think there's no doubt Jemkin was just electric in this. Hyunmin got a few good shots back off, but, you know, we saw both of them topping the charts for their respective teams. I mean, this shot was ludicrous, but I mean, absolutely. I think this is where the real crux of this matchup is going to go heading into map 3. Which duelist is able to pop off more?
Yeah, I think look, he did what he could. He was definitely the standout player there for DRX, right up there with Marco. But Jemkin, I mean, 21 and 8 is another monstrous game on the Jet. This guy is unreal on Jet. He's really, really good on the Yoru as well, which I think we're going to see from him in this next map. He put on an absolute clinic versus T1 in that decider game in the group stage.
Ooh, really early prediction over there. But yes, going into our next map, which will be Lotus. How are we feeling about this? Because I would say I'm a lot more confident in DRX's Lotus. I feel like they like that map a lot more, and then you look at RQ's record on Lotus, it doesn't spark too much confidence.
To be fair, most of those losses for RRQ come back in kickoff when they were playing a different comp. With their current comp here in stage 1, they're 2-1 overall, and the game they did lose was against Team Secret, which was in that game right at the end of the group stage, which didn't change the standings at all. So I don't know how much they were actually locked in to try to win that game of Lotus for themselves. So I think it's actually been a better map than the overall stats for the whole year, we'll say. But I do agree, for DRX, this is a map that's been going great, and they even broke their head-to-head streak against T1 in that last game yesterday.
Sure, and as we see the stats right now, we're seeing that, you know, DRX, of course, we know that they've been experimenting, you know, back and forth with a lot of
changing.
Yeah, it's an unpredictable DRX all of a sudden. RRQ, I feel like they have a lot more to show in this map.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely... I'd say the ball is in DRX's court here. RRQ have a bit of an uphill battle in this map 3. We can see DRX have picked it there 4 times. Sorry, played it 4 times. So they are very, very comfortable here. And, you know, this is a map where they've shown continual innovation. So it will have been much harder for RRQ to prep for this.
Yeah, for DRX, I mean, exactly that. They keep changing up what they're doing on this comp. You never quite know what they're going to be bringing onto Lotus on the day, so that's something you have to keep in the back of your head. But the game against T1, a very, very close one that they were finally able to overcome T1 in that matchup, although they were playing against a very different comp, which, funnily enough, is very similar to what RRQ is going to be bringing into this game. That was a Breach Teo comp. I believe it was double Senti as well. I don't quite remember for T1 exactly what they were, sorry, double control. I don't remember exactly what T1 were playing, but it was definitely at the core a similar style to what RRQ is going to play against here. So, or sorry, what DRX is going to play against RRQ bringing into this one. For me, like I said before, Jemkin is going to be the standout here on the Yoru. He plays a fantastic Yoru on this map. He is the centerpiece of their game. He plays so disruptively on defense. He's going to be really annoying on a lot of these off angles, and it's something that DRX will have definitely studied and will have to be ready for coming into this game at Lotus.
Yeah, for me, I'm going back to that head-to-head between Crazy Guy and Australia, right? This is a 3-site map. You're going to look at a lot of the very, very smart IGL calls that are going to come in, especially, again, final map of the day. At the end of this map, we find out who's going with Gen.G to Masters Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, the IGLs tend to love these 3-site maps. There's a lot more room to maneuver. You're able to mid-round a lot cleaner. So this is the real IGLing test, if you ask me. I have to agree with you. I think both of those players now have to really step it up a gear, because there's no time to coast now. There's no time to make mistakes. Win this map, and you are going to Toronto.
Yeah, and I would say for, you know, both teams, do you want that lower bracket run? Not exactly, right?
No one does.
It's nobody does. Nobody wants to go through that gauntlet. Everybody wants the easy way in, and this is it. All you have to do is win Lotus, and you get there. For DRX, again, I said I was feeling a lot more confident with them, but I would say for RRQ, I wouldn't put it past them to just like, oh, we're just going to play our own game, which is exactly what they have to do at this point. A lot of teams, you know, they have to counter all of these other strategies that teams are pulling in, but when you have DRX changing it up every single time, the most you can do is just make sure your players are on point.
Well, one-day turnaround for DRX. I don't know whether they're going to have time to change too much up, and they are going to play exactly this. Funnily enough, both them and Gen.G playing the most standard comp on one of the maps in their series and just trusting that it's going to work out for them.
Okay, let's see. Jemkin takes over this map sometimes.
So let's see what RRQ have learned from watching that game.
Yeah, DRX opting to stay with that simple approach. RRQ much more the new meta, the new wave. Yeah. We do see Jemkin on that Yoru with Breach Teo. Now, I think this is definitely a winnable map for RRQ, but we saw how DRX played against a similar style yesterday. As you say, Pilski, it's all about the anti-strat. You managed to watch this map, so I really hope they've managed to dissect it, break it down, and that's gonna be what gets them over the line.
Yeah, sometimes that anti-strat can be hard to apply when they're playing into a completely different comp, completely different team, but in this case, there is some crossover and some trends that will be recognized here for the side of RRQ.
For sure, and we're gonna see who takes this map, who takes Lotus, and the winner goes over to Masters Toronto. We're gonna step inside and toss it on over to your casters, Quack and Komodo.
Thank you very much, Mika, Big Time, and Pilski. They all come down to this final map, Lotus. And, you know, that's talked about the compositions. Any thoughts on that, Komodo?
No, I mean, it's the same that they ran in with last time, right? So I think that there's definitely room for the anti-stratting.
So, last map, we got RRQ on attack, we got DRX on defense, and dude, that's a lot of classics.
And thought processes why DRX have opted to start on the defensive side.
In terms of the pistols, we've got 2-2.
Anti-strats of what RRQ have to play with them or not, because historically DRX have been worse on this defensive side compared to their attacking side. So do they just want to come out the gates a little bit better swinging or not, or give themselves a little bit more room to try and recover? Who really knows?
Yeah, that's nice. Spam the alarm bot. Molly goes off instant as well. Create a little bit of pressure with the smoke, but Australia clears all of that. So the only real question mark credit is C pressure.
A little something happened on game of Valorant earlier on. There was a huge, very huge overtime scenario where RRQ
prioritizing orbs on Kushi.
Big long overtime trophy.
Why are you bringing this up?
Because this is an important match and it should go deep.
We'll see if RRQ can attempt at breaking that record. We've been closed to overtime in the first map.
Look at the rotations.
Yeah, the one-person fake on this is pretty nice.
Rotating door, forces out of smoke, gate crashes away, makes the
Open the door, pulls 3 over towards A. Still a 2-person holder.
DRX still Staying true to their setup.
They saved the molly the whole time as well. Molly's good. That smoke, they can go on afterwards. Okay, this is nice though. They create pressure over towards B, but that is a Tether nade combo. That was so strong.
That's when DRX also still has players online. So straight into the C side, they will stream. You got DRX and spades on this spot. Still,
dude, you gotta get that kill. Oh, freeing.
True right now. 10 seconds left to get the spike down, but they don't necessarily need it. 4v1. So many of their players low HP though.
Now if RRQ managed to pull this
one back, it's kind of nice from RRQ, like the pressure over towards B, made the rotate come in, also put the wall up so when they did hit back over towards C, they didn't have to get through the smoke. Then they just end up winning duels on the site though, and they were like low HP, and they still kind of are, but...
That's exactly where Crazy Guy would be. So
that's one of the low HPs though.
Into the smoke, Smonyet might just be able to push into the back.
Okay, very, very nice. Terms of the pistols, 3-2.
Like a neat recovery
1-1 every single map.
As I was saying, when they decided with 20 seconds to go to try and get in towards that B site, and they're waltzing in towards, you know, a Bane C's and a nade to come out from Houndman too. I mean, I thought the paint shells was just going to be the end-all to the round, but apparently not. 10 seconds to go, and Gen.G opens up with a couple of good kills. You got Crazy Guy and Xfero in for one as well, and you just set yourselves up for the opportunity to win the round. So these are little mid-round calls that you need to be very decisive on. Heard it on the desk earlier, right? This is the map where the IGLs probably need to step up, and a lot of great calling.
Yeah, we've seen Crazy Guy step up in that department on Icebox.
Yeah.
Towards Lotus right now, though. Especially with the guns in their hands. Just classic. Move up front. Gen.G possibly able to gate crash. Well, no, not quite. He's just looking for as much as he can with this ghost right now. There's the gate crash.
Nice, got good info.
To come out in this round from DRX, you would expect for the remainder of this round as well. As there's a big old pivot towards the B site. It'll make it pretty difficult for DRX to just get in with the classics.
Looking like they can keep this one real clean.
Round should go RRQ's way.
The thing that's good for DRX, I guess, at the moment is the fact that all the kills are like evenly spread from RRQ, so they're not like gonna have one of the ults maybe into the first 2 Byrons.
Just don't, just win.
Just win.
Easy.
Don't flash yourself like that.
Oops, don't flash yourself.
It's okay. Spot time. He's gathering information for the team. And time for Xfero to sneak up from the back to find the 4K.
Kind of close to the ult, but it's also a Viper on attack. Still going to get over towards the site.
For sure, with the Ghost able to get the kills, but now we have the bonus rounds to come on through, and this is where we need to see DRX step it up, unlike what they weren't able to do over on the second half of Icebox. 5 in a row close-up.
Guys, decent.
I'm telling you, we can make a great montage with all the noises. I'm telling you. Gun round though. Gun round out for DRX.
Strong bonus.
So let's see what they're going to have to do.
And they're not committing over towards A. They got the Euro to TP out of there, so as soon as they see the combo, they can TP out. SA is Gen.G takes the timing, dodges all the util. Dodges the fade eye because it fell down. Okay, dude, a lot of util and he nearly managed to sneak out here.
Early on in this round for DRX. Meanwhile, it's going to be Hyunmin instead. Gen.G down. Turn to go time for RRQ to this B site though.
Alright, trying to kind of overstay is welcome, but right now with the mid-round calls, quick and decisive, RRQ will be able
nice
to
trades. Just freeing, send it.
Inside of the smokes, might be able to play spoiler, and he does! 2
Beast.
kills, 3 kills! And it just completely throws around
still though,
down.
like kill, armor rebuy. Could have been a lot worse though. I thought they were going to lose that round at one point.
Transfer, finding the right timing to get through the smoke. Of course, not on the Teo now for this one, onto the Killjoy. So, bit of a change up to allow Australia to go on to the Viper.
Good, if he doesn't lose this, they lose that.
Value from Viper players on this map as well, and having opportunities for operators, for example, with wall ups and downs. So I'll be excited to see when that does look to come out for these teams. This time, however, though, of course, too early for that.
Fade eye over towards A, spots a couple, then we get the Judge set up with the Prowler as well. So Fade doing a lot around the map, and Smackos just straight up spam this.
Literal tail end bullet through the corner of that rotating door.
Oh, and he's still spamming.
Oh my god, he's wrecking everyone.
Xpharaoh, crazy guy.
Going for all the warbangs.
They're within range of getting domed,
Dude.
but right now
Xpharaoh not absolutely owning people. Oh my god, look at him go. Someone stop this guy. Oh, the Viper roll. What the hell are these shots, man?
At the very least.
Look at the spike though, Quack.
Kind of buys time, yes.
Rubble.
Not quite picked up. Jemkin's looking to go for it, and he's able to hold the
So
angle.
calm.
Very aware.
The Viper ult goes down. Does Estrella even consider this guy's going to go heaven? No, he doesn't. Dude, Xpharaoh is playing very well right now. He's getting so many important kills that make rounds that shouldn't be doable. He's 9-1. He's taken over.
Instead of having Jemkin to
got more kills than everyone.
And then a gate crash away, it's a full hit, and it's one that even though Mako found the early pick, DRX didn't quite anticipate for the entire team to be around this spot. And also great cognizance from Jemkin.
Yeah, I mean, just the bait and switch on that door, the breakable one, to try and bring that through for DRX. Jemkin, a great round. Certainly if we've got a lot of these individual moments come through from RRQ, right, it can pave the way for successes here.
And now with the full
nice, easy round on this one. Do we pop the ult?
Play into a weaker bot DRX on the C site. Yeah, so everyone's been spotted out.
Yeah, try and trap him out.
Okay, no real tunnel vision, just being able to tell this team that this is clear, make sure the util's good. Oh, he popped the ult. Oh, I'm not sure about that one, Hyunmin. Dude, he did so much damage though. He did like 200 damage with the ult. Look at the HPs, 20, 45, 45. Mako could probably kill them all with one. With one burst of the Stinger.
Looking for some possible angles.
I mean, the Stingers in this situation, man. You think? They can absolutely wreck them.
Oh, it all comes down to the positions, but unfortunately Mako has been spotted out, and it's just the classic left.
Oh man, this got so scary.
Still,
but they got the Razor out of them, like the wind's there.
Very good score right now.
Good spot. Fault line out, not giving him a opportunity to spray the Stinger. I got a highlight as well in that round. The showstopper brought out from Hyunmin, and it finds Zilch. If that had found a kill, or maybe even two towards the bend, it may have been able to switch the round over towards DRX's favor. Look how low they are. The spam comes on towards Mako, and then just the classic at the end for Bane. Bit rough there. Wouldn't be surprised for DRX if they drop this round, of course, to have a timeout, because momentum is in RRQ's favor.
We'll see. I mean, right now, at least looking to contend once again for the A plays. RRQ happy with the utility baited out then to rotate and transition over onto the C site.
Yeah, are we just going to ult off the back of this? We might. Got shot early, they don't get much info, they don't know about back of sight. Speaking of back of sight though, this is a lot down to freeing. Oh my.
Somehow able to find the kill, and Cushy to follow.
Yeah, close quarters,
holy,
and then
how do they win so many of these
duels?
duels?
Well, just Mako and Hyunmin left. Hyunmin,
dude, they're just insta-reacting, by the way.
Oh, slight sidesteps, and he's able to still at least collect on towards the next. Hyunmin tapping onto the brakes.
Are they saving here? Yeah. They're able to sneak out, but it feels like it's with the tail between their legs, isn't it?
Too dicey. It's not a situation that you want to contend with, so in fact, it might be a wise decision sometimes.
I mean,
not the hill you want to die on.
No, the Nightfall comes in to try and counter the aggression on the back of the Rolling Thunder. And Jemkin is able to find the opener, and then just followed up by couple of extra members of RRQ.
The force, they keep like forcing into areas, and a lot of the time they have to like win the duel or like kill someone within the first 2 bullets, and they keep doing it. Like they keep doing it, and it means that person that could be getting multi kills is just getting none.
Allowed to really establish some positioning. They could run away with this half. That's why I was kind of questioning.
Everyone was fadeoed.
Why have DRX opted to start on the defensive side? It's been your most
Imagine he gets that first kill.
Did you have an idea? Did you know, do all the preparation to try and really have some counters? No timeout.
That was with everything, with the Nightfall as well. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
Coaches feeling like they don't.
Yeah, maybe saving the time up for the big buy rounds.
At least the calls and the ideas for the team to be able to come back for themselves, right?
We'll see. Currently, again, you know, trying to be able to read RRQ's movements, but down to fights themselves. It's RRQ.
I'll give you 100 subs if PaperX qualify for Toronto. Dude, I'll take that. The amount of train upgrades we can buy with 100 subs. Get the new seats.
Oh God! He managed to.
Maybe Mini won't have to work.
It was a clone. Hyunmin then for the double kill, but Crazy Guy for the trades.
Get some vending machines or something.
Looking to B-hop himself into safety. You've got Baby Door broken up apart, but Xfero with a sudden lurk springing over on towards Estrella. Freeing.
Becomes a bullet train, yeah. To upgrade the train in general.
Estrella caught yet again with a knife in hand. So in this 2 versus 2, your options.
You'll add 50 on top of that. You lot are crazy. Chat, get the screenshots out.
Lockdown wouldn't be the
Gotta keep the receipts.
Depends on Bane's position as well. He's playing a really close one and done.
Pretty much. He needs one at least here to.
The party on that train's gonna be crazy, dude.
Not even looking for the Prowler play. Even RRQ though, they have a slight chance to possibly sneak on over, but instead they will walk straight into Bane's crosshairs. The trade found. Crazy Guy with a 1-on-1 freeing. Is this where you use the lockdown? No, he sneaks in. Crazy Guy doesn't quite know, but he tucks himself in the corner instead as well.
In.
Freeing then.
Dude, he just beat him timing-wise. He's actually not gonna think he's here. Probably the last place he considers. It's so sick. He literally just got around the corner.
RRQ with a win streak at their hands.
They can't lose rounds.
Lurks from Xfero have been damn well potent in this one so far, right? You saw the tail end on what he was able to do on the last map as well, really trying to just play with rotations, and this time he's certainly just done it again, hasn't he? Peeking in through the B side of things. Yeah, the turret is supposed to be there to spot out the information, but if you as defenders are feeling a little bit of pressure, you're putting up that Viper's wall to stave off any split aggression to come on through, right? And unfortunately, it is the fact that that Viper wall is up that helps
It's a late timeout.
Go for that little later flank there. Now the timeout does come out for DRX at the 6-1 mark, which, you know, already concedes the half to RRQ. They also, you know, do get a discussion in a timeout. It's not just the team that calls the timeout that gets to converse. So these are the sort of scenarios as well where you give RRQ the time to really come out with a different look at this side of things as well, right? What have they figured out in this map so far?
I don't know. I tell you what though, Komodo, it certainly looks and feels as though the stars are aligning for RRQ to make their first ever international appearance.
PaperX loses, you gotta burn your... Dude, stop trying to get me to burn shots,
an
chat.
SCA representative?
Not burning my clothes.
Yes, there very well could be. Not just the Korean teams. All the SEA fans clamoring
It's a constant
for
theme.
one approach.
It's all I heard this
DRX,
week.
Though, now with the timeout.
This happens, burn this shirt.
What it converts into here as well, what different looks there may well have been discussed on this defensive side from DRX. It's pretty stock standard again though, with the rubble control, with a little bit of utility, having Marco still in the
Yeah, every time they went aggro over towards A, they pretty much reacted straight into a C here. They're gonna do it again. There's no way they can force through this. Okay. This is nice though. We're not fully committing.
But it suppresses a little bit, quiets on down.
Just to hold position.
Bane will throw out a Prowler for the information, but it's no time for RRQ.
Straight in with the Armageddon and the gate crash, but Estrella just marks the position. Then the lockdown coming over.
I can't believe they tried to force in there. I can't believe, but honestly, with the rounds they've been getting away with, I also don't blame them. You must feel like you're unstoppable at the moment.
Need to challenge whatsoever. Hyunmin as well. This is looking better for
Yeah,
DRX.
they needed like a reality check on this round a little bit. They have been getting away with some mad rounds.
Position, especially the one where oftentimes Gen.G gate crashes into. That was a pivotal play off towards a lake now, and that's where Hyunmin is able to lock down the
this might get
angle.
close.
DRX puts themselves
Because
on the board.
that's a round with everyone
Alrighty,
surviving,
timeout
3
conversion
armors,
going
that's
DRX's
it.
way, but more importantly for me, and I think a lot of fans out there as well, is are they going to be able to get successful rounds in a row? They weren't able to do it at all on the previous map, bar the first and second round, which was the pistol, and then the second round after the pistol when your opponents really don't have any legs to stand on, right? So this is the time that we need to see them double down. That's the first round they've actually won besides the bonus in this map.
It would be a good chance for it with the ultimates online.
Yeah, but you also got to contend that RRQ do have a dimensional drift. And we know what information that's going to be able to find for Jemkin to bait out rotations and bait out utility. He's scoping out the breakable room at the moment. He'll be spotting out where Bane is, and he'll be spotting out all of these abilities.
Oh god, he got so owned. Dude, and he doesn't get one.
He's not able to come up with some
The
kills,
suppress was sick, but Mako's just unbelievable.
Crazy guy to even out the
1v2.
odds. 1v2 still, though. If he finds one more, that would be Rolling Thunder. He's got to sneak away, freeing. Thanks to Astrea's jump peak, knows exactly where he is. Freeing
he knows where they both are.
Though, but manages to tuck away.
Yeah, Crazy Guy was ready.
Dude, the open of the door, insta walk over towards C, kind of nice. No alarm bot down over towards there.
In this 1 versus 2.
Must have picked up on the rotate, I guess.
To do is Crazy Guy, a Rolling Thunder when you get the plant down, an aftershock as well. So you want to plant.
Dude, he must be so tempted to use his ult. If they lose this, they eco. I think he's using ult here.
Best possible spot.
I reckon he ults it.
Does he want to try and plant it a little bit more for
We'll
the whole
see.
side of things, or for mounds?
Oh, he's definitely gonna ult if he gets the plant for mounds. Problem is he's against the smoke. So does he actually go
See
mounds?
if there's going to be any differences. No. Alarm bot.
There's the alarm bot. Oh, okay.
Does that bait them though?
He's got no idea,
It's a shame.
Didn't expect him to be
Yeah, a
so
lot of
still
util to deal with
watching the
that.
angle, that's right.
So nicely done from DRX there. They get the opening engagements won despite the rocket being removed on the back of, well, individual heroics, right? Marco. Let's have a Marco highlight.
You gotta watch exactly how he found every single one of these, you know, dancing back and forth around this rubble area.
Yeah, that looks so easy.
Everyone seized up and choked up thanks to Bane's seize as well.
But then you got to remember that it was a 1 versus 2 at the end, so there was still some damage delivered by RRQ to make things plausible for a collection of the rounds. Just not able to get done by Crazy Guy. Nano Swarm kind of funneling him into the crosshair of freeing.
Did they squeeze out a buy? How?
So a third round now.
They're missing so much. Wait, they're missing everything.
Any sort of streak where you aren't seeing
They have no util. Why have they forced?
Paint shells to actually net a kill towards the A main choke point, but you are staving them off a little bit with that haunt that comes out, and now some extra utilities that forces Jemkin to get out. And
Okay, well that was your only TP.
That's where we've seen this exact game plan for the past several rounds. Once again, RRQ just baiting them off of A, and then back into its
Smoke, Omen flash. Wait, do they literally never play Heaven?
Possible, but
is that what's going on here? Is that why they've been forced in B so much? They never play Heaven?
To cut them off on rotations as well. Rolling Thunder to buy further time.
Yeah, it hit 2 of them over towards the C-Link side of things.
Ooh. And if you're a DRX, I mean, considering contending for this Heaven position, it's way too tough. Mako steps
And now
into the
what? You
crosshairs.
can't try retake this. Oh, you have so much money, you might as well try to do damage. Wait for that smoke to go.
Gotta call it.
Damn, they're gonna save.
Too difficult
Oh,
to
they'll
get
take
in.
this.
I
They'll
was
take
looking
that
at
money all
utility
day.
change-ups as well for freeing, for example, putting the alarm bot on the nano.
Don't even think they need to hunt at all. Yeah, they were like tempted to hunt, and then I think someone took control and was like, dude, we don't even need to. We've got to worry about our money.
It just feels like, you know, as soon as Jemkin got in
Every
towards the
single
B side there,
hit
it was a
so
little bit too
far
difficult to have any
for
follow-up come through
RRQ
from DRX, taking some great
over
space.
towards
I don't know
B,
how
like even
Crazy
if
Guy
it's an
has
instant reaction,
managed to fall away on that
they
one.
do not care about Heaven,
But,
which makes me think the DRX never play here, ever.
On the board.
Like they just don't hold B
Still
from
keeps
Heaven.
themselves more than afloat.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, maybe we need to...
We need to what? What do we need to do?
Can't tell.
You won the round.
That is classified information, Komodo.
For sure, redacted. We'll never know. Combo util again for DRX out this A side of things, and then playing 1B, 1C. Spot out any information if you can, but you really want to go for this rubble control. No TP from Marco to the top of rubble to have any high-low. But pressure building up towards this C side, really. You might see him from the shadows over here if required.
Same thing again.
RRQ have been doing really well on baiting out a lot of this utility, really forcing DRX to think and have some good adjustments.
They're keeping a bit of an eye on it. I don't
the
think they ever play here.
You know, these are the sort of situations as well where if you're Australia, are you contemplating dropping a pit a little bit later on to try and funnel RRQ away from you?
Not entirely sure just yet. I mean, so far not seeing too much towards the C site. You still got this 2-2-1 where DRX has a couple players to watch down B. Mako, then to find the first. Paranoia as well as TP away. Hyunmin back into position where...
Instant Omenal. Mako is hit very fast though.
Salvos still go on in.
Oh,
Hyunmin has a lot to do here.
He might have been blinded, but the toxic screen...
It helps him.
Yeah, well, also helps
Mako has got no flash anymore for this.
Tree, though, but is that gonna be enough?
He's super. Oh, mate. he's solo winning rounds. It's like the only reason they're winning rounds right now. Look at him go.
30 seconds left. Just Monyet. He's got to watch out for A-Link as well, though. And that's where Freeing will stab him in
Mako
the back.
is on his own. Got 2 of these
right now, so
at minimum.
4K equals round win for DRX, because that's another one where he's just absolutely delivered the goods and really not overplayed his hand too much. A moment in time where he may have been traded out by Jemkin, but still gets him at the end in the 3rd kill. Finishing it up nicely around the A site as well. No pit needed to be invested. For DRX, they will hold that available for the last round of this half. And you're also seeing with the
Judge for the after plan. We're already planning of getting over towards B.
You know, didn't really give him the chance.
See what they do. See if they don't do anything over towards heaven again.
Looking for a quick hit into the
Hey, you know they're coming here. Surely go heaven.
In with a gate crash though, but that's quickly dealt with. And now you got the Viper screen up.
Yeah, counter pit going in towards the B site, but will the turret actually...
Oh, what a weird round this one is. Looks pretty impossible for RRQ.
Well, they're now contending.
We got the judge off.
Straya's pit.
Okay.
He needs to be the judge, the jury, the executioner, but he's spotted out.
Still manages to bang them up though, just by the trailing image of it all.
They got 5?
Just crazy
yeah, not too bad considering.
DRX all of a sudden find themselves with ultimate map control.
Yeah, it feels like the Viper utility at the moment. It's done the lion's share of the work for DRX, hasn't it? Australia's toxic screen getting in the decays, same for the pit. And then the shots just drain on out for the remainder of the DRX members. So finally we see something, you know, well coordinated from DRX here. What a shot that one was from Crazy Guy on the timing. I'm saying well coordinated from DRX because this should be their round, but it's the last round of the half.
Oh,
Never
God.
quite know. Well, he starts off pretty well, but now not expecting Mako to be in that spot.
Hey,
Mako
you gave it a good go.
Again, saving rounds for DRX. It's 7-5 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, it's not like the 8-4 on the last map either, right? So a little bit more to work with for DRX, especially if they themselves now are able to pick up the pistol, or if not, well, is that the time for RRQ to start to look to close it out and book their ticket to Toronto? Who knows? Because everybody, if you are just joining us throughout this one, this next half is going to decide which of these 2 teams here will meet with Gen.G from Pacific over at that Masters event.
Do you think TMV has a chance to qualify for Toronto? What do you mean, mate?
That's where tensions continue to rise.
Your brain's messed up, man. You okay?
DRX with this curious decision to start on the defensive half. We see them ending 5-7, which isn't too bad. What about their attacking side now? Because they just pulled off an incredible performance against T1
TMV equals team vitality. Mate, how are you trying to say the
like
TMV is team vitality?
It was entertaining for sure, but if you want to talk about the incredibleness, you probably want to talk about a 12-0 half or, you know, an 11-1. You want something just absolutely commanding. That's an incredible scene because you've got all the right reads, you've got all the right understanding on a map.
We saw that from Gen.G.
We didn't get that from DRX against T1, but we did get some good rounds on the attacking side on the second half. It did start off with the pistol though, so it's going to be a key.
What happens to the Liquid K-Gold match? We don't know really. The fact that they deleted the VODs makes me believe it's getting replayed fully, and the 1-0 doesn't count.
From DRX,
Otherwise you're not deleting the VOD.
Baiting out a lot of this utility, playing with a lot of the rotation.
So I think they've already made the decision, but we'll wait and see.
How the players operate this, as well as the IGLs on both ends. I mean, both ends finding themselves on opposite ends of the spectrum right now in terms of the kill feed.
I was talking about DRX there, but for RRQ as well, right? If you're able to pick up the pistol round here, that would be absolutely brilliant for you. You've got still reposition available.
Let's talk about pistols real fast, chat. We've got a little 3-2, 1-1 every single map.
Crazy Guy to back up this C site with Xfero if things get a little bit problematic.
Cover going out.
Just waiting for utility to trail through.
Yeah.
Aftershock, snake bites.
Not seeing anything come on through yet, so you don't necessarily need to use the snake bite.
Yeah, trying to bait it out as best they can as well.
Yeah, now when you've got no toxins, now's the time you would probably look to use it. But
sneak in, but the fault line.
Yeah, waiting for a potential shrouded step from Marco, but he doesn't have one available.
The drone just cleared out pillars as well, so DRX thinking to just really commit into this 1C site. The snake bite drawn out. Still like Sparrow trying to play around the stairs. Crazy guy with the off angle. He does find the first, but off to the trades. DRX.
The Crazy guy's playing insane, by the way. It's mad. It's mad what he's doing.
As well, though. And RRQ has a slight opportunity.
How hard is this retake? They got Omen Flash.
Meanwhile, DRX looking to reposition.
They got one smoke, Omen Flash.
Hyunmin's off it.
Play it close. Hyunmin looking for kills or possibly refresh the utility, but it's not needed. Look at that.
Nice shots, dude. Every single map. 1-1 on the pistols. Those are lovely shots. That was fast.
Shots out for Hyunmin. Certainly needs to be the tip of the spear here for DRX to charge on through, you would think. He needs to be very sharp, very potent and punishing. So it's good to see that a couple of great shots do come out from him at the end there in the 3 versus 3 that may very well look awkward if you consider salvos, Shikushi. You know, how long were they away from being able to put at the back of the site? Talk about rotations and positioning. You know, the rotations were...
Yeah, love the 2 deaths. Go out for that early duel.
Earlier on, but just not enough.
And nothing crazy for RRQ gun-wise, but
it's just a pistol.
As it goes, yeah. Not too bad.
Well, I mean, it is, but they're not going to go for it.
Well, it still is a lot of information found then for RRQ to put more attention towards this ace site. Prowler confirms it. Gen.G trying to hold it close.
Yeah.
DRX considering the option to go into B.
It's one of the things as well, right? Marco always playing at the tree. He wasn't really contested with, where generally teams try to isolate him and find some good punishment, but didn't happen on their defensive half.
Well, right now at least, managed to sneak on through it. Flash to hold them back.
Dude, they're trading pretty good. The damage is nice right here. Salvos into Ascent.
He's been putting up huge numbers for RRQ, but still with the pistols as they dive on through. The automatic weapons will still find numbers. Off to the last one though.
1 versus 2.
Yeah, slightly low HP as well. Some decent dinks might do huge favor for Gen.G. Sneaks on over. They're not really peeking out just yet. DRX trying to play it safe as much as possible, but that is a Bulldog now afforded to Gen.G. They know he's on the spike. They try to peek together, and
good damage though. They do keep the main 2 guns though, so it's not too bad. It's Laffy. Thanks so much with the primate. Thank you for the 2 months, dude. Appreciate that.
As DRX, or are you playing more on the side of caution to have a proper gun round come in the next one if you don't feel like you're getting all of the components for this round? The pistol round and the second will tie things up from DRX. Now this is the scenario where they started to falter a little bit against T1. They got into the site, they forced out a couple of post-plant scenarios that they ultimately lost to defuse retakes. Rubble control will be established for RRQ. You're not going to be able to force them out. Of course, not running a Teo on DRX's side. We've seen how brutal freeing can be on the Teo. You push him onto the Killjoy. Feels different, to put it lightly.
Flashes as well. It's going to be tough for them to retake or re-clear. It's going to spend... expend a lot of utility.
Oh, that was nice from him.
Unaware that Gen.G
Dodge the just G2 well. Instant reaction try, force over towards B. Pretty much the same as what RRQ is trying to do. And still with the pressure, they should know the B split's coming in here.
But then RRQ still within range. Utility all prepped up and ready to set off. With peaks though, all of a sudden unaware. There are a couple players pushing up from pillar.
They want that gun. You definitely want to see a scenario where that gun is going to be retrievable, but sticking it in the salvos, the plant goes down.
And then for DRX to attempt to hold, the gun unfortunately robbed away as well.
Great Omen Flash.
Beginning to flood back.
Ah, dude, it's a really good Omen Flash.
Online for the ace, stolen at the end by Cushy,
I mean, it
but
got
still
everyone.
around, successfully picked up at the end.
Yeah, that's just some sharpshooting to come out from Gen.G and some quick realization on the opponents as well, right? 4 alive in the bonus round for RRQ. Certainly going to be great for them coming in towards the next one. And
Gemkin, yeah.
the reason why I highlight
He did great. I mean, this duel was the main one, but everyone else kind of flash for him to get through the choke point.
What you did as Gemkin, when you've got that wall up that you can dance around with your opponents, you can kind of dodge out the prowler,
close to an ace there.
Safety net, go back in, take your kill, and then get out of dodge. Where if you see a Teo there, they're generally going to be putting in
You're ult for the retake and one away from the Raze ult, so you should know that they go over towards C. Looking at the moment like RRQ aren't going to do any kind of punish on this one and just let them have the ult. Maybe they take a lot of space. Okay, they're faking that they go in aggro. That's nice. They fake that they go aggro and then wait for the reaction over towards A. Win the 50-50 duel. Oh, Crazy Guy's dead. The smoke doesn't come in time, right?
Space. Yeah, Prowler spots him. They've got to have the go time.
That was nice, bro. With the kill, he gets his ult as well.
As Hyunmin, so they can start to establish a plant. And Kushi realizes this one. Drone on in will make you think that they may very well be coming early in towards a retake.
Maybe. We got dimensional drift with Gemkin able to.
Got a Yoru ult for this. Sorry, got an Omen flash for this one. Omen flash goes in too early though, so we don't get any kind of combo. It does clear all of this and locks them in though. It's a good ult.
We'll find that mound position
Shot.
instead. Back line, and that causes.
I think he just flashed his teammate, didn't he? Or maybe not.
RRQ continuing to push up now and completely
Did flash his teammate there, but damn, this was nice in the end. I love the overall strat. Like the overall strat at the beginning of the round's pretty cool, right? Pre-barrier, they fake the C, right? Like they're pushing C, trying to fight for the orb here, so he feels like he can take some free space, but then someone's holding him, so it's an easy kill. That was smart, first of all. And then the Yoru ult was good, because he ended up just locking him in. And it's another round where Gemkin's a beast as well.
Everything there, some good flashes, completely blinding up the members of DRX and allowing his team to get in and capitalize on that as well. Just another.
Damn, he still had his clone set up as well for the retake. Wait, this guy's legit on Yoru, by the way.
Fired up right now as the scoreline nears double digits. RRQ, they've crumbled DRX's economy as well.
Are we going to get another scenario like the T1 game yesterday, where this round would go to the likes of RRQ and then DRX start to make a comeback on attack to try and push us towards OT?
Would be lovely.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm glad they missed their breach damage a little bit there.
Could certainly change it though. Bane with Nightfall could provide some
Stinger Force. Omen Flash looks good. One person beat it though over towards site, so they do still get site control. Oh boy.
Close range. You called it, Komodo. Get out of there. Off to the positions now. Hyunmin trying to play around it. Still stunned up. Still able to sidestep.
How's he still alive?
Damage going over and forces the Nightfall out. It's gonna
Dude,
be
they put the Fatal into the low buy.
Just
oh, it's going wrong for DRX.
He's playing off towards, well, the most obvious spot. Gemkin already beginning to stick on the
tried
spike.
to save
Mako
him.
knows his time is up. Looks for one, maybe 2 kills at the very least. But
Shane Tasty with the Prime. Thank you so much, mate. Thank you, Shane.
RRQ.
And that's a
Thanks for the Prime usage
as well. Honestly, I mean, the Nightfall used from Bane there to push the Heaven position, and you're only shooting the clone to come out, getting flashed and immediately traded. I mean, there's no value that you're able to get on the back of that one. You technically dropped it in a 2 versus 4 scenario as well. I mean, Spike already being diffused and in a pretty problematic position for Mako to be able to get a retake happening as well. That's
it was like 4v4 for the ult, but it still wasn't good considering the positions, guns, HPs.
Last one for them of this environment, unless they push us into overtime, or unless RRQ decide to use any of their 2, who really haven't felt the need. You know, even when the round started going DRX's way, there was nothing too consistent, right? It was the 2 at the tail end of the first half, and then it was the 2 rounds that they get at the beginning of this half. That's not enough with the break in the middle to draw out a timeout when you had the great lead at the first half. So I think RRQ are still in a pretty powerful position here.
That's true. That's true. But you're forgetting one thing, Komodo.
What's that?
This is now the DRX timeout. This is where it all begins.
But they only converted 1 round last time, Quack.
E2's chances to make Toronto.
We'll see.
Well, maybe it was
2. I mean,
I
give them the best chance out of the 4 that are in lower bracket, obviously, but
this is
still gonna be a hard run. I think they will be fine.
They didn't miss a beat. They were right
but
there.
Again, I don't mind watching a close game and a bit of a struggle because it will be really fun to watch.
The strongest team in Korea.
But I think they're going to be so fine. They're pretty legit, man. They have been slightly exposed on a couple of maps, I feel like, but...
Oh my god.
Yeah, the Odin's out. doing our best art impression. We'll see. Jumpkin has the.
I just think they still look better than the other 4 teams in lower bracket.
Quick rolling thunder into Armageddon play. Hyunmin is dead.
Dude, he's
not
dead.
able to evade it whatsoever. Mako though TPs himself into a kill.
Mako does really good to trade this one back though. They don't really get to hold onto the space that they normally do when they try and use this ult.
Wrong agent, wrong location.
The Waylay got exposed a little bit, yeah.
So there's an opportunity in this 4 versus 4 to still.
Dude, the prep from Sentinels is pretty good. That Ascent was so fun to watch.
DRX's game plans might not come into fruition.
I like the one-sided halves.
With the fault line available and an Odin that can still spam out. You're waiting to see what's going to happen on the back of this door. Xfero is in the right spot, dodging out the flash.
He's ready.
Damn, with the spam as well. Monyet got the other one through the wall. He wrecked him from tree. Dude, he's wrecking him with the Odin.
DRX completely thrown into disarray.
Makes a lot of sense though, right? They Teo, oh, he's got the Odin for when they funnel and push over towards here, would stun them anyway. They have the stun on top of it. It's a lovely trap play with the Teo.
But you'll take that one when they recognize that the breakable door is the intended target of DRX there, and a Paranoia misses its mark onto Xfero. I mean, there's only one spot that you need to really be spamming in that sort of situation. It's a very narrow choke point that was widened up in a patch a little bit ago, but
the one-sided halves. A fair amount of them are snowballing, but the ones that you see that are like really defense-sided, a lot of the times it's like because of comps, like double sentinel or just having a vice and not having like the right stuff to be able to default the wall. So it's a solid mix of snowballing and meta.
Why would you look to challenge him? He's not weak by any means. He's just ripped you a new one in the last round. It's
just a position where you know you need to.
They do good to force him back, and they've taken the space over towards B, so they can definitely call him back. But this is still a question mark. They did just get wrecked here earlier. They don't have a great ult to retake this. It's all about opening this door here and creating pressure, to be honest.
5 versus 5
I think Jemkin. I think Zafira needs to go like this.
You would have had a lockdown, lads. Well, or Estrella on a pit.
Neither available. Just comes down.
Does Monyet even consider close?
Went in for whatever was.
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
RRQ then though. I mean, it is close range. The Stingers again still.
They're not going for this one.
Just to play the long game. DRX then to possibly die to the spike until Xfero begins to push in, now tapping onto the spike. Estrella, what are you gonna do? Tucked inside the smoke, Jemkin beginning to stick it all the way through. It's at the right time, but still the kills going all the way over. DRX then
nicely done. Mako managed to get, Mako owned it, man. Picked up that Odin.
The spike already
Killjoy goes in, but they need to win a round.
If you wanted to play on the back of that respect there, that's
beginning to feel nerves.
Yeah, it is a little bit nervous on that.
Wasted Nightfall earlier on. I'd probably call that one a little bit wasted. When you've still got a crossfire available in the 1 versus 2, I mean,
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. Look, let's just throw that one away, right? It's a thrifty round that DRX have managed to pull through with Marco stealing things with the Odin.
Still, you know, 11-8. You're absolutely right in this fact that
okay.
It could
I was gonna say
turn things around, but we do have Estrella with the Viper's pit. Ooh.
There's a good pit out of them, as we can see over towards A is nice and free. We've got the double punish over towards B, and I mean, Freeing's just gonna get wrecked here. Can he get one?
Not focusing on the side itself. How has Freeing won that? He's been removed from solo.
I just want to talk about the game, man. I just want to talk about the game with no consequences.
Position, and that's just incredibly smart.
Ridiculous.
Then, though, for Estrella to try to get to spot Xfero as well. But quickly spotted out, just so quick. 3 kills netted out by Freeing.
How's he done that?
He's finding his groove, it feels like, potentially in these last few rounds. The Teo Titan now on the Killjoy collecting. This will be another round for DRX. A flawless one, in fact, if things continue this trajectory. You didn't need to invest the pit as well, so that'll be quite important. How long will you hold that as well, when you consider that Jemkin's going to be able to scope things out soon enough with the dimensional drift. This is the time, though. This is the time, though.
Big round for
that
DRX.
I wonder, as RRQ, as Ewok and as Warbirds, do you give DRX some time to think with a timeout or not?
Not unless you see something that you really want to call out for the team.
The time is paused. I think they're doing it, Quack.
Just might be. One thing is for certain, though, with these
That's,
kills,
that's so fast, though. The first guy gets melted.
Riled up.
Yeah.
Definitely see a fair share of Southeast Asian fans in the crowd as well.
Couple of rounds will decide the victor.
To their first timeout around this
now
map.
the timeouts come through from RRQ. They're feeling the pressure, and yeah, I don't mind it, right? They haven't found round number 12. They've still got space. They've got 2 timeouts to use in regulation. They feel the need that they have to have a conversation. They very much should, when you consider that this is the furthest they've ever been and the closest they've ever been
did
to
the
an
donk,
international event.
the crouch move spray.
We haven't seen a seed number 1 come through from our Alpha Omega group styles.
This is Omega. We haven't seen RRQ make it to any international events ever. 3 years in the making, and this could be their first. If you let it slip at this point, just imagine how heartbreaking that's going to be. So close to it, just 2 rounds away, and they can just almost taste it. We'll see right now at the very least. We've seen that Odin come into play. They're doing it again. Jemkin now on an op, though. Possibly to hold info lines towards Pillar, possibly Mound.
Kids, I mean, it's
Meanwhile,
big investment.
DRX, so far, so good with the A plays.
Oh, he has no idea again.
No Monyet is here, and they've been looking to push him.
Dude, that
off
Prowler actually saves Monyet a little bit here. My goodness. Dude, those extra bullets just wrecked 2 of them.
RRQ.
They got
Around the corner over reset,
at least 1 regen on there.
Scoreline 2. But for DRX, 1 step after the other. Especially if you can gain favor in this round, find an opening kill. There's not a lot around the map at the moment for RRQ to waltz back over to this A site, but now you maybe start to feel a little bit more that you need to. Drone to confirm some information. I like the timing on this one for Kushi that sees a bunch of members actually. You'll check the radar on that one. And Crazy Guy does make his rotation over here. 45 seconds to go.
They got no info over towards B. They can't pivot. They just got to force over towards
40
this.
seconds left, though. That's when they begin to burst into
No way. How did he get through here? Chill, you're a Teo. You're a Teo. What are you doing?
You got Cushy back in.
Oh my goodness, shot.
Crazy Guy with the assistance, and it's just freeing left. DRX.
That guy played like this with salvos. At least Crazy Guy got there in time. Holy, nicely done. Man, Monyet, how's he done that?
With this disgusting Odin.
He's playing aimbots, bro. Fade eye. Guy double jumping him with a satchel, and he managed to get the other kill.
For RRQ, the investment of the timeout.
Dude, Monyet had a quiet game, but that is a massive round.
Some time to discuss things, but you come away with the
dude, look at it. It's insane.
Being reset, you stave off having an equalization.
Dude, Crazy Guy just got here in time.
3 rounds to try and figure things out here.
A lot more pressure taken off their shoulders right now.
Okay, 3 chances. Toronto.
Point, same position.
3
same
Toronto
Odin.
chances.
And the op once again freeing. He's in position around Pillar. Might be looking for the lurk timing, but he has no idea Jemkin will be around. Monyet still spamming away.
It's the
oh, watch out. He's spamming off that. Yeah. Backer goes down a little bit. Some of it was the War of the Viper.
Creep on over. Footsteps not heard. Monyet does trail back thanks to the Prowler, though. But
big
that's
kill.
The lurk now quickly sussed out. Jemkin with the op. Hyunmin, though, all of a sudden.
7 HP.
Plant down as a Strayer as well. You need to go for the pit after this plant.
Boombot confirms, and there's the pit. Hyunmin is 1 away from Showstopper. Low HP, though, so I don't think you really want to deploy it in this round. Clone spotted, and you know Jemkin's
big
right
play with
the
the 7
corner.
HP to be tucked in here the whole time.
Still marking the position, and there's the first kill. Swaps on over on the back, but Xpero spins on a dime. It just is. Estrella and Bane, they've been spotted out thanks to the dimensional drift.
Now
Estrella
what?
onto the shorties. tries to bring DRX alive once again, and they will continue hanging on by this thread. It's getting
Where are the
ever
ults?
closer,
Maniat
Komodo.
has his ult, Yaman has his, Mako has his. This might get close. 2 chances left.
Another investment from RRQ. Saw someone there was with 7,300. So you need to do some quick maths to get out a buy, or maybe you can have a timeout here and have some elongated maths, because I think you need a deep talk again as RRQ try and convert and close this map, because if this is the time when you see yourselves on 12, I start to consider the jinx that I may have deployed on towards this server earlier on with the overtimes. We saw 22-20.
They won the round last time they timed out.
We've seen a longer OT in one of the other regions recently.
They've been getting out towards A for free, so maybe you would expect some kind of aggro A for sure.
RRQ though. And of course DRX, 2 rounds to push us to overtime. 1 round though to push RRQ to Toronto.
That's all it takes. You've seen the defensive setups, you've seen Jemkin with his lurk, but one thing that wasn't considered was Hyunmin and how he was able to sneak into sight through the left side. Blast packed over.
Yeah, very cheeky, very sneaky. But it's these sort of timings and moments that, whilst you can't always rely upon, if you see them happen, you have to capitalize upon them. So let's see what'll happen.
Okay, looks like DRX might be a step ahead on this one. 2 chances, and they go 4-person aggro towards A. Got 1 person close to hear it, and tell the other 4 that they might need just to pop over towards C with the Razor. They're relatively silent. They didn't use that much. That's a lie. They used the flash as well. Flash, stun, salvos.
See a gravestone put up too early for him, so RRQ will situate themselves in here, get forced into a 5v5 retake.
Just a full retake. RRQ doesn't really have any ultimates for the retake scenario either.
Yeah, it's a hard retake. They did do a
ultimates, do you even consider a save
drone that checked all of over towards B to see if they need to worry about a luck. They didn't see anyone, so they don't have to worry about a luck.
RRQ though, certainly looking to
Omen flash. Dude, we have 4 people over towards Mount.
Signal right now, all the sight engulfed in smokes, but Hyunmin to hold all the lines.
Oh my god, dude's aim is insane.
And wrecked up.
Gotta save. That's the call.
No way in hell do you
DRX came out on top of this one.
He's gone in there with the showstopper, but it's those
came
3
out on
shots
top
that
after the
have
timeout.
brought the party for Hyunmin, for DRX, and
Instant
for
reaction with the Razor.
That is a big one.
And Mako has his ult into the next round.
I was thinking to myself
Even they won away from Fatal as well.
Is he playing on the back of some lost bonus coming in towards this next round? Does Cushy even find 1 kill?
Okay, 3 chances down to that 1 last chance, and definitely some orb talk is going to happen. We got 1 away from each team.
Shut down and squandered by Hyunmin.
Dude, look at this.
From the left side of the smoke.
Oh, that third shot is...
1 by 1, Hyunmin. Unbelievable.
Just in the decay, will carry on. Last round of regulation now. Will we go into overtime, or will RRQ win this with the haphazard
Dude, the judge holds C to end it. That's scary.
Crowd chanting for DRX now. Well, we do have Xpero.
They hear a lot of people going aggro over towards it. We get the Euro TP in, and they have not pulled the judge out yet, so this one's big. Fatal, it's going to wreck him though. Oh, dude, you're in trouble.
Or rather, the shotgun.
It's all too clear. The Armageddon, though, instantly ripped. It's a little bit too early.
It's a great Omen flash. Oh, they didn't take anywhere else. They wanted to re-hit over towards the site. Wait, RRQ did pretty good here.
Real early or not, you start to see some re-clears from RRQ. However, rotate door sniffed on out as the stealth drone finds things, but DRX together as 4.
I'm surprised when this happened, Mako didn't ult to like take space or even create pressure. Dude, he spots a good amount here.
It would have been ill timing for DRX, not waiting for Australia's wall to go on up, but now a smoke towards drop, a plant to be established.
And Mako to lurk around this position as well. You got the poison cloud off towards drop now, which makes things that much more difficult. RRQ trying to start things off. You got the clone.
Oh, no way, how?
What? Just Jemkin now, and it continues to waterfall over.
He was mid-air, no?
They need to survive. They need to bring this round back up alive. Freeing. He's done it. just down to Cushy. You know exactly where your opponents are, but do you have the kills? He pushes up, 1-on-1, freeing, hiding inside a tree, just looking for the headshot. Tapped onto the spike, he doesn't see him, tries to play it safe. Cushy taps back onto it. He's not giving up his position. He's not even thinking about the tree. Behind this corner, the spike continuing to tip away.
3 of them. 3 chances to nothing.
Pushing us into
that was a mad hold on site.
Couldn't get it done. The one spot he's not even looking at, judging by the
radar.
He
just repositioned instant.
Where freeing absolutely delivers with the clutch play to come on out. The 2 versus 4.
Yeah, look at him, gets these 2 and then just no hesitation straight over towards tree.
Where Australia tried to help out there. But it's the 3K from freeing that pushes into OT. It's the 3 in a row, 5 out of the last 6 for DRX, and the overtime percentage
the overtime win percentage isn't great.
Switches into DRX's favor, you may think, but RRQ not out. Attacking side to start for them. See what they've got.
Odin is exactly what they've got. Bane.
It was nice though.
Jumped down to half HP, trying to keep himself alive. Meanwhile, the doors
aggro over towards A. Do you know what's mad about this? Is freeing did this in another game.
From RRQ,
and he insta-died.
As a full unit.
And for this time, in overtime, I swear it was overtime as well.
So that's going to be a very viable
he's pushed and he's taken the space though, and he's won his round. He's won the round. Surely. Got him locked in. They can 1-1-3.
Forcing Hyunmin to rotate over.
It was overtime against T1. Yeah, he lost the round, right, because of it.
Info game at the very least, yeah. You know, DRX is still pretty much commanding this right now.
He spots the TP. He's now locked everyone. A little bit of a question mark here. They could maybe even get 4 on the rotate. Dude, he's pushing. Does the Pharaoh consider this? Yeah, but it's for nothing. Great flash.
But it's also Jemkin to find the trades right back up to bring things to a 3v3. Hyunmin still hovering around the top of heaven. But
oh my god, Jemkin, what a shot.
He turns back up around. Estrella then continuing to hover, and he will find the next one.
Dude, Jemkin
eliminates another
he gets
player
ult
once
to find
again,
him.
And it's just freeing left.
It's got to be freeing, doesn't it? The savior.
And he's got
there we
all
go.
the
There's the
utility to work
info.
off of, but it's KJ utility.
Playing
Will it
time.
be enough? Fake gate crash and out of the dimensional drift freeing. Considering all of these options, goes for the
jump
tap,
spot.
the fault line comes out.
Dude, no one
tries
spots.
to hold for the positions now, but Jemkin quick on the wide swing.
What is that?
A quad kill
Bro's
picks up
crazy,
an OT1.
man. Bro's crazy.
From Jemkin.
He's entering back of sight as well during this flash to get through the choke.
Where they may be able to get
Look at this.
the victory here. He certainly dug deep for the kills on that one, finding the timing, looking at the right spot. Just the quick shots to come out from him as well, and in the 1 versus 2, having the contingency of your teammate in the back line.
Okay, another go at it.
Needed as well.
The swing, yeah, his mate stunned for him, but then he wanted to late play. Or Jemkin said, I'm going to play fast or something.
If DRX will push us in another overtime.
Because he's pre-aiming the guy defusing and he's just
able to establish any rubble control. I talk about it earlier, where Jemkin playing at rubble will have a gate crash available to get out.
The one difference
this is like the first time in a long time that they've actually been able to get aggro towards A and they haven't insta-reacted over towards C and they've tried to re-clear here. We haven't really seen this for a while.
Oh, he's been great on this spot so far, but this time, high stakes.
Okay, and as we can see here, Drone is about to spot the kill.
Some possible space for DRX, but oh, the Drone.
Spot the killjoy.
He will take the challenge. Here's Jemkin jumping up and he finds the headshot.
That was the one
kill.
That was the one player who almost
check
did
the
not
corner.
want to lose their life as RRQ here.
And with the mid-round adaptation into the B site now, Shrouded steps in, spike plant soon enough, the aftershock tossed over. RRQ, they get themselves into position. Salvos as well, ripped early on.
Smoked Marco.
And he's gonna keep himself alive, but
there's a smoke there.
All of a sudden the kills, they spray all
There's a
through,
smoke
and
there.
it's just Estrella left. This might just be it. 14-12. RRQ's hunting for it. They stick the
holy, it's mad. It's mad. How do they 4v5 retake this? How did he get 2 through smoke?
They have been going through with this. The longest journey ever, but they finally reached
sick for
the
RRQ.
summit. And down to the very end, you got to wave and let
the
RRQ
coaches as well.
flag
Shout out to the coaches,
fly
man.
high. They are headed to Masters Toronto.
All they have to do is get rid of Chobra. Relief of Chobra.
He has not been over
I'm happy for
in a
them, though,
scenario
dude.
like this since Champions 2022 before the franchising leagues with Boom Esports way back then. And for Jemkin as well, a player who didn't get here, you know, with a team coming through the Ascension run on the back of the Scars performance, getting picked up by RRQ. The vision that they have seen in him since
Dude,
those
Ewok's been going a long
now
time for this one as well. Big win for him.
A result. We have a new contender on the international stage from VCT Pacific. SEA fans rejoice as RRQ make it to Toronto.
The second Pacific rep. 3 years it's been, Komodo. All of it all just come down to this moment. They've been looking for every single piece, the growth, the journey, the progression of the entire team. This year, you've got Cushy. This year, you've got Warbirds. And for Ewok to lead all of them up to this point.
Warbirds is pumped, man.
To be able to do for sure. We've got more games to be playing in the VCT Pacific brackets. Of course, it's not over for DRX.
Yeah, lower brackets kind of stacked again. Dude, lower brackets really stacked.
You know what is over? It's this series. RRQ with a victory, and I'm keen to hear what they have to say.
Hello, RRQ. Congratulations to you guys, Ewok. Congrats, Warbirds and Cushy. We have two guests. Congratulations, Xpero. All right, let's stand in the middle. You ready, bro?
Ready, bro.
RRQ의 쿠시 선수와 이웍 감독님 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 먼저 이웍 감독님 22년부터 RRQ와 3년 동안 함께하면서 RRQ의 첫 국제대회까지 함께 이끌어내줬습니다. 정말 오랜 노력을 이렇게 가한 팀이기에 이번 진출이 더 많이 의미가 클 것 같은데 소감 먼저 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다. 3 years since 22, Ewok, you were there from day one. Now the team is going to their first international event. What does this mean to you?
It really means a lot. We've been working so hard for so long. We've made improvements to the roster, but just believe we've always worked the same. Like it's always been exactly what we wanted. So we hope from here. It's been our goal since the start is to go to an international event and then also be competitive there and do well there. That's always been important to us, and it's been something for all of the players that have came in. That's always been our goal.
Already thinking ahead, doing well there. All right, that's good. Love that, Ewok.
That's my coach.
처음부터 RRQ의 목표는 국제대회에 가서 거기 진출뿐만 아니라 가서 잘하는 게
DRX and T1 in the lower brackets, only one or neither of them are making it. Yeah, and it's gonna. Well, they got to beat Paper X as well, so it's gonna be a lot of upset teams.
제 코치님입니다라고 이렇게 자랑스럽게 거들어줬습니다.
When you come up against the train.
쿠시 선수는 퍼시픽 합류하자마자 첫
Boom, yeah, that's true also.
함께하게 됐어요. 이전 인터뷰에서도 항상
Impossible, yeah. I didn't want to be the one to finish it, but kinda.
지금 엄청 많은 생각들이 들 것 같은데 지금
I know Prodigy's just dying, man.
You know, we saw you mention, I want to go to my first international event. We saw you say it so many times on interviews. Now that you got it, what is running through your mind right now?
First of all, I'm so freaking happy with my teammates. I'm proud of them. We played really well, in my opinion, and yeah, I'm looking forward to playing internationally. So yeah, I'm very happy.
Already thinking ahead, like coach, like player. Love this. 오늘 팀원들의 뭔가 이 팀워크나 시너지에 대해서 너무 만족스럽고요. 첫 국제 대회를 가게 돼서 너무 감격스럽고 코치님과 같이 다음에 우리 국제 대회 가서 잘할 생각이
Pacific,
먼저
no,
든다고 이야기를
the
했습니다.
lower bracket is legit crazy.
팀원들에 대해서도 이전에 우리
I mean, the playoffs is crazy anyway. There's just so many strong teams there.
이야기를 많이 해주셨거든요. 얼마나 만족스러운 경기를 보셨는지 좀 자랑할 시간도 한번 드려보고 싶어요. Ewok, I've heard you say we need to work together as a team, and they played spectacularly as a team. They bonded. They were there together. How proud of you are you of your boys that played a team game today?
Super proud of all of them. It's been It's been something that we've been focusing a lot on, and it's not something that we can do by ourselves, any of us. So as I said, it's just working hard together and then understanding that everyone really wants this. So then you need to put in everything and play for your teammate, sacrifice for your teammate. So that's something that we try to instill in the players, and I'm super proud to have seen that today.
너무 만족스럽고 한 명 한 명 개인 플레이어의 역량보다 우리가 5명이 다 함께 뭉쳐서 같은 목표를 두고 게임을 해야지 이끌어낼 수 있는 목표다라는 거를 항상 감독님께서 이렇게 상기해 주시기 때문에 오늘 플레이는 그게 이렇게 표현이 된 것 같아서 너무 만족스럽다고 마무리해 주셨습니다. 쿠시 선수한테 물어보고 싶었던 게 카론 선수가 아까 RRQ와 DRX 누구 만날지 모르겠다, 둘 다 너무 잘한다 이야기를 했었는데 RRQ를 항상 발목 잡았던 젠지를 또 다음 경기에 만나게 되거든요. 한마디 한번 부탁해보도록 하겠습니다. Previous interview with Karon Kushi, he said that, oh, I don't know who's gonna win. You heard that, right? And you meet Gen.G again for your next game here in stage 1, Kushi. What do you want to say to them?
See you next week.
See you next week. I mean, see you in Toronto as well.
See you in
right?
Toronto. Yeah.
뭐 이미 토론토 확정됐으니 뭐 다음 주에 봐라고 쿠시 선수가 정리해줬습니다. 유학 감독님과 쿠시 선수 인터뷰 만나봤고요. 마스터즈 진출하게 된 젠지와 RRQ의 오늘 경기 저는 여기서 인사드리겠습니다. 감사합니다. Congrats to you both. Thank you for the interview. Congrats again. Oh my God, that's all from me on the stage. And bye bye. Have a good night.
Okay, big win for them. Gen.G RRQ, and then we get to find out who is joining them next week, I think, right? For people that want to watch more Valorant, we have Americas. We've got America's lower bracket today, and that is in 8 hours.
We were saying how RRQ were the underdogs coming into this
2 weeks later?
The stats seem to favor DRX
But I thought,
every single time.
okay, is it like this?
Was the crazy
Next week we solidify the final fours, and then week after. Oh, okay. EMEA when? We have no idea when EMEA is yet.
I mean, the Icebox pick really works out for them. They
have no idea.
their way through the other 2 maps, not quite getting there on Fracture.
Okay, that is it, Chad. That is it. Again, if you want to watch some more playoffs in 8 hours, we have Americas, and then you got to wait a little bit for Pacific and EMEA. I have no idea, but I imagine they'll announce it at one point. Dude, this was good though. I'm glad this one delivered. This was so close. I'm happy for this team as well, man. They've been on the grind for a while. So it's cool to see them get rewarded for it. Jemkin, yeah, Jemkin's the beast, man. I think Kushi's been great for this team though. Even though his drone nearly cost him in the final round here, he's still been like very good. Alright, chat, alright. Give me a streamer. Give me a streamer to raid.
And they closed it out. They closed it out for the ticket to Toronto.
There were so many rounds where you were like, oh,
dude, this lower bracket's nuts. Wait, let me quickly look at the bracket.
Honestly, like, fantastic. And the thing that I'm really impressed, especially for RRQ, it's an effort by committee at the moment. All 5 of these players are so rock solid right now.
It's just such insane growth from this squad, especially from the guys who have been there from the start.
Dude, this is
we see guys like Xfero. They've battled it out.
the Talon Longshim,
maybe missing playoffs or
and then Talon DRX or Longshim DRX, and then T1 PaperX, and then Boom. So PaperX have to beat T1 and Boom, and then damn, dude, it's a long run. It's a long run, and then probably DRX, you would imagine, with what's going on. Okay, yeah, so chat, 3rd, 4th, and then we got then we'll have the big game. Okay, really cool. Thanks so much, guys. Chat, who did you guys say to raid? I wasn't looking. Jobra? Yeah, let's give this guy a raid. Come on.
Enabling all of his players, like, if you want to take that fight, go for it, go.
Yeah, just an unbelievable game from him. You know, IGLing from the front, leading there. We see 23 kills. I mean, just a really fantastic game, showing why he got picked up.
He puts up better numbers than Australia did. He really does on the same roles. He absolutely delivers firepower-wise. You don't really notice much of a difference in terms of RRQ Like, honestly, I felt
make
like better and the firepower was
make
better.
a message
so
for Chobra. Oh, chat, quick, let's think. A message to spam to Chobra, like the Chobra curse broken or something.
Definitely, and you also look for those
I don't know, something about his curse, surely.
Bring out the Odin. Oh, that's so fun. But of course, what was equally
Chobra out, RRQ win. Ooh, that one's pretty good.
Just amazing. It is no wonder why he is our MVP.
I think the Chobra out RRQ win one is probably the best we got in such a short amount of time. Everyone get ready to spam this.
Just a truly unbelievable player, and he showed that.
Chobra out, RRQ win. Yeah, that's good, chat. That's good. That's good. Gonna love this one, right? Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. It's fine because you're gonna feel bad about it, but he's actually happy and he's probably gonna spam you guys for ads, so it's a win-win for him. All right, thanks so much, guys. Thanks for watching. I'll see you for Americas later or Pacific next week. We'll go on the train. Train continues. All right, bye everyone. Appreciate you. Bye.
And he's just shown it again and again and again. He's been so consistent throughout
YouTube. Thank you so much, YouTube. Subscribe if you can. Appreciate everyone being here. Bye everyone.
Definitely. But going back to Australia, right?